Grace and peace, everyone. We are back. Happy Tuesday. This is day number 119 of the YSL Trial. And I want to thank you all for hopping in and clocking in with us on today. We are going to hopefully be starting in just a few moments. I have the screen up ready. It has not populated as of yet, but I am expecting it very soon enough indeed. And just cleaning up, making sure everything is right. I want to thank everybody who's already tapped in, hit that like button, jumped into the best live chat on the planet. Thank you so very much for that. Yesterday was wild. Let's just tell the truth. Yesterday was wild. We did not see it ending like it did, and my goodness, in the morning. We are definitely on some blockbuster movie type level stuff going on here. So today, I'm expecting nothing less than fireworks to continue. So in the chat, real quick, what are you expecting to happen today? Now, Brian Steele said he was going to take all day today. So this is all day Tuesday. And that means he'll either rest or pass, or anybody else will jump in. What do y'all think is going to happen today? Jump in real quick and tell me what you think about it. Court today, Monica, it starts at 8:45. Well, it's supposed to. They haven't hit the screen yet. I'm watching. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and pull that in so we can be ready. And Court TV, I mean, Law and Crime seems to be the most consistent. They always have theirs up ready to go. The problem is their audio is not consistent. So sometimes the audio is great, sometimes it's not so much. So we're going to start with them. If it deteriorates and it's not good, then we'll just move accordingly. So let's bring that in. And as soon as we can see it, I'll let y'all know. But what are y'all expecting today? What y'all expecting? Steele's going to continue to upset the state. Oh my gosh. Go back and watch Adrian Love. She was losing her mind yesterday. Woody is going to tell on Miss Hilton, come on. Oh, he's going to say the Tay shot. Oh, okay. I've been expecting that. So if it does happen, I will not be surprised. Paulette says she's expecting fireworks. I agree with you 100%. Was Rhonda say, good morning, host DWC and everyone in the chat. Thank you so much. Today is going to be a great day. It's my birthday. Happy birthday to Three Faces in a Hood. And I've been waiting for Cross. Let me tell you, this is a cross that everybody's been waiting for. Let us go. What's going on? South Aussie girl, good to see you this morning. Popcorn is ready. Absolutely. Happy birthday. Let's give a little quick shout out to Three Faces in the Hood. Shout out to you. Happy birthday. What does Lady C say? Good morning, DWC mods and the chat. Thank you so much. Woody had me at first, but now I see by listening to these tapes, this man was truly telling on others to get himself off. If you do the crime, then you do the time. Okay, I got you. No problem there at all. What's going on, Marie? Thank you so much. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. All right, let me just double check. Law and Crime set me up for the letdown. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Big Lou. Good morning to you, my brother. Good morning. What we got? All right, let me see if there's any other predictions. Somebody said Ashley Merchant gonna pop up. Okay. I didn't see that one coming. Dave, thank you so much. Dave sent me some pictures and some videos of kangaroos in Australia. Yo, I'm gonna have to make a separate video about that. I'm gonna have to do a video about the videos that you sent me. What does it say? Good morning. Brian Steele's getting a chance yesterday and looking forward to today's proceedings if I can stay awake. Hey, from Australia. Thank you so much for stopping by this morning. I really do appreciate all of you all, whether you're near or far, day one or this is your first day. I appreciate you. What are my predictions? There's going to be some bombshells dropped. I think Tay is going to get outed. I think the state is going to absolutely lose their minds because Brian Steele is going to have, and Judge Whitaker is going to be able to do nothing to stop them or protect them. If you go back and listen to how Brian Steele was formulating his questions, he was able to formulate his questions. You knew where he wanted to go, but he could not proceed and instruct Woody to say certain things. So he was fishing, and he was getting them out there. And so I'm expecting him to bring up that ex parte today. I'm expecting the real deleter, the one who really unalive nut, to be set out there. And I think the shadow of doubt over the YSL team is going to get thicker and thicker and thicker. Well, I appreciate you even half asleep. I appreciate you even half asleep, Staley, hanging in with us. Yeah, this is going to be a historical. I think it's going to definitely be Emmanuel. I agree with you. He says if anyone is better than Steele, we will be witnessing a historical takedown of bad justice. I agree. Absolutely. Thank y'all so much for shouting out Three Faces in the Hood. Appreciate y'all. Happy birthday to you. I think Woody's going to come in a lot more reserved, if you will. I think the state ended getting Woody really up in his feelings, really antsy and frazzled, if you will. And then they gave him over to Brian Steele. So Brian Steele had to really calm him down and get him down. So I think today they're going to come in on a different level, I think. Good to see you, Gladiator Girl. Thank you so much. I agree with KSQ. Today will be a good day for you to be in court. The problem is I got to hang out with y'all, and I have to do a project at my recording studio. So actually at noon, I do have to be over at the recording studio. So I'll be a member of the live chat as well. But I do have to get over there and keep the bills on, keep the lights on. We need to watch Hilton, but we also need to watch Love and Hilton. Go back and watch just, actually I had the video, will be uploaded a little bit later on today. Watch when Brian Steele starts cross-examining Woody. It's a whole different game. He jumps in and he's not playing any games. You know exactly where he's going. You know, he's got malice on his mind, right? But watch Adrian Love and Simone Hilton. Simone Hilton will say, I object. What am I objecting to? Like literally, Adrian Love is telling her what to do. She doesn't know what to object to. It is very telling that Adrian Love is well out of her range. She's just doing whatever there's a point where Adrian Love literally writes a note and like holds it up to her to show her yeah, it's bad. So my point is the hand signals is not the worst thing that you're going to see. It's the fact that Simone Hilton, I don't think knows what she's doing. And I'm not saying that to be facetious. I'm not saying it to be mean or anything like that. She's just out over her skis. And I like how you said this right here. Steele woke up that jury. That jury might have been falling asleep, but they ain't falling asleep no more. Let me refresh the screen. We did not have anything over here. Let me check Fox News real quick, because Law and Crime is not up yet. And sometimes one will pop up faster than the other one, but Fox News yesterday had much better audio than Law and Crime. So there's that as well. So let's go to 11 Live first, Jason. Let's check them out. They don't have it either. Good gracious. Is there court today? Yeah, they don't even have it. All right, so I'm ready over here. It's about 6 minutes to go time. I'm sure the lawyers are all there ready to go, get cracking, but yeah, there was a lot of issues with the jury, and a lot of stuff came out on Twitter and such like that about the jury. And to me, I think this shows, I'm going to do a video on the psychological impact of being on a jury for long, protracted amounts of time. And shout out to Transplanted Texan, who sent me some fantastic articles that really shed some light on that. Because we were talking about that one day. Like, I wonder what it's like being on a jury. Does that do anything to their minds to be on jury so long? Yes. There's a lot of things that happen. Now, there's a lot of things that happen to their brains, their minds, just having to sit there for that long time. but also their stress levels, also their the tension in their bodies, and of course the tension in their bank accounts. Because a lot of these places, if your employer is not some kind of very open-minded and allows a lot of freedom, they're just holding your job. They ain't paying you. So we're going to talk about that. I'm going to do a video on that. Probably going to do that on Thursday. But because there's some fantastic articles that explain like what happens to juries when they're in these trials for long periods of time. It was really insightful. So real quick, come on. Law and crime, y'all hands toward law and crime. Help a brother. Come on. All right. Let's jump over here to Fox real quick and see if they got it already. One of them has got to be behaving. Somebody's got to be behaving. And then we'll be ready to pop and lock. All right, so over here on Fox, they don't have it either yet. Well, they're ready. Here, let's go, because Fox yesterday had better audio. Let's start with Fox. And then if they don't sound good, then we'll move accordingly. All right. Yo, thank you so very much. Emmanuel starting out with the $5 super chat. He says, Whitaker should have revoked Woody's immunity agreement. Cross-examination will prove this is her fatal mistake. Should have revoked. Okay, I got what you're saying. Interesting. I don't know if it works like that, because that would seem like definitely like a setup. And it also would look bad. Like, well, why did you let him have immunity when he was being directed by the state? But then when the defense comes, you revoke his immunity so he can't say anything, basically tacitly making a gag order. I don't know. I don't know if it works like that, but that's a great idea. And thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate you, friend. All right, let's see. Got lots of good comments in there. I don't think they lost jurors yesterday. It just became clear and evident that there was a lot of jurors that are having problems. Financial, family changing situations, getting new jobs. I'm taking all of them with a grain of salt because I'm hearing them through Twitter, but I can believe it. It's not like it's a lap too far to believe that jurors, but it also makes it really clear that Judge Whitaker should have interviewed those jurors when they came back. It was not all she did was say, hey, can you ignore what you heard, the last thing you heard from the last judge? Okay, let's go. That was a poor question. And she should have asked a lot of other questions because apparently there were a lot of problems just simmering. I don't know. I heard they were evicted, or I heard they have monetary problems. So I don't know if the word exactly was evicted. We will definitely find out today, I'm sure. Good to see you, Gail. Thank you so much for stopping through. Am I missing something? Because they have not started yet. They ain't even turned on the camera yet. All right, I'm just jumping through all of them to make sure one of them hasn't started yet. And shout out to 11 Alive. They don't even have it up yet. At least I got the all right. Yeah, but there's only 4 alternate jurors. And apparently they lost. I thought they had 12 jurors and 6 alternates. Apparently they only got 4 alternates. I don't know if they got rid of 2. They probably got rid of 2. So now they're down to 16 jurors in total. That's going to get real spicy real quick. Right, but they usually have the cameras on, at least so you can kind of see and make sure you can they don't do audio, but at least you can see. That'd be dope if they had some kind of audio for us. So many good mornings, so many good shout outs in the morning. Thank you all so much, everybody. Thank you so very much. I don't know. I'm not really 100% certain on that one, Monica. I don't think they should I don't think she should. I think it would only create a new problem that nobody's looking for. Real quick. All right. real quick, something else I noticed yesterday, by the way, shout out to NDUG. NDUG has been a beast. NDUG has been blessing this community with memberships. And some people ask, well, how do I get a membership? So if somebody makes a membership available, YouTube at random will give out a gifted membership. So if I give out 5 gifted memberships, YouTube at random will give those 5 memberships out. The thing is, you have to have your receive gifted memberships turned on. So I've just dropped a video in the chat right now that tells you how to make sure that you're open to receive gifted memberships. And this applies on any channel. So if you're on another channel, whatever like that, and somebody gives out gifted memberships, this would apply to that as well. So just want to make sure you knew that, because that was super dope that NDUG yesterday was just throwing out gifted memberships like that. And I just want to make sure that you all, if you're interested and you want to become a member of Dear Woke Christian, here's the link that kind of explains how to turn on gifted memberships. It's super easy, but there's a real quick video that explains it. Let's see. All right. Nothing yet. What you know? Shout out to y'all for holding people. I bet you they're having some spicy conversations this morning. Thank you so much. Good morning, Tasha. Good to see you. Is Miss Mandy in the building? Good to see her. If she's there, there she is. Good morning, Miss Mandy. There we go. If any more, I think there's going to be, I hate to say it, if what we saw yesterday on Twitter about the jurors is true, again, I think some of those jurors were like looking for a reason to get out. They were like, look, I need to get up out of here. So, Mandy actually came in with a gifted membership. There we go. Well, thank you so much, Mandy, for gifting a membership. So if you receive that, you've had your gifted memberships turned on, and there we go. And you'll be able, YouTube puts them out at random. So there's no way for us to kind of direct them anywhere. YouTube just does it at will. But they should have taken the judge out. They should have taken out. The judge gave them when Whitaker. But Whitaker didn't. I agree, Julie. I agree. I just don't think that Judge Whitaker asked a good question. I don't think that was a culling of the herd type of question. Now, hear me. I don't want there just to be jury nullification or all the jurors, flagged out. But I just don't think that she asked the right question. Given the state of this case, she should just ask another question. And I think these people were held hostage because they were like they're trying to do the right thing. They don't want to lie, whatever like that. They want to do their good civic duty. And they're like, but my bank account's getting a little weird. That's why I said RICO cases should automatically be on a different pay scale. And that will change a lot of these shenanigans. Good to see you, Erica. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm waiting for I'm refreshing again. Yeah, they probably fisticuff in the courtroom right now. Good morning, Grandma. Good to see you. Thank you so much for shouting out the moderators. Thank you all to the moderators for being so amazing. Thank you very much. You got some virtual coffee. I love it, Bonner. Says she got some virtual coffee and donuts for everybody. I love it. Virtual coffee and donuts, you can indulge in those all day. So there you go. Oh yes. Thank you so much, Paulette. Ex parte meeting is coming out today. The ex parte meeting is going to enter the chat for sure. He's going to get him to talk all about it. So on Twitter, there was a couple of comments about what happened after the fact. There's a journalist that is tapped into what's going on, and she gave a play-by-play after. I'll have to pull it up. I'm sure if Transplanted Texan is in the chat. Transplanted Texan is Latin for researcher extraordinaire. But I see transplant right there. There you go. Grace and peace, friend. There's a journalist who's tapped in with the court system and gave like a detailed breakdown of what the jurors were talking about when the cameras went off. And it was kind of sad. somebody's moved, somebody wants to do some things with their children, of course, financial strain, stuff like that. And Judge Whitaker was playing duck hunt with a lot of that stuff. But it just showed, in my mind, it showed that she should have asked some other questions. Some other questions should have been asked at the onset when she came in. Yeah, juror number 378 was having a hardship, a pretty substantive hardship. I hope that everything goes well for them. Hope and pray. Yeah, absolutely. If you got a gifted membership, please make sure you say thank you to whomever gave it to you. Absolutely. I need to do so. I need to send out some. I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah, they got to be dealing with they got to be dealing with the jury situation, because it was the last thing we heard yesterday, and it would make sense if it is as bad. Let me find that article real quick. Transplant, did you drop it in the chat already? I'm gonna go to Twitter because you sent it to me in Twitter last night. I'll do my due diligence. You know, the moderators, when I say the moderators are amazing, I am not understating that. I am not trying to soft sell it. I'm telling you the absolute truth. They are on it. And they keep me straight. Why am I doing this? So they really do a great job of keeping me in line. So I really appreciate them and all that they add to this channel. So shout out to the mods. All right. Nothing's popped up. Let me real quick pull up this. All right, so okay, let's make our screen small screen. All right, do me a favor, please. Keep me posted if anything pops up that I did not see. Let's real quick just go over what we're talking about. You can see here on the screen. Let's go big screen. All right, so this is Kathy Rosson, and she says, jury issue detail. The judge won't allow our camera back in, but we can report the issue. The woman was on medical leave with her employer and when selected as a jury. So that means she was selected a year ago. She recently found out that they won't continue to pay her. Not sure starting when, and possibly shouldn't have been paying her because of the medical leave. She then decided to recently apply for another job out of state and just found out that she got it. She says this trial will now be a financial hardship for her. The judge said she'd inquire with her employer and excused her for the day. Let's keep going. The state doesn't oppose dismissing the jury. Attorney Matthews speaks for the defense after they huddled up and said they are holding off on their opinion until they hear back from the juror after she gets more information from her new employer. Other jury issues discussed. Juror wanted to know, will election day be a full day off? She said she said no, would be a half day. The juror wanted to work the election polling. Another juror wanted to leave 2 days a week at 2 p.m. to referee games. That request was denied. Another juror in court is now adjourned. Another juror, what happened there? Another juror thought that they would have work training. The court asked them if they could move the training to scheduled days off and already on the calendar. They will follow up. Another juror may need medical procedure soon. They will keep the court updated. So those are some of the issues. Hopefully y'all can see those. Yeah, those are some of the issues that came up yesterday when the cameras went off. So I'll drop this in here as well, if just in case it was too small or whatever like that. And shout out to Kathy Russon. Hope I'm not mispronouncing that. And I'll drop this in the chat if it was not already in there. Shout out to her for that. And all right, let's get ready. I'm hitting refresh. It's not there. Not to be. Oh, they're back. Let's go. Let's go.
No lawyer, District Attorney Hilton, 3 of you. No court reporter. Did District Attorney Hilton tell you that if you testify that you were involved with no court reporter? 3 of you.
Well, we're going to back up a couple seconds. Sorry.
Reporter. Did District Attorney Hilton tell? My question to you is this. During the time that you were speaking with your lawyer, District Attorney Hilton, 3 of you. No court reporter. Did District Attorney Hilton tell you that if you testified that you were involved with the Donovan Thomas murder, you would be locked up or arrested?
You can't ask me that again?
Yes, sir.
Oh, the
When
volume
you,
is so
your
low.
lawyer,
What's wrong with them?
Ms. Bumpkus and District Attorney Hilton were speaking, the 3 of you, just the 3 of you.
Mm-hmm.
Did District Attorney Hilton tell you that you would be arrested, locked up, whatever the words are, if you testified to this jury that you had anything to do with Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
Okay. Did District Attorney Hilton tell you, with you, Ms. Bumpkus, and District Attorney Hilton, no one else,
Wow.
that if you invoked your Fifth Amendment right, meaning I'm not testifying, you would be locked up or jailed?
Yes.
Other than those 2 things, did District Attorney Hilton tell you you could testify to anything you want or something to that effect, and you would not be locked up? Just tell the jury. Just think about it. Just
I don't know what you just said.
That's my. I'm sorry. Look, there's a bad question. That's me. Thank you for telling me that I was
Darn it.
inartful. Is my word. Okay. Other than those 2 issues you just told, I'm going to get locked up if I invoke the Fifth Amendment. I'm going to get locked up if I testify that I'm involved in Donovan Thomas's murder. Other than those 2. So if you don't say those 2 things, then your use immunity kicks in and you would not be locked up for anything else you testified to. Is that how you understood it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever ask District Attorney Hilton, why can't I testify if I'm sworn to tell the truth about being involved in Donovan Thomas's murder? Did you?
I'm going to try this
We were going
tab
back and forth.
instead.
That's what she said. That's fine. That's fine. Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right. Let me ask you some questions.
Can you tell me real one in the chat if you can hear this better?
I'm going back to your interviews or interrogations or meetings, whatever the right word is, between you and law enforcement, whether federal, gang, homicide. Okay? I'm going back to those that we saw.
Okay,
The
team, I'm going to
recordings
restart. I'm going to restart it because I
January
really want to hear this.
11th, right?
I don't know why the audio was so low. I'm going to
The
restart.
judge and District Attorney Hilton, you and your lawyer, right?
What you mean?
Oh, okay. The words by the court reporter coming out on a white piece of paper with the words on it.
Oh, I seen it, but I didn't read it. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. My question to you is this. During the time that you were speaking with your lawyer, District Attorney Hilton, 3 of you, no court reporter, did District Attorney Hilton tell you that if you testified that you were involved with the Donovan Thomas murder, you would be locked up or arrested?
You can't ask me that again?
Yes, sir. When you, your lawyer, Ms. Bumpkus, and District Attorney Hilton were speaking, the 3 of you, just the 3 of you,
Mm-hmm.
did District Attorney Hilton tell you that you would be arrested, locked up, whatever the words are, if you testified to this jury that you had anything to do with Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
Okay. Did District Attorney Hilton tell you, with you, Ms. Bumpkus, and District Attorney Hilton, no one else, that if you invoked your Fifth Amendment right, meaning I'm not testifying, you would be locked up or jailed?
Yes.
Other than those 2 things, did District Attorney Hilton tell you you could testify to anything you want or something to that effect, and you would not be locked up? Just tell the jury. Just think about it.
I don't know what you just said.
That's I'm sorry. But that was a bad question. That's me. Thank you for telling me that I was inartful, is my word. Okay. Other than those two issues you just told, I'm going to get locked up if I invoke the Fifth Amendment. I'm going to get locked up if I testify that I'm involved in Donovan Thomas's murder. Other than those two. So if you don't say those two things, then your use immunity kicks in and you would not be locked up for anything else you testified to. Is that how you understood it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever ask District Attorney Hilton, why can't I testify if I'm sworn to tell the truth about being involved in Donovan Thomas's murder? Did you ask her why did she exclude that?
What you mean?
Did you ever ask any question to District Attorney Hilton? Let me ask you a different way. Did you tell?
It wasn't no question. We was talking.
Okay.
And we were going back and forth.
And that's what she said.
Objection.
That's fine. That's fine. Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right. Let me ask you some questions. I'm going back to your interviews or interrogations or meetings, whatever the right word is, between you and law enforcement, whether federal, gang, homicide. Okay? I'm going back to those that we saw the recordings for January 11th, 2015 with Detective Thorpe. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when you say it's just for the
Yes.
court. Okay, thank you. The jury saw the meeting or interrogation, whatever, the conversation on January 28th of 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes.
The jurors saw the meeting or conversation on February 20th, 2015. Do you remember that?
I remember all the interrogation that they showed me.
Okay. And then the last one would be February 21, the next day, 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I misspoke when I said the last one. The last one's really June 10th, 2015. You remember that one?
Yes.
Okay. I'm referring to those, and I'll make it clear which one I'm talking about. But I would like to talk to you about what you said in those different statements. And then if it was a lie, and then whether the police, the district attorney's office, the federal authorities ever came to you to say that we can or cannot, the words corroborate, but that means we verified what you said, okay? We didn't verify. That's what I'm going to ask you, a whole series, okay?
All right.
If I'm losing you at all, Mr. Copeland, it's me. All right. Let's start with, and this is going to be, Your Honor, Jeffery Williams, or JW 240A. It's in Elisa, and it's State's Exhibit number 378YE, already in evidence. It's June 10, 2015. Interrogation, and Your Honor, the times are 10:36:34 a.m. through 10:36:42 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, do you have you might need those. What I'm going to ask you is these are a series of conversations with the with the police, different police officers, detectives.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go over what you said, and then I want to talk to you about that, okay? The first one that I just announced is the detective asked you what started it off and then did. That's why I knew it was something personal between him and Thug. I don't know. Just listen to it and tell us if that's what it says, okay?
I mean, honestly, the truth, everybody got any kid can. Like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't have a kid. Like, he wasn't a problem. Nothing did nothing. Like, I don't know what they done did. I knew it was something personal between him and Thug. I mean, but what was personal for him and Thug? I don't know.
The next one is JW240C is in Colette. It states exhibit number 378YE from the June 10, 2015 interview, 10:36:47, Mr. Copeland, through 10:36:51. And it's you saying they fell out before me and Cal got into it. And the they, if you need any type of listening to it more, I believe, and you tell us you're referring to Jeffrey and Mr. Donovan Thomas, okay? And tell us if you need to hear more of it.
They fell out. They both, me and kid got into it.
Is that what it says?
I didn't hear it.
Can we redo it, Your Honor? Is that okay?
They fell out. They both, me and kid got into it.
Does it say that they fell out, meaning Jeffrey and Mr. Thomas, they fell out before me and Cal got into it? Is that what you heard?
I just heard something about me and Kill. I didn't hear what I said before that.
All right, well, the jurors can make a determination, but that's great. Whatever you hear, okay? And the next one is JW241A. That's states exhibit number 378Y. A is in Elisa. That's at 3:01:37 a.m. to 3:02:52 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, this is January 11th. This is about 6-7 hours, 8 hours after Mr. Thomas has got the big shot. Okay? So this is the morning of January 11th, the next day, Sunday morning. Okay? 2015. And Detective Thorpe, remember being with him that day? January 11th, 2015.
I don't remember the day, but this would question me.
Okay. And on here, just tell us if you hear Detective Thorpe saying, what made you want to pull you into this situation? And you said, me and him had a problem in the club. Cal, they say, is the little brother. Me and him got into it at the club, probably about no longer than 4 months. So 4 months before January 2015. Just listen to it and make sure that that's what it says, okay?
Tell me exactly what you know dealing with this situation. Like now, without everything, tell me everything what made you want to pull you into this situation to happen. Okay. Me and Kel, you know what I'm saying? Me and we had a problem in the club.
Yeah, I don't think it's playing through the speakers. Oh.
Okay, well, IT's here and there's not anything I can do about that.
They say this the little brother, but I thought they were just saying that, but they said they real brothers. And
Okay, let's
K-E-L.
let's stop for now. They're here and maybe they can fix it, even though they had all week last week and it didn't get fixed. We thought it was, but it's not. So I'm going to excuse y'all.
Are you kidding me?
The backup also doesn't work, by the way.
Wow, they put Atkins in the back. Why they put Atkins back there? Yo. Oh man, they threw Atkins to the back. All right, man, that is is Thug eating a cookie? Was that a cookie? I'm sorry. So we've had comfort break. Who had IT break on their bingo card, right? This is crazy. Let me move this forward a little bit because I am delayed a little. Let's see if maybe I can get. No, I'm caught all the way up. Oh, those are breath mints? Okay, my bad. It looked like cookies. I don't know why it looked like cookie. I'm sorry. These audio issues are suspect, says Brittany. Stop playing. Yeah, it's very interesting. I think this case has proven that, look, all conspiracies are not bad conspiracies. Yo, I'm so sorry. Look, their audio comes in weird. So you start with one and it's super low and it sounds fine in my ears, but I'm listening to it on YouTube on my end as well. And I'm like, it sounds low. So then I got to try to jump over to another one and then try another one. So that's the bad thing about this, because they don't do like audio checks, which probably would benefit them, especially here in Fulton County. They might need to just do an audio check, just do a day where they turn it on and just stream it and try everything out and break stuff and find out what broke and fix it and then try it again until they don't break anything. That, to me, that would make sense. That's what I do here. I'm not saying I got it all together, but it would just I think it would make their lives a lot better. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, writing steals in a stride. It does lend itself to being interesting. He deserves a cookie. That is true, because Love and Hilton was at it yesterday. So maybe that's right, Donna. Maybe Atkins said, you know what, I can sit in the back. And then that way nobody will see me on Indeed.com. Yeah. I don't know how they're playing this through. Look, we talk smack about them, but you got to realize they're playing it through, whether it be a computer or a laptop, for everybody in the court to hear, for it to play through the speakers, and for us to hear it all simultaneously. So, I mean, there's some technological voodoo going on for sure, but it's still like, y'all need to just practice. Maybe they should have did that last week. Just practice. Just literally come in and practice, because it does not seem like it's a good, what's working, what they're doing is not working. The judge has a whole attitude. I'm very disappointed in Judge Whitaker, especially given, as I've said this before, most of this is her fault. I'm going to blame Judge Whitaker. She should have put a kibosh on a lot of this stuff that they're doing. A lot of the shenanigans that the state is doing should have been like, ixnay. No, you're not going to do that. No, you can't do that. No. She should have thrown that stuff out. And now she's looking at the defense like it's them. No, it's not their fault. Atkins was in the way. He was like, look, y'all not going to get me all caught up in this foolishness. Well, then my conspiracy is just waiting. Is just waiting its time then, Diane. My conspiracy is just waiting its time. Yeah, I don't like the passive aggressive Judge Whitaker at all. For some reason, his testimony has caused tremendous delay. I don't understand it. We are now going on almost 2 months of this guy. I don't know. That's a fantastic question. Because they are playing it so again, it's playing through the speakers in the courtroom. And hear me, let me tell you, nobody knows what it's saying, okay? They're like praying for the gift of interpretation. Nobody knows what it's saying. Then it's being pumped through headphones, so like Woody can hear it and the jury can hear it. They're probably the best ones that can hear it, because the ones that are just coming out through the speakers in the courtroom, trust me, you're just like, okay, sure, yeah, sure. You're not hearing it. I like how Smug Brim said, how was the state and the judge able to sabotage this man's cross? Shaking my head. You can see the plane being ran. It's disgusting. I agree with you, brother. Already agree with you. The audio is sick of the case. That's it. That's the problem. How do we miss it? The audio is sick and tired of being sick and tired of this. Like, man, leave me alone. I think the defense is just like, look, we're going to take this to the house eventually. Soon enough, we'll be taking this to the house. I mean, at this point, we could just donate some Bluetooth speakers and some long coaxial cables. Like, just come on, man. Look, get an old, what's that? The splitter. Get the little Y splitter. This play. I mean, come on, cause y'all looking real bad. Cause we are on. How long are we on? We are on currently. We are on at least 10 minutes. A little less than 10 minutes. Please forgive me. A little shy of 10 minutes. And that was not a planned 10 minutes. It was already late to start. Man, just look. But it's the judge's fault. Again, this is the judge's fault. So if she's on the wrong side of the bed, that's not our fault. That's not Brian Steele's fault. That's not even the state's fault. It is the judge's fault. You should have put the kibosh on these shenanigans. I'm saying this again. Oh, I see somebody's head moving. I'm telling you, as a former classroom teacher, if you have the adage is you don't smile until Thanksgiving. When you start school year, whether you start right after Labor Day or here in Georgia, we start in August, okay? Whenever that is, you don't smile at those children. You are hard-nosed, drill and practice and drill, no smiling until Thanksgiving. If you come in there and you are happy-go-lucky, smiling, Mr. or Ms. Sally Sunshine from day one, you will have the worst school year ever. Ever. I promise you. I can tell you I've done that. You don't smile. And that's being facetious. You can smile at the children and whatnot. The point is you don't let your hair down. You're extremely sticking to these rules, sticking to time schedules, sticking to the plan that you laid out in front, and you have to be serious about it. If you're not serious, AKA smiling too much, if you're not serious about it, AKA giggling all the time, if you're not serious about it, guess what? You will lose control of your classroom. And I'm going to say this, Judge Whitaker, when she came in here, everybody was talking about her personality and how she was laughing about everything. And that was her fault. She should not have been doing that. She should have been hard-nosed. Everybody should have been catching strays, from the class pet to the worst kid ever. Everybody getting written up. Everybody getting detention. Everybody got silent lunch. She should have been doing that. But no, she showed partiality. She showed a great deal of bias. And now the courtroom is not run well. And I think she should have been doing some IT tech support. That's my little 2 cents. I heard that yesterday, Dolce Double. I don't think that and I literally edited it into a video today. So I heard it again this morning. I don't think it was as bad as it sound. Uh-oh, we're back. Let's go. One in the chat when you can hear. Everybody wearing pink today. There you go. I like how you said that, Erica. Absolutely. Breaking Mad. What is that? They probably do need a new system. I wouldn't doubt that. Now that I can totally stand by. I ain't standing. What he said, I ain't standing. Loved him when. She should. Hilton should look defeated. her case is being pulled apart like that old game where it's like those long toothpicks. What is it called? What's that game called? Or Jenga. I mean, her game, her whole argument is going down the toilet. What's going on, House? The Matthews men, what's up? Nothing yet, Black Fitness. You didn't miss anything yet. Okay, Breaking Bad, but now it's just turning me mad. I got you. They don't need any more witnesses. They need to go ahead and figure this out. I agree. I know you ain't talking about me, Lovey. I know. Why that guy breathing like that? Look at Doug Weinstein in the fifth. House of Cards. That's hilarious. I don't know who this guy is. This guy has been here several days. I don't know who he is. Grandma, I'm starting to feel like y'all only watch me to watch Mr. Matthews' beard. I think that's what y'all here for. Yo, I've got to get the Matthews on the channel. I've got to. That's gonna be my life mission. I'm telling you, because y'all are hilarious. She not defeated. Okay. Okay, I see. Oh, he's an investigator for the state. Okay. Thank you so much, Brittany Gibbs. Y'all is wild. Y'all are mad wild. I love it though. Y'all go ahead. Respect the beer. Respect the house. Absolutely. Ooh, I see what you did there, North Media.
Thank you. All right, as y'all can tell, we have sound again. We don't know why. We don't know if or when it will stay with us, but we're gonna, as long as we have it, move forward. Go ahead, Mr. Stewart.
Let's go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Copeland, we are going to go back to when the audio seems to have gone out. I'm going to play again the JW 240C as in Colette, State's Exhibit number 378YE. That's the June 10th, 2015. Interrogation or meeting at 10:36:47 a.m. to 10:36:51. And this is where you are explaining, I believe, and you tell us, that they, meaning Jeffrey and Mr. Donovan Thomas, fell out. They fell out before me and Kel got into it. That's the part. If you could listen again, maybe that was when you said you couldn't hear, maybe there was an audio problem. Your Honor, can we play that through Mr. Kokomo?
Yes.
That's not an Adidas suit, by the way.
They fell out. They both, me and Kid got into it.
Was that better? Did you hear that?
It was the same.
Okay. All right. We're going to go on then to the next one, which is, again, the audio was out. So if some people heard it, they're going to rehear it. It's JW 241A as in Elisa, State's Exhibit number 378YA. This is January 11th, 2015 with Detective Thorpe. And this is from 3:01:37 a.m. to 3:02:52 a.m. Your Honor, if we may play that.
You may.
Tell me exactly what you know dealing with this situation. Like now, without everything, tell me everything what made people want to pull you into this situation to happen. Okay. Me and Kel. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Man, we had a problem in the club. Is that him? No, this nothing. Okay. Kel, they say this the little brother, but I thought they was just saying that, but they say they real brother. K-E-L, okay. Go ahead, little brother of that. Yes. Who you identified from a picture, which is Donovan Thomas. Yes, sir. Okay, go ahead. Me and him got into the club push. What day was that? It's just like it was like a lot. Okay. So, but 2 months, 3 months, a year, how long? Yeah, about I'm saying no longer than 4 months. 4 months.
So, Mr. Copeland, there, are you explaining to Detective Thorpe that you and Mr. Kel, you know his given name is, you know the name Kelvin Watts? Do you know that name? Okay.
Nope.
Okay. Kel or Kel, there you're explaining that you and Kel have been arguing, whatever word you want to use, for approximately 4 months before January 11, 2015. Does that sound like what you said on the recording?
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
What you mean?
9, 10 years ago, going back, were you not getting along with Kel for approximately 4 months? So since maybe we'll say September 2014, does that sound right, what you told Detective Thorpe?
I don't know what I don't understand.
Okay. Let's just do it this way. You told Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015 that you and Kel have been arguing since approximately September 2014. The way I got that is 4 months before January 2015.
So you saying when me and him got into it?
Yeah, approximately. That's what you told Detective Thorpe, and I'm asking you, is that true?
Yes, me is what true?
Maybe in September 2014, October 2014, November 2014, December 2014, beginning of January 2014. By that time, by January 11, 2015, you and Shell were arguing. That sound about right?
I don't get what you're asking.
Okay, it's me. It's my fault. Do you remember going into the police department, meeting with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015?
No, what I'm saying is I don't know what you're asking me. Are you asking me when me and him got into it?
Yeah, you and Shell got into it approximately. If you could tell the jury.
Like 2014.
Okay. Now, on June 10th,
me and him was into it for a minute.
okay. Does about 4 months before Mr. Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, killed sound right? And if it doesn't, or you don't remember,
I don't know.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. I'm going back to the June 10th, 2015 meeting or interrogation with Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis. You know what I'm talking about? Detective Thorpe at the time, ATF agent Cunningham at times. I'm on June 10th, 2015. When you told law enforcement, or do you remember telling law enforcement that Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas were arguing or had a falling out before you and Shell had a falling out? Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember what I told no investigators.
Okay. Did you hear that on the recording we just listened to? Did you hear you say that?
What I just say?
On the recording that Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas fell out or were arguing.
I would told the investigators anything.
Okay. The truth is that, to your knowledge, your observation, so you saw with your eyes and you were present, your ears, Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas were, your words was, big homie. Is that true?
Say,
They were friends.
can you say that again?
Yeah. From your observation, by January 2015, you knew that Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas were friends. Is that true?
Right?
Okay. And what you said to the police was what you've been explaining. You would do anything to get the police to stop looking at you. That's all you were trying to do, to go home.
Right?
Okay. Now, were you present on December 4, 2014 at 250 Auburn Avenue in Atlanta? Do you know where that is?
I don't remember nothing way back then. I don't know.
That's fine. I'm going to show you, with the court's permission, I'm going to show you a photograph of the building, 240 Auburn Avenue. Your Honor, I'll mark this if that's okay with the court. Can I have 1 second, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'm just looking for a number. Your Honor, I'm going to mark it with the court's permission. It's Jeffery Williams, 251.
All right.
And we will put it on the thumb drive again.
Okay.
If you can, sure. It's about to come up. A building?
So do you
I'm
not
just-
have hard copies of these things?
I don't have a copy of that one.
Okay, well, show it to the witness before we publish it for everybody.
Mr. Kokomo, can he approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You can show the building. Just show it to the statement, Mr. Kokomo. Did you show him the whole building?
Yeah, this is
There it goes all the way up.
this.
It's the next one. That's what. Show it to the state though, because I don't think you show it. Yes, you are correct. May Mr. Kokomo approach Mr. Copeland again, Your Honor?
He may, once he's got whatever this is screenshot.
Mr. Copeland, if you just look at this picture, again, it's a more full view of that building that I'm referring to.
This business.
This is the building.
What about it?
I'm going to ask you some questions. Thank you, sir. Do you remember, and the date doesn't matter that much, but do you remember being present, or were you present, for the shooting of a music video on December 4th of 2014 at that location you were just shown by Mr. Copeland?
I ain't never seen that building.
Okay,
Even today.
okay, that's fine. Do you personally know whether Mr. Thomas and Jeffery Williams were doing a music video on December 4th, 2014 in Atlanta at 250 Auburn Avenue?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Have you seen the music video, or do you know of the song In My Blood by Jeffery Williams? Bloody J.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have any knowledge of where that was videoed, meaning the music video? And if you don't, that's fine.
I don't.
All right. You weren't present for that.
No, I wasn't.
All right. Were you present in Miami, Florida over the New Year celebration going from December 30th, December 31, 2014, striking into January 1, 2015. So it's going to be about 10 days before Mr. Thomas is, God forbid, killed. Do you remember being in Miami, Florida?
Was I there?
Yes, if you remember.
Nah, I don't remember being there.
Okay. Do you remember seeing in January of 2015, after Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, killed, do you remember being present at shows with Jeffery Williams and you know who Rich Homie Quan is?
Yeah.
The performer, you know?
Yeah.
Do you know him as Mr. Lamar too, or do you know the name Mr. Lamar?
I just only know Rich Homie.
Okay. Do you remember seeing after the killing of Donovan Thomas, seeing Rich Homie Quan and Jeffrey together
What you mean?
in Florida performing at shows? Were you present?
You said when? At what time?
Shortly after Donovan Thomas, God forbid, was murdered. So January 2015.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, were you personally aware, you were at Jeffrey Williams' home after Donovan Thomas was killed. At some point, Donovan Thomas, God forbid, is killed. At some point, you are actually at Jeffrey Williams' home in Atlanta. Is that in the Sky House? Is that true?
What you mean?
Okay. So I'm locking in on the date that Donovan Thomas is killed. I'm just telling you the date. I'm not asking you to remember, but it's January 10th, 2015, okay? But Donovan Thomas is killed that night. Or he's shot that night, okay? I'm asking you this. After he's shot, do you remember being at Jeffrey Williams' home at some point at the Sky House in Atlanta, Georgia?
Man, my mind, I had blanked out. Too many people were calling. I can't remember everything that happened that night.
Okay.
Like,
It's okay. I'm just asking questions. You're giving the testimony. It's fine. After Donovan Thomas is killed, after the news got out that he's killed, the information, did you ever see a posting by Jeffery Williams about Donovan Thomas's death that night or January 11, 2015? Do you remember that on social media?
I don't remember that night.
Okay. All right. Okay. Did anybody with the police department, the federal authorities, homicide, I'm including everybody, or the district attorney's office ever come back to you and say, hey, I want to talk to you more about Jeffery Williams and Donovan Thomas falling out like you told us? Did they ever try to corroborate that? And if that's a bad word, I'm going to rephrase it.
Once I got out?
Anytime. Did they ever come back to you and challenge you or ask you about this conversation that you had?
I can't remember if they have.
Okay.
I don't think. Outside the interior, once they went locking me up, we went in to talk about it.
It was over, right? You gave your statement. They don't come back to you and ask you about this, right?
Right.
All right. I'd like to go to another part of your statements. And this is where you told the detectives, again, it's June 10th, 2015, that you tried to get Mr. Williams or Jeffrey, and do you know who Bloody J is?
I heard of him.
Do you know the given name Justin Ussery, excuse me?
Who would it?
That's fine. I'm going to use Bloody J, okay? Do you remember telling the police, and this is, Your Honor, JW240D, as in David States Exhibit number 378YE. It's June 10th, 2015, meeting, interrogation, whatever, work conference, with law enforcement and Mr. Copeland. It's at 10:40:37 a.m. to 10:41:08 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, tell us if you hear this, okay? And if it's not, you correct us. Detective Dennis tells you, so the night at Crucial, when you were saying they jumped on you, you said, uh-huh. when all the, and I'm just not saying it, but SHI blank popped off. So what happened, this is Detective Dennis, what happened when you came outside with Bloody J? Because you were saying last time, and then there's overlapping conversation, meaning I can't understand it, multiple people speaking. Then you said, then Detective Dennis said, when you were trying to bring everybody back together. And the Detective Dennis said, you were like, is he ready? And Thug or Jeffrey kept saying, nah, he ain't ready. You remember that? That was Detective Dennis saying, you remember you told us that when you said, and you said, you mixing things up. You're talking about the time we was in when I called Bloody J and tried to get him and Jeffrey or Thug, you said, back cool. That's what I'm targeting, okay? So please listen to it. And if I said it wrong, just say it right. Your Honor, can Mr. Copeland listen to this, please? And the jury.
So the night at Crucial, that when you were saying they jumped on you, right? When all the shit popped off. So what happened when you came outside with Bloody J? Because you were saying the last time you were trying to bring everybody back together. You was like, is he ready? And I stood there saying, nah, he ain't ready. You remember that? You remember you told us that? When you said
you mixing it up. You're talking about the time we just made the season when I called Bloody J and tried to get him to throw that cool.
Remember saying that you were, the discussion, Detective Dennis is telling you were trying to bring everyone back together, make everyone, friends again. You remember Detective Dennis saying that? You just heard that?
I just heard.
Okay. And then you said that you called Bloody J and tried to get him and Jeffrey or Thug back cool. Do you remember saying that? Or did you hear that?
Again, I'm talking to the investigators. I'm trying to tell them anything.
Right. That's not true. Right. You were just trying to get out of custody or jail. You want to go home, right?
I've been telling y'all there for the longest.
Sustained.
The statement the jurors just listened to, you were trying to finesse or lie to the investigators to get them off of you so you could go home, right?
That was my plan.
It was a lie, right?
My plan was to spin the police, hoping they'd let me go.
And did the police ever show you, or the district attorney's office, any cell phone records of you and Bloody J speaking at all on the phone?
What you mean?
When you said to the detective, I called Bloody J and tried to get him and Thug back cool, did the police ever come back to you at any time, or the district attorney's office, and say, here are jail records, excuse me, here are cell phone records showing you and Bloody J talking? Did they ever try to do that with you?
No, once they took me to jail, I don't hear from them until I'm back on the street and I'm going back to jail again.
Any time while in jail that you called Bloody J and said, wow, I tried to get everyone together. And that never happened, right?
Huh?
Had a phone call with Bloody J while that would be recorded.
I never had Bloody J number a day in my life.
Did the police ever come to you or the district attorney's office to say to you, to challenge you, or to tell you, hey, we know this to be true or not true? Did they ever do that with you?
Huh?
Did the police or the district attorney's office come to you and challenge you on that statement and say, hey, we have information, this is true or not true? Did that ever happen? It's the same question. The single question. Did the police ever do that at the district attorney's office?
No.
Okay. I'm going to go to another one. This is your statement again. This is June 10th, 2015. Your Honor, it's JW, Jeffery Williams, 240E as in Aaron. It states exhibit number 378YE. And Mr. Copeland, this is at 10:45:09 in the morning to 10:46:01 in the morning. And on this one, what I'd like you to listen for is you saying, if you did say, you tell us, yeah, so I'm like, and I'm not saying, but darn, but it says another word, but this SHI blank happened, but before that happened, me and Kel was face to face. You know what I mean? Detective says yes, or uh-huh. Then you say, truth be told, I walked up on him, meaning Kel, with Shannon, me and him, it was me, D, my baby mama, and her friend. You said, the text said, uh-huh. You said, it was Kel and about 5 more other, I'm not saying, but ends. All right, look, bruh, you know what I mean? I got a problem with you, bruh. You know what I mean? This SHI blank here, we've been knowing each other. Detective says, right. And you say, I'm telling Kel that, bruh, this SHI blank ain't about them, bruh. You know what I mean? What the HELL? Woo woo. We talked like, while me and Kel talking, Kel, you know what I mean? All this SHI blank really about Thug. The truth, this is the truth. So detective says, so Kel's beef is not with you, it's with Thug. And you say, yeah, it was with Thug. Detective says, well, then why he? And you said, it was a cover-up. You're not listening. It was I was the cover-up. I want you to listen to this and tell me if you hear what I said. If not, just correct it.
Yeah, I said something like that. But for the heck of me, kill face. Now, I mean, truth be told, I don't know. With Shannon, man, it was me, my baby mama, and her friend. They were killed, and about 5 more with me. I'm like, look, bro, I mean, I got a problem with you, bro. You know what I mean? This shit here, we been on each other. Well, I'm telling the kid that, bro. This shit ain't about me, bro. You know what I mean? What the hell, we talk? Like, I mean, here, talking. Carrying that statement. You know what I mean? All this shit really about Thug. The truth, this is the truth. So Kim's beef is not with you, it was Thug. Why? I was the cover. You're not listening, I was the cover. Listen.
Did you hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Yeah, I heard.
What I said, is that what you heard?
I heard it.
Okay. And you were doing the same thing you've told the jury over and over again, right? I was lying to the police because I wanted to go home, and I was putting it on Jeffrey, right?
That's why I keep telling you.
And the police, you knew, wanted Jeffrey. They wanted to make a case against Jeffrey. They made that clear to you, right?
Yeah, they did.
So it wasn't that hard for you to realize, and I'm not saying you're not, using your finesse, but you knew who the police wanted you to implicate's my word. That's a bad word. You knew who the police wanted you to say is the person responsible for this death, right?
I didn't think they were going to go after him.
Okay. And you knew that they wanted information from you about Jeffrey. True?
Yes.
Now, when you talk about your baby mama, did you hear that in the recording we just listened to?
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about the Honorable Miss Deshawn Quarterman, right? That's her name?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Did he say his
you're
baby mama was
aware
honorable?
that Miss Deshawn Quarterman, your child's mother, had spoken with multiple, but Detective Gaither at times. True?
What you mean?
During this time.
Yeah.
And we know that because remember hearing some jail calls yesterday that the district attorney's office played for you, and you even asked Miss Quarterman or Deshawn to call Detective Gaither on one of those recordings, or 2 of those recordings. You remember that?
Yes.
And you asked Deshawn Quarterman to text Detective Gaither. Do you remember that, hearing that yesterday on the jail calls?
Yes.
Do you have any information that Deshawn Quarterman or Detective Gaither or anyone else came to you and said, hey, we corroborated, we spoke with Deshawn, and she said, yep, I was there when you made it good with Kel, and it's all about Thug. It's all about Jeffrey. Did that ever happen?
The police never talked to her without me knowing.
Okay.
They never talked to her.
Period, right?
Yeah, they didn't. They talked to her when me and her was in the interrogation room, and they really didn't say that to her.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And of course, it's a lie that you and Kel were on good terms and that it was all about Jeffrey. That was a lie. That was part of your attempt to get the police off of you so you could go home. True?
What you mean?
That's why you said this, because you wanted the police to get away from you. You wanted to go home.
Right?
Okay. I want to go to, it's Jeffery Williams number 240F as in Fox, State's Exhibit number 378YE. Your Honor, this is June 10th, 2015. It's already an evidence meeting, interrogation conference, interview, whatever it is called, at 10:49:25 a.m. to 10:50:09. And Mr. Copeland, I want you to listen to this. That you are saying to law enforcement. So when they ended up leaving, we pull up at the studio. This end was there recording a song, meaning Jeffrey. That song that we pull up tonight, he did that song. I mean, like, he did it so fast, like, damn, N just shot at you. Come make a song. So this is what I'm thinking, this damn, so we're up there chilling. So everybody was up there at the studio. So Thug dialed 911. He had a bullet hole in his car. So he want to know who shot his car. You know what I mean? I want you to listen for this. If I said it wrong, you got to correct me, please.
So when they leave, we put up at the studio. This was another one song. That song that Lil we put up probably tonight, he did that song. I mean, like, they did it so fast, like, damn, they just shot to come make a song. So there's no thing he did. Damn. So we got that shit. So everybody at the studio got so those like Willis was in cup. So he's like, well, he won't know who shot his cup.
Did you hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Mm-hmm.
Did I say fairly what it says? Was I fair?
That's what it sounds like.
Okay. Did the police ever come to you after you reward them with this information and play for you or even tell you, hey, here's a 911 call made after the gambling house was shot up and a supposed bullet hit Jeffrey's car? Did that ever happen?
No.
Did the district attorney's office ever come to you and say, hey, we had the 911 call that Jeffery Williams phoned in, like you told us, on June 10th, 2015. Did the district attorney's office ever play for you that 911 call?
No.
There was no 911 call. You were just trying to get out of the police, right?
Sustained.
Was there a 911 call to your knowledge that was ever shown to you to corroborate, to verify, to support that statement?
No.
Okay. You're aware, if you're not, just say I'm not, that 911 calls are maintained or held by the police? You know what I'm talking about? They're saved. They can be retrieved. If I'm asked a bad question, just say.
Yeah, they are.
Okay. District Attorney's Office nor the police ever came to you with that 911 call?
Did I? I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. I'd like to go to Jeffery Williams 240G, as in Goldfeder, State's Exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron. It's again, Your Honor, the June 10, 2015 meeting with Mr. Copeland and the detectives. Now it's at 3:47:32 p.m. to 3:48 PM 00. And Mr. Copeland, if you can just listen for and tell us if this is accurate. You said, and we're still talking about the car windshield. Remember all this conversation about Jeffrey wouldn't let it go until his car windshield was paid for? Remember all that?
Mm-hmm, I'm listening.
Okay. And it should say, and correct us if I'm wrong, that you said, yeah. So when me and Kel was like, well, we wanted to see what Thug got to say. So I called Kel on FaceTime with Kel, and Kel like, I ain't let SHI blank go until you pay for my window. You know what I mean? And Detective Dennis says, Kel said that or Thug said that? You said Thug. Thug, yeah. Detective Dennis said, okay. You said Thug like, Kel like, what? Pay for your window. So he looked at me. I'm about to go. I ain't got nothing to do with it. That's on y'all. So I'm out of here. I'm out of there, bruh. You know what I mean? Like, man, get nut on the phone. You feel me? That's what Kel was saying. I want you to listen to it and see if I've said that accurately.
So when me and Kill seen Church Henry, Kill was like, well, you gonna see what Thug got to say. So how Thug gonna FaceTime for Kill? And Kill like, ain't that shit until you pay for my window. Kill like, what? Pay for your window? So he look at me like, I'm like, bro, I ain't got nothing to do with it. It's on y'all. I'm out of there, bro. It's like, man, get that on the phone. You did. That's what Kill was saying.
What I said, was that accurate?
Again, I tell the police anything, get them out my face.
Okay. And at that time, by 2014, 2015, you knew Jeffrey was wildly popular in music. Is that fair to say?
Since I've been knowing that he's been popular.
And he was also popular, if you observed it, in fashion, meaning like dress.
Yeah.
Social media, he had influence.
Yeah.
And he was owning several homes, to your knowledge. True?
I don't know what he owned.
Okay. How about cars? He had several cars.
Yeah.
And he would allow people to use those cars. He was free with that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And he would rent cars for other people too, even if he didn't own it. Is that true?
I don't know what he do for other people, but it wasn't no issue.
He rented cars for you. Fair?
Huh?
He rented cars for you if you needed it. Isn't that true?
What you mean?
You would drive at times a rental car with permission of Jeffery Williams that he rented. It wasn't a big deal, right?
I used to just go get the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And it wasn't only you, it was anybody. He's generous, right? With his things.
Sustained, you can rephrase.
It's fine. All right. You also knew at that time, 2014, 2015, Jeffrey would fly on private planes. True?
Yeah.
And he would allow you at times, I don't know the number, you could tell the jurors, to go on a private plane with him. Fair to say?
Yeah.
And you knew he was touring America at that time, right? He was performing all the time, right?
Yeah, he was, yeah.
And he would do tours throughout America. You're aware of that?
He used to go to, I don't know what tour is, but he used to go to the different clubs and stuff.
Okay. And do you remember him having go to different cities throughout America?
I mean, that's what I mean to say.
That's fine. And Europe, countries like England and France.
Sustained.
Jeffrey would play in other places, not in America, outside America. You're aware of that, right?
What's the relevance?
So relevance is that Mr. Copeland's telling the police that Jeffrey Williams cared about a window.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Say that again.
Jeffrey Williams cared about a car window. The man is...
Okay, I'm not sure the one has much to do with the other, so I'm going to sustain that objection.
When you told the police that this is about a window, Jeffrey's window, remember what we just heard? That was part of your finesse, right? To get you out of there.
When the police was questioning me, my only motive was to get me out of the interrogation room free. I was trying to say whatever I can to get them to let me go, to convince them that I would help them. And they just were my motive. Every time they got me, that's what I was trying to do. They were bringing his name up, and they mentioned anybody's name, I was going to make up a story on them. I was going to say something about them, hoping that I can convince them to let me go.
And that's what happened here about the windshield, right? Same thing.
I don't remember what I told them.
I just played it.
I heard what I said.
Okay. That was part of your attempt to go home, right? True? Not to be locked up.
Right.
Okay. Did anybody come to you from the police, the district attorney's office, and say, we corroborated, means support or verified, this car window story? Did they ever tell you that?
After 2000, when I gave the interview and went to the feds, I haven't heard anything from the state, the police, nothing until they kicked me in the street.
Okay.
They haven't told me about nothing. They haven't reached out to me or nothing.
Okay. I'd like to go to the next issue that I'd like to discuss with you, Mr. Copeland. It's JW240H as in happy, State's Exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. It's again a June 10, 2015 interrogation. It's at 10:42:23 a.m. through 10:42:32 a.m. And I'd like you to listen for and tell us if I am wrong where this is outside of Club Crucial after you, remember you got into that fight on January 6th, 2015. Remember with the lip and the eye and the knot on the head, remember that?
And when nothing went wrong, my lip, it was just my eye.
Okay. And it was, the detective said to you, okay, we'll get back to see you 9. He's standing there with Bloody J. You said, so, but Thug pulling my shirt like, there goes Bloody J right there. You know what I mean? Thug and Nard were in the car leaving Crucial that night and firing at either Bloody J or Kel's people. Tell me if you hear that, okay?
Okay, get back to UC 90 standing there with blood. I'm trying to get so, but Thug put him a shirt like, there go Bloody J right there, I mean. Yeah. So.
You hear that?
Yeah, I heard.
Okay. Did law enforcement, do you remember Club Crucial back in 2014, 2015? You used to go there every Monday night, right?
Right?
Approximately every Monday night. And
No, every Monday.
okay. And do you remember ever observing or seeing that there were surveillance cameras inside and outside Club Crucial?
You ever cameras?
Okay. Did the police ever come to you and say, hey, we have the surveillance camera we want you to look at, or the district attorney's office, from January 6th, 2015? Did everyone ever show you anything like that?
I never heard nothing about no cameras.
Okay. I'm going to play on the same issue, same time, dealing with outside of Club Crucial. This is going to be JW Jeffery Williams 240I as an ice cream, State's Exhibit number 378YE. It's June 10, 2015 interrogation, 10:43:20 a.m. to 10:44:18 a.m. And this is you, just make sure it's right. So when we pulled out, Thug and Nard got in the car together. So when they pulled out, we leave, but when we're leaving, Thug and them pull on a side street. I see them pull on a side street. My pulled on the side. He like, what the hell y'all doing? He like, boy, we want to wait. He come out the club. I'm like, who? He's talking about Bloody J. What the hell? You know what I mean? I said, I hear the gun cocked back. Detective asked, what had a gun? You said that N Nard. Detective said, You said, so I hear the gun cocked back. I'm like, what the F? So I tell them, all right. My brother was gonna have to turn around. Detective says, So you said, so when we go down and turn around and come back, I'm telling brother, SHI blank, just go left. And we just ride the back street all the way to the house. We just hear the SHI blank go boom, boom, boom. And we just see the car, Thug and them in chasing the other car in front of them. You know what I mean? Detective said, that is the same night you got jumped on at the club? You said, yeah, Thug and them chasing them. Because at first they thought they took money from them. Just listen to it, make sure I said that fairly accurately.
We pulled out. So we pulled out to another guy called you. So when they pulled out, we believe. But when we did, I saw them from Side Street. So I went up to the from Side Street. My brother pulled on the side like, what the hell y'all doing? Yeah, well, we don't really need to come out the club. I'm like, he's not playing today. What the hell you mean? Do I do it? I said, gun cop back. Who had a gun? Then they get nard. So I hear gun cop back. What the fuck? So I said, my brother was out to turn around. So we go out to turn around, come back up. I said, brother, you go left, and we just ride that street all the way to the house. We just get the sheet go, boom, and we just see the car through it, and then chasing the other car in front of it. This is that night, the same night you got jumped on the car. Yeah. So, through it and chasing it, because at first we thought they took money from him.
Did you hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Yeah, I heard.
Was it fair what I said?
What you mean?
What I said was that what you said. Did I take your words and the detective's words accurately? What I said beforehand.
I guess.
Did the police, local police, gang unit, federal authorities, district attorney's office, anybody ever come to you with any type of verification of what you said? Did they ever say to you, yeah, this happened or this didn't happen? Did they ever even talk to you about that?
No.
Okay. I want to go to the next issue, and this is JW240J as in Jake. It states exhibit number 378YE. It's the June 10, 2015 interrogation, meeting, or interview. It's at 3:46:40 p.m. through 3:47:45. And here, Mr. Copeland, you are discussing with the detectives that Mr. Donovan Thomas or Nutt came to the gambling house and met with you, and you discussed your issues with Mr. Shelkel. I want you to listen to this. Specifically, you said, I was just like, darn, but it says another word, bruh, what happened? You know what I mean? What the hell? I'm just like, the only thing I did was, you know what I mean? That N-Kel that's was, cause I was just like, and then I just remembered like the stuff Nutt used to be saying. You know what I mean? Like Nutt pulled up at the gambling house and he tried to talk to me. You feel me? I let the window down. I cracked the window. He said, darn, it says another word, blood. I ain't blood, bruh. You know what I mean? But darn, says another word. You know what I mean? So I pull over. And when I pulled over in the car, him and Big Boo was talking. I mean, dapped him up. Boom, Shannon right there. Shannon walked right past, looked at me, and was like, you know what I mean? Detective said, uh-huh. You then said, and he was just like, man, what's up with you and Kel? Meaning none. Or Mr. Thomas. Like, man, these ends, let him trip with y'all. I ain't got no problems with him. You know what I mean? So we was talking. When we got finished talking, he like, man, I'ma holler at the end. I'ma let y'all ends know what's up. You know what I mean? This and that. Detective said, that's what Nuts said. You said, yeah. So when me and Kel seen, Kel was like, well, he wanted to see what Thug got to say. So I called Kel on FaceTime with Kel, and Kel like, and I ain't let SHI go until you pay for my window. You know what I mean? Just listen to it and tell me if you agree with what was said.
I was like, damn, bro, man, what is your? Then I said, I don't think I did ever look. I did that shit, that nigga ain't the problem. Know what I mean? The nigga Cal is. That was so I was like, and then I can remember like the stuff that used to be saying, I mean, like, let's put up at the camera house. And he tried to talk to me. You feel me? I did one night, I cracked one. He like, damn, blood. I ain't blood, bro. Know what I mean? Damn. I mean, so I pulled over. When I pulled over, I got caught and they did boo talking. I mean, I just went, boom. Shannon right there. Shannon walked right there. Looked at him like, you know what I mean? And he was like, hey, what's up with you and Kel? I mean, they him trip, but I ain't got no problem with it. You know what I mean? So we talking, we got there talking. Like, I'm hollering, I'm gonna let y'all even know what's up, you know what I mean? This and that. That's what Nuts said, yeah. So when me and Kel came to the scary, Kel was like, well, he gonna see what Thug got to say. So I called Thug on FaceTime for Kel. And Kel like, he ain't that shit, go till he pay for my window. I mean, Kel.
What I said, was that fairly accurate, what you were saying with the detectives?
I never had no conversation with Ned outside the gambling house.
Exactly. Police never came to you in any way to say, hey, we corroborate that or support or verify that, right? That never happened.
I never had a conversation with him.
I want to talk with you about Jeffery Williams number 240K, as in Kitten, State's Exhibit number 378YE. Your Honor, it's at 9:56:01 to 9:56:27 a.m. It's June 10, 2015 meeting. Mr. Copeland, I want you to listen for, and then, correct me if I'm wrong, that you said to the detectives on June 10, 2015, so I went and got the car. I pull up at the green store. I ain't seen them out there. So I was talking to Little Rick. Me and Little Rick talking. I called D. D said he was on Cleveland. So Rick asked, like, where you just go? Because I was going to the girl's house. He like, all right, boom. I get in the car, I ride. I pull up at McDonald's. When I pull up at the McDonald's, detective says, you went to McDonald's? Bye-bye. You say, on Cleveland. Detective said, on Old Hapeville? You said, nah, the one across, and the detective then cuts into your statement. I want you to listen to it. We're talking about, obviously, where you were at around the time of Mr. Donovan Thomas getting shot, okay? Just to orient you.
So I got caught. I got pulled up at Green Store. I ain't survived. So I'm talking to Rick. Me and Rick talking. I called him. These days on clean. So Rick asked like, where you to go? He turned around. But I was go to the girl. He's like, all right. Boom. I get in the car. I ride to you. I pull up at the McDonald's. When I pull up at the McDonald's, to the McDonald's side, Cleveland, Wayville, like the one right now. Yeah.
Did I say fairly what you said to the detectives? Did it sound correct?
That's what it said.
Yeah. Okay. Now, did you ever get word from the district attorney's office, the detectives, the ATF agents, anybody that Little Rick confirmed your statement to the police? That they spoke with Little Rick?
No.
Okay. Do you remember the McDonald's we're talking about on Cleveland Avenue? It's the one across the street from a coin-operated laundromat, and then across the street from a gas station, and next to an auto parts store. You know which one we're locking in on? I could show you a picture.
Yeah, you gotta show me a picture.
Okay.
It's funny they don't
Nah, I
mention
know
the
what you're talking
elementary
about.
school.
Okay.
Why does he mention
In
elementary school?
2014, 2015, if you observe this, just tell me, if you remember and you observed it. Do you remember seeing surveillance cameras inside and outside that McDonald's?
That's not my neighborhood.
That's fine. That's good. Okay. All right. Now, you're aware by the time that all this happened, we'll just say January 2015, January 10, before Mr. Donovan Thomas's, God forbid, shot, you're aware that cell phones, cellular telephones, give a general description of the area the cell phone is in. Is that true?
Can you say it again?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. At and around or before Donovan Thomas's shooting, that's what I'm locking in on. Were you aware, did you know, that cellular telephones can tell a general vicinity of where the phone is? Do you know what I'm referring to?
You said, do I know about it?
Yeah. Did you know about it back then?
Yeah.
Okay. And in fact, you told the police on January 11th, 2015, within 7 hours, 8 hours of Mr. Donovan Thomas being, God forbid, shot, you brought a cell phone in the interrogation room with Detective Thorpe and said, my phone will tell you where the phone was. Remember doing that?
Right.
And that was you trying to tell the detective, don't look at me for the killing of Donovan Thomas. Fair to say? That's why you went there.
Right.
I'd like to play for you and just tell us, orient the ladies and gentlemen jury, if that's what you're talking about. This is, Your Honor, Jeffery Williams, 241G. It's in Gold Federal States Exhibit number 378Y. A is in Elisa. Your Honor, this is the January 11th, 2015 interrogation or meeting with Detective Thorpe and Mr. Copeland. It's at 3:14:09 a.m. to 3:14:23 a.m. If you can listen to this, Mr. Copeland, just make sure that you tell the jurors correctly if this is what you're talking about.
I can't hear it.
It wasn't shared.
So what I did was I kept it. I see I missed in my phone just to show you. I was asking everybody like, should I go down there, bro? Because I didn't do it. They come scan me, they do everything. I didn't do it. They checked my phone record, my vote copy, they show you where I was, they show you every car that I talked first, they show you where I was now.
Is that you, Mr. Copeland? If you heard it saying, you could check phone records, you can see where the phone was, where I was. Is that fair to say?
Huh?
Sorry. were you talking about in the Jeffery Williams Exhibit 241G, States Exhibit 378YA from the times that I announced? Was that you showing the detective with your phone on the desk?
Trying to film I'm innocent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that phone, you see the phone that's in the Honorable Judge Whitaker's courtroom on display? That's the phone you brought in.
On the camera?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And did Detective Thorpe ever take your phone?
Shit, I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, let's do it both ways.
I don't really remember how it was so fast. I don't really remember how it went.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, and if you don't remember, just say I don't remember. Did anyone on the district attorney's office or the police department ever show you the contents of your phone, that they looked into your phone? Did they ever come back to you and say, hey, we can tell where you are, or these are the text messages? Did they ever show you that?
Miss Hilty told me that, I think in Glanville office, that something about my phone showed me somewhere else. I can't. She said something to me about it, like
Glanville's office.
But I don't recall exactly how she said it.
Now, you had multiple phones, fair to say, on January 10th, 2015?
What you mean?
Multiple is a bad word. You had more than one phone on January. The day that Mr. Donovan Thomas was killed, you had more than one phone, right?
Everybody got more than one phone.
Okay.
I don't.
And including you, right?
Yeah.
In fact, you told the jury on August 12th of 2024 that you had more than one phone. And if you listen to this, and just make sure that's what you're talking about, the night of Donovan Thomas's murder. JW 249, Your Honor, at 5:44:48 to 5:45:16 from the Fox 5 stream of this trial.
New question poll just popped up.
But I might listen to some.
I think he's having a little issue. I'm sorry. You're on there. Just 1 second.
You may. Do we need to have a restroom break anyway?
No, we don't need a break.
Let's
No.
have a short recess while they get that queued up.
Oh, Judge Whitaker, come on. Come on. She throwing him a bone. She throwing him a bone. Man, you getting your butt kicked. You know you about to get fired, right? You know you doing the most. You know you done messed this up, girl. And we're gonna have to have a talk. Fani about to call down here in a second. It's about to get ugly. And I'm gonna throw it all on you. This is all your fault. You understand? You better get something together. You better come up with a plan. You better come up with a position, because you getting cooked over here. You understand? Don't be nodding your head. You understand?
We'll take however long it takes
cooked.
the jury to get back. 10-ish.
Okay, I'm trying not to get cooked. But you're getting cooked. You're getting flambéed. You're getting flambéed. Okay, you're right. Okay, yes, you're correct. I'm going to try. You in the fire. You about to get it. Okay, I'm going to try to do better. You're right. Okay. I'm sorry. Y'all, watching Love lose her mind is worth the price of admission. I'm telling you right now. Oh my goodness, that is so funny. She get cooked every time, and she just throwing that woman under the bus. I can totally see why, the rumor was that Simone Hilton was out there crying after her initial interaction with Woody. I can totally believe that now. Because if Adrian Love was giving her that work like that, I can totally see it. But what y'all got right here? Yo, real quick, in the chat, tell me how many cell phones you have. Because, we got some criminals up in here with like 19 phones. What is going on? We don't need I don't understand why they putting these people on break. Love putting hands on Hilton. It's recess. No, it's not. She needs to chill with that attitude. This may very well be the longest stretch of testimony we've heard without interruption. That's true. That is very true. And Judge Whitaker gave them a bye. She gave them that pass. I don't know. I might start believing in the hand signal thing because there was no reason to stop that. None whatsoever. Okay. Yeah, she pulling the Glanville on her. She pulling Glanville. Love grabbing Hilton's arm is crazy. I thought it was relatable people. Age and why. I don't know. There's some reason, Agnes, why somebody mentioned it, somebody will comment. Why does DA Love or ADA Love not interact with Woody? I think it's something with some trial, something like a conflict of interest. She's got to do something to break Steele's rhythm. That's true, because he was cooking. So you got to turn off the lights, got to cut the gas, something, because he was cooking. Every time he gets to cooking, this happens. I got one phone. I know enough to leave it at home when I'm going out to cheat on my diet. There you go. I like it. Love is losing it. I agree, Brittany. What does North Media say? I have more than one phone and I'm 63 years old. Okay. If you have good reason to do it, but look, y'all can have more than one phone. I'm being facetious. I think Brian Steele is I think I know where he's going. He's like, yeah, you brought a phone to the police. You didn't bring your phone to the police, is what he's saying. Love's telling Hilton, get Mute Man in here now. Mute Man is sitting right behind them with the other two, that young guy and a young woman that we don't know who they are. I think they're investigators, people said. Whitney needs to check her own attitude. I'm slightly behind the stream, but Steele is on it. Yes, Monica is cooking. Thank you so much, by the way. Monica is a content creator. She's been addressing several legal issues as well here on YouTube. So if you don't mind, during the break, go check out her channel. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe, all that kind of good stuff. And tell her the honorable DWC sent you. Let's go. Wow, love. Somebody move that mic closer. I love doing those, Donna. I love them. I really do love them. I think Steele was listening. I think Steele, you could catch that you could catch the body language. There was trouble in paradise, we can say. You got two phones. It's okay. You can have more than one phone. You have my permission. I got a landline. I don't even know the number. We have a landline. I don't even know the number to the thing. The state is flustered. That's an understatement. Amethyst Angel, an understatement. Yeah, Hilton was looking stressed. Bless her heart. She need a hug. Y'all, somebody send her a hug. She need a hug. I mean, there could be some real problems like that. Like, imagine if a man did that to a woman. That would be problematic. There would be some major problems there for sure. Cathead. Okay. Look, hold on. Where is it? Oh, crackers. I can't find it. I see it on the YouTube, but here on my screen, I can't populate. Cathead Foster. I will do it. All I need you to do, here it is. Okay, I will do it if you send me a video. You can just find some clips of people interacting, like Steele interacting with Jeffrey or Matthews interacting, whatever. You have to put me together a little montage and I'll do the voiceovers and I'll make it fun. Monica says she got two phones. Y'all, watch out. Thank you so much for checking out our channel, Brittany. Appreciate it. But, and one for business, absolutely. I will give you the pass there. I will absolve anybody who has multiple cell phones from any guilt or shenanigans that I might accuse you of. You know, I'm starting to get that too, Grandma. I'm starting to pick that up. Every time the backroom meeting is mentioned, now I do think is interesting. I don't remember them saying anything about a phone in the backroom ex parte meeting. I might be missing it. I didn't go over it. So I'm just wondering. I don't know. Now, somebody could quickly say, well, that was part of the stuff that wasn't included. Yikes. Or Woody was lying on the stand today. I don't know. But yeah, that was wild. Thank you so much for shouting out the mods. Thank you, everybody. We got our likes are getting pretty high up there. We got 400 people watching roughly, and it got 250 likes. Thank you so very much for liking. If y'all don't mind, going to hook your brother up with maybe 10 more likes would be fantastic. I appreciate it. What does the Apex say? Apex says everyone who's about that life has at least 2 phones. Okay, well then, I know I'm not about that life because I got one on a good day. DWC is interested in the Hilton address phone info during ex parte, yet that isn't in the transcript. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't remember that being in there. So either A, Woody is lying, or B, Steele is on a fishing expedition, or C, it was conveniently taken out of the transcript. A lot of problems there. Yo, thank you so much, Miss Messer. Thank you so much for blessing your boy. Said, what did she say there? Honorable DWC, thank you for your service to God and truth. Amen. Well, thank you. I appreciate the support for the channel. Thank you so very much. Oh, no. See, I'm going to let you get a slide freeze. I like you. Now, there's another cat in here. If he had come on here and said he had two cell phones, I was sending the RICO police out to get him. Absolutely. But I don't see him today. But I'm gonna let him slide today. I'm feeling gracious today. If y'all gonna hit that like button, I'll keep the graciousness going. No RICO police coming to people today. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, a skill and a talent of being a classroom teacher is being able to do voices very quickly. So you got to be able to do it very quickly. You got to keep it fun. You got to keep it engaging, especially when you're reading dialogue between 2 characters or 3 characters at a time. You got to keep it fun. So that is something I was pretty good at. Not a beast at it. I was much better at some other things, but that is one. Thank you so much. And if Cathead Foster sends me a montage of some shenanigans in here, I will definitely do it for sure. Yo, Love was, no. Love was not mad. Love was angry. She was incensed. She was not playing games at all. She was not happy. Oh my gosh. She was not living her best life. Woody did snitch on the multiple phones. I think Brian Steele is doing a fantastic job of just chipping away slowly but surely, chipping, hitting, striking, hitting at the fact that Woody was lying. And he lied multiple times in this, and he's not proved it. The fact that they never had they never had camera evidence of what happened at Crucial, or the Jeffrey saying he wanted his window replaced, or all these things like that. That is problematic. And there's shadow of doubt. That's all he's got to do is cast the doubt. That's it. And I think it's fair to say they've cast the doubt on Woody in 2014, 2015. I don't know how they're going to repair that, but who knows? Maybe the state will come back. They got a hat trick they're going to pull out and really, do the Jedi mind trick. But the fact that they never confirmed, it doesn't show rather that they confirmed any of the stuff that he said, but they kept him in jail because they were trying to prove that he was telling the truth, but they never did confirm it. That's wild. Did Love really put her hands on her? I had to rewind it multiple times. I mean, she had that mom, gripping your elbow at church saying, "We try to get you home with you showing out." Yeah, I mean, she had her hands on her though. All right, let's see. That was funny. I think it's because she probably wore perfume. I'm not a perfume guy. I don't like perfume. If my wife rolled up in some perfume, I probably would not be as pleased with it. Even though she might have, think she smells great. I'm just not a big perfume person or cologne. So I'm going to try to be gracious to her. All right, let's see what we got. I don't think it's even possible. Maybe moving forward, the state will organize their case as the judge suggested. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be possible because this is akin to you've been doing really poor classroom management for 5 years. Now at year 7, you're going to like, oh, I went to this conference and I'm going to do all these new things. You're going to go right back to your old bad habits. Just be quiet. So I don't know. You know what I think should happen? They should break up this team. Love, Hilton, Atkins, they need to break up and get some different ADAs together if they're going to do this again, because they're going to have to run this back. So they're going to have a different team of specialists and working together. That's what they need to do. I think Love and them would absolutely love to not be on camera. They would love to have swap sides. I guarantee you, they probably would absolutely, if the judge said, hey, do y'all want to swap sides? I bet you Love, Atkins, and Hilton would jump out of their seat and be like, yes, let's move. But that side of the courtroom is much bigger than this side. It's kind of weird shaped. There's just more room for all those defendants. I think that's why it's over here. Plus, if they had to do it the other way, you don't want to be able to see the jury. Well, thank you so much this morning, The Legal Good. Good to see you. By the way, The Legal Good is another fantastic, solid legal voice here in the law tube space. So if the moderators could just drop the Legal Goods channel in the chat, that would be great, because I would love for you all to, maybe during lunch or while we're on this extended restroom break. How long have we been doing this? On this extended restroom break, go by and check out what they're doing over at The Legal Good. Fantastic content creator. I've been checking him out. He's been definitely helpful in helping me, my pre-K law school self, get better at what I'm talking about. So shout out to The Legal Good. All right. Let me tell you, if Woody came in with some recording of the ex parte meeting, you can go ahead and just call Kennestone Hospital, tell them that Dear Woke Christian done passed out over here at Whitaker Park, and they need to come get him before his body gets cold. I will absolutely die if Woody popped up with a video of that. Now that would be good gracious. Talk about going in a cliffhanger. Oh my gosh. That would be amazing. I almost hope that they didn't do it, because it would just turn this thing turn it on his head, and this case would go crazy if that happened. Upon my information and belief, this is the best live chat on the entire internet. Let's share the love with some more likes to help spread it out to the world. I agree 100%. Thanks, Dream. I appreciate it. All right, what do we have? Lots. Yeah, but see, the thing is, like, I didn't think about that. I did not think about that when they were talking about the fight outside of Club Crucial, or even the fight inside Crucial. I'm like, yo, clubs would have cameras well before a lot of other places did. Now we got cameras all over the place. But I'm like, wait, hold on. They didn't have cameras there? It didn't dawn on me. And I think Love and them are scrambling and scraping to figure out what they're going to do about that, if they're going to go back and take another bite at Woody. I hope they don't. They really shouldn't. They should just let it go. Because Woody hurt them before Brian Steele got his hands on them. He's only now hurting them more. There's nothing you're going to do to fix it. Just let it go. Just go on and go to whoever it is, Zachary, or who's the next witness. Don't try to come back to this. Leave it alone. She did keep pointing her face. What? They must really, how long has this been? I mean, it's been, oh my gosh. Y'all, the restroom is right outside the courtroom, okay? Let me show you real quick. Hold on. All right, real quick. I'm being, hold on, let me show you Love roughing her up. Look at her. Put their hands on her. Get your... They are not happy. Oh, they're not happy. Oh my goodness. All right. I just want to, all right, they still not back yet. Yeah, she was, look, there's some finger point, but Love, Hilton was a little bit aggressive too. I can't wait to go back and watch that. She gonna give, look, they're gonna give each other RICO. I'm gonna give you a RICO. You getting a RICO. You got a case. You catching a case. Yeah, I mean, I did hear that. Thank you so much, Cammie. I did hear Lee shout me out. Thank you so much. Lead attorney has been a great support to me as a content creator. So I appreciate that. I'm glad he watched my video on Kayla Bumpus and Courtney Kramer's their interview that they did recently. All right. Oh, where I was going with that was like the restroom is literally outside of the courtroom. So you're not going very far. And they have, I think they have two men's, they have a large men's restroom, a large women's restroom, and a family restroom. So where am I going with that? What's taking y'all so long? I don't know what's taking them so long. And still has his papers in order. He had plenty of time to organize and strategize. But watch this. The state had 9 years. What's their excuse? None. Just scrambling and scraping. If they, well, I was saying that they, moving forward from here, this case, you're stuck with Love, Hilton, and Atkins. Maybe throw in a couple of extras periodically. Because if you watch the beginning of the trial, there were other prosecutors. But I think these are the ones that are going to remain. I'm just saying, like, in the future, they don't need to work together. There's too much, I know y'all might not like this, there's too much estrogen in this mix. And I'm sorry, Atkins, he seems like a really solid attorney. He's just not able to wrangle them and get them focused. They need somebody else. They need to break this team up. There's just too many personalities. Break them up and get them some better supporting staff or leads to run the team. Because apparently Love is allegedly, her expertise is difficult witnesses. I think, no, I'm sorry. Hilton's is difficult witnesses. I forgot what Love's expertise is. And I'm not certain what Atkins specifically is, but most of us seem to like Atkins. Most of us are like, hey, we like Atkins. So, okay. Sorry about that. My brother is texting me. Shout out to Eric. All right. Do you think Whitaker is moody because of jurors needing out or time off? Not that it's unreasonable, but she knows this case is cooked. I'm a reserve why. I'm gonna let other people say why they think Whitaker is moody. She has said some things that cued me off. Like, oh, that I kind of think I know what's her problem or what's going on, but I'm gonna stay out of it. As a guy, I'm going to stay out of it. I think you know where I'm going now. Love and Hilton looking for their own suitcases. I'm trying to tell you. One of them going to get jammed in it, though. Hey, Kennestone. That's where both of the Dangerous crew were born, at Kennestone. So they weren't technically Grady babies. Man, D-Bo 904 is crushing it. Whitaker seems disappointed that the DA is incapable of making her look good. I agree, because they are getting skewered. But she knew this was coming. There's no way she should have thought that, oh, these people who don't do their homework, that don't turn in assignments, they're going to make me look good. That she should have never been under that delusion that they were going to make her look good. That should have never been it. Man, John C. coming out. First sentence is brutal. A RICO case is way above Love's abilities. We could full stop right there. I wonder if there are videos of her trying regular criminal cases. That's a good question. I think that probably all of them should be reevaluated. And please keep in mind, in my opinion, this was going to be Love's case to help her run for DA somewhere. Because remember, she recently ran for DA of Gibson County or Gibbs County here in Atlanta, here in Georgia, and she got shellacked, right? She got just 30 to 70, she lost, right? And then she rolls up here to Fulton County in the ADA role. I think she was using this, hoping that she would collect the W and use this to be her rationale for getting a DA-ship somewhere else. She's watching those dreams go down in smoke, in my opinion. Even if they win, even if by some witchcraft they're able to win, who is going to say, yo, Adrian Love, starting out reading the Jungle Book as your opening statement? You're the one that we need to run this. I think she realizes that she's in well above her skill set. Steele has no love for Love. That is true. I wonder if Adrian Love had done Woody's direct examination, how Steele, because Steele does not have any feelings that are positive for Adrian Love. So I'm just wondering how would Steele's cross-examination look or sound if Adrian Love had done Woody's direct. Grandma said it right here. Steele's use of tapes is what the DA should have done. Zoning in on the points is always best. Because we were always asking, like, what is the purpose of listening to this? We had nowhere to focus on. So by Brian Steele reading it the first time, and it did make sense. Now, granted, some of these things we've heard 3-4 times, right? But by him reading it first, and it was a little comical hearing Brian read it, but hearing him read it, we were kind of zeroed in on what we were listening for. And then we heard it and it made sense. It was very short. None of these things are like 15 minutes long. Because I don't think the DA should have done that. They should have cut it extremely short and said, hey, you said this, bang, here it is. Hey, you said this, boom, here it is. I think that Brian Steele did it much better. Oh, is that what's going on, John? Oh yeah, I forgot about the jury. So I don't know where the jury is. The jury doesn't have the same restrooms. So they're on a different, they go out a different door, all that kind of stuff like that. So they don't come out. So they're not using the restroom where the lawyers and everybody else is. I'm pretty certain there's not a big line running to the restroom. I think Judge Whitaker just wanted to give Adrian Love an opportunity to cool down. Y'all were not y'all were not feeling Adrian Love. She was showing out for sure. He said, Mute Man sat in the back on purpose today. He said he had enough of it yesterday. He said, look, you all, I mean, between y'all passing notes and all that kind of stuff. He said, man, I'm about to sit in the back with these investigators. The problem is when they're standing up, that means the jury is leaving or coming back in. So I don't know if they were watching because they're trying to get out. So they could have seen it, but they definitely have seen the shenanigans like yesterday with the passing notes and trying to like, I object. What am I objecting to? Okay. Yeah, I objected. Like it's really that bad. So I think they can see those kind of shenanigans, but usually when the attorneys are standing up, the jury is leaving. And I don't remember what the history of that is. Why do they do that? But it's a reality. Let me, hold on 1 second. Okay. Look at how Adrian Love has her hand on Simone Hilton. But then also look at the rest of the court. Everybody else is doing what they're supposed to be doing, focusing and zeroing in on these the jury leaving. And now the jury's leaving, and yeah, that's a bad look. That is not a good look. That is not a good look. It's gonna, ooh, I don't like the way she's talking to her. And I know y'all like, look, good, somebody getting her. I don't like the way she's talking to her, but yeah, if Cathead does me a montage of different people talking to each other, I will do voiceovers for it. And I'll even do it like, yeah, I'll do a spontaneous dry run. I mean, a spontaneous montage of voiceovers. Hilton needs more to wipe her tears. And maybe that's it. Maybe maybe after all that work, finger pointing and grabbing her by the elbow, maybe she is back there crying. I don't know. That might be a great point. There's just too many emotions on that team. I'm not trying to say that females are not good attorneys. I'm just saying that there's just entirely too much estrogen on that side of the room. I'm sorry. They got big personalities, big estrogen energy. It's just not a good look, in my opinion. I think that's why. Uh-oh, camera's on. Let's go. Okay, well. Oh, she is in charge of difficult witnesses. So like a lot of people are wondering like, well, why is Adrian Love not dealing with Woody if she's in charge of difficult witnesses? Too cashy. All right. And that's not an Adidas tracksuit, by the way. Love is the hostile witness. Let's go. Let's go. All right, here comes the jury.
Yeah, my team.
What you do?
Uh-oh, what happened? What you doing?
All right, for the jury.
Don't look at us.
Officers, President, and Counsel. Thank you.
All right.
right,
Let's
ahead,
go.
Mr.
Here we
Steele.
go.
Your Honor, I'd like to play Jeffery Williams or JW 249. It's at 54448 to 54516 from Fox 5 stream of this trial.
Why not play Dear World Christian?
Did you provide us your phone number so we can get your phone records, Mr. Courtroom?
Which phone?
The phone you had in 2015, did you give police your phone number so we can get your phone records?
I don't recall. Now you're talking about.
I forgot about this.
Did you give police your phone number in any of these interviews so that we can get your phone records?
Which phone?
Your phone that you had back in 2015.
I had more than one phone.
Okay.
Mr. Copeland, that's you testifying before this jury, August 12, 2024, where you explained that you had multiple phones on January 10, 2015. Does that sound right?
That's what it said.
Did the district attorney's office, did the federal authorities, did homicide detective Thorpe, Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, anybody, Agent Cunningham, anybody, just anybody in law enforcement, did they ever seek to get a warrant, a search warrant for your other phone or phones?
Alicia?
Sustained.
Did you ever get served with a search warrant, a warrant, or even asked to give the police your other phones or the district attorney's office?
No.
Shout out to Monica. Type Monica in the chat, y'all.
I'm going to show you and play for you, with the court's permission, Jeffery Williams or JW 244D, as in David, State's Exhibit number 378, YB as in Barry. Your Honor, that's the January 28, 2015 meeting or interrogation. It's at 7:12:03 p.m. to 7:12:43 p.m. And this discusses, Mr. Copeland, just make sure I'm right, that you and your brother made a false report of who's driving a vehicle because you had a suspended license. If you can listen to that, make sure that's what that's about.
So I got back in the car. We rode. Got off on Lakewood. Got back on the freeway. Went to the house. Told my brother. He didn't get tried to kill me.
Why you had your brother file a police report?
Cause I ain't got a license. You still a victim though. Like they'll lock you up. Bro, if you ain't in the car, listen. If you ain't driving the car when we get there, we're not gonna waste our time on lock you up for driving with because now you didn't kind of now you didn't kind of sway the investigation that y'all made a false police report. Now I ain't trying to lock y'all up for that shit, but if we get some evidence or get a gun or something to match shell cases or whatever like that, it's kind of like you threw the investigation off by having your brother take the report. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
Is that pretty much what it discusses, Mr. Copeland?
Huh?
Is that what it discusses? What you're discussing with the detectives, you had your brother file a report, a false police report. Is that what it's discussing?
Right.
Okay. And you understood on January 10, 2015, that the cell phone that you told the police about would show an approximate location, right?
Huh?
The cell phone that you had on that desk in front of Detective Thorpe that you told the police about, that would show an approximate location of where the cell phone was, right?
I don't know. I don't get what you're saying.
Okay, it's me. I apologize. When you were with Detective Thorpe on January 11th, 2015, about 7-8 hours after Mr. Thomas was shot, okay? And you brought with that phone, you brought that phone with you? If that phone was with somebody else and not you, at the time of Donovan Thomas's shooting, the police didn't have all your phones, right? Well, you didn't give, I'll correct you.
Just rephrase it. It was kind of confusing.
You didn't give the police all your cell phones that you had with you
or access to on January 10th, 2015, but you did show one phone. True?
He didn't. I don't even think he went to my phone.
Okay. All right. Now, did the police ever come to you? When I say police, I'm including everybody, or the district attorney's office, come to you and inquire of you, ask you, your phone shows no calls between 7:01 at night and 7:23 or 24 at night on the night Donovan Thomas is shot. Did they ever ask you to explain or why there are no calls during that time? Did they ever discuss that with you?
They don't tell me nothing.
Okay. All right. I'd like to go to the next recording. And this is Jeffery Williams 24 or JW 240L, as in laughter, states exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron. Your Honor, this is June 10th, 2015. And Mr. Copeland, June 10th, 2015 interrogation meeting. It's at 9:55:46 a.m. to 9:56:01 a.m. And it is you, I believe, and you make sure, saying that you called Jeffery Williams from the green store. And it's something like this. You said, all right, so I walk up on my brother's house. Hey, bruh, let me see your car real quick. He gives me the car. Boom. I get in the car. I pull up at the green store. When I got to the green store, this is what I did. I called Thug. I ain't called D right then and there. Detective says, and you say, I called Thug. He ain't answer. I'd like you to listen, make sure that that's correct, okay?
Fine. So I'm on my brother's house. I run to the car and give me the car. I get the car, pull up at the green store. When I got to the green store, they were like, I called Thug. I ain't called you right there. I called Thug. He ain't answer.
Mr. Copeland, did the police or the district attorney's office ever come to you and ask you on your phone records whether it supported or did not support that you called Jeffery Williams from around the green store on or around the time Donovan Thomas was shot?
I don't know what you. I don't. Ask me again.
Yes, sir. Did the police or the district attorney's office ever come to you and ask you to explain your cell records, your cell phone records, and ask you about this comment that you called Jeffery from around the green store at around the time of Donovan Thomas's killing? Did they ever do that with you?
Can you ask me short so I can catch it? It's too long for me.
No, it's my bad. It's my fault. I apologize. Did the police ever share with you or the district attorney's office go over with you your cell phone records that they may have? Did they ever do that?
No.
Okay.
Brian Steele is hurting them. They didn't verify anything, it sounds like.
Going back to 2014, going into 2015, you met Jeffery Williams for a short period of time that you were, my word would be hanging out with him, but that's a bad word, that you were in his company and he was in your company, a short period of time. Is that fair to say?
Right.
And when you met him, you already said that he was very popular.
Yes.
True. And is it true that that you observed he was trying to help people like you, but other people too, to get jobs, like legitimate jobs?
What you mean?
Recording studios?
No, I'm saying I don't get what you're asking me.
Okay, let me ask you a different way. So forget about what I said. When you met Jeffery, did you witness him trying to get people to have a legitimate job? A legitimate just means a job at a recording studio, make music, trying to help people.
I can't speak for other people, but he tried to help me.
Okay. And when you knew him for the period of time, we're really talking about like between your birthdays. Do you realize, do you know Jeffery Williams' birthday by any chance? And if you don't, that's fine.
Well, now I do, but
You didn't back then? Okay.
I didn't, yeah.
Is it fair to say that you and he knew each other, but like after your birthday in July 2014 and really stopped because you were in custody anyway, by July 2015? That's the period of time that you knew each other? Is that true?
No, I didn't, from 2014. I met him like at the end of 2014.
And then you already told the jury, but you got locked up a lot. The police kept locking you up in January, February, March, April, May, and then June, you were locked up in federal custody for 51 months. True?
Yes.
Okay. And that's really the only period that you knew Jeffrey.
Yeah.
The only time that you were around him or he was around you. True?
Well, really, we wasn't even together every day. I was out in the neighborhood.
So when the state is asking, like, you questioned about, you were so close with him, what you really did was you go to a studio, he let you come to a studio. True?
Yes. I was going with somebody else.
Yeah. You went originally with a gentleman I know as Mr. Trontavious Stevens. Do you know that name?
Yes.
Is that also Slug and Tick?
I know, I called him Tick, yeah.
Okay. And
Rich
that's how you
Homquan.
first were introduced to be around Jeffery Williams. True?
I think so.
And then you would see him, he'd allow you, and when I say allow you, I mean, it was okay. It allowed a lot of people to go to his shows, right?
I think Tick invited me out.
Okay. And that was really your relationship with, and he would take pictures with you if you wanted to and he wanted to. True?
Yeah, I asked.
Yeah. And you put that on social media. You were promoting Jeffrey and you liked that.
He give me, yeah.
And it gave you a little bit of maybe
No, a
fame.
lot.
Okay. Gave you a lot of fame.
Yeah.
And you were trying to launch your own career as a musical artist at that time. True?
I was trying to find myself.
Okay. Later, though, you did try to, and you did launch your career as a musical artist, right?
Well, I going back to jail, they started locking me back up.
You were trying to do that, though. You were trying to do
I tried it.
Yes. You had a manager.
Huh?
You had a manager.
Yes, I had a lot of stuff.
Yeah. They were controlling your social media feeds, etc.
Yes.
True. Okay. You put out music videos. True?
Well, my manager and them did.
Sure. But you were featured. You were starred.
Right.
It was your music.
Right.
Okay. Jeffrey never had the pleasure of having you featured in one of his songs. Is that true?
No, I ain't never been in his song.
Okay. And Jeffrey never was featured in one of your songs. Is that true?
No, me and him don't have music together.
All right. But he did put you in one song of his. You know the song Halftime?
I'm listening.
Do you remember the line, and I'm not saying this a quote, but something effective, if you mess with me, Woody will come up and pop in the noggin. And if that's not a quote, I'm not trying to misquote it, but that's what is that something like what it says in that song?
Yeah.
And the song is Halftime, right?
Yes.
Wildly popular song.
Yes.
And the police, when that song was released, the police seized on that to use it against you, basically. You knew that, right?
Sustained.
From your vantage point, and what that means is you learned that the police was using that song. They asked you about that song.
No, they told me.
Yeah.
One of them told me that I think I had got out, shit. I got out one of the jails and they got me the next day. And they were like, yeah, man, now you're at the top of our radar. It was something like, he pissed me off when he said it.
He being the detective.
No, it wasn't no detective, it was the police.
Okay. The police officer upset you when they.
I think it was Dennis that said it. It was one of them that said it to me.
Okay. Now, That's the only time you're mentioned in one of Jeffrey's songs. Is that true?
What you mean?
There's not another song that Jeffrey, to your knowledge, mentions you.
Yes.
Okay. And Halftime, you know this, was made in 2000. It wasn't released till 2015, but it was made in 2014. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
It's an old song.
And there's no truth to that lyric that you would pop somebody in the noggin for Jeffrey. Am I right?
I would never.
Okay. I want to go back to what we talked about earlier, that Jeffrey was in fact this is, by the way, Your Honor, this is JW, Jeffrey Williams, 241B, as in Barry States Exhibit 378Y, A as in Elisa. It's at 3:16:50 a.m. to 3:16:56 a.m. And this is January 28th, 2015 meeting or interview or interrogation with the police. Okay, Mr. Copeland, I'd like you to listen to this about things were good with Jeffrey. If you could just listen to this.
Defense counsel said January 28th. I think this is the January 11th interview.
You are, and thank you very much. I apologize, Your Honor. It's Mr. Copeland's January 11th, 2015 with Detective Thorpe. Same time.
I was cool with him at first. When Thug started letting me hang and put me out on these songs and videos.
You were telling Detective Thorpe that Jeffrey was cool with Mr. Thomas, right?
I guess.
And that's the truth, though, right?
I don't know. I'm saying I can't hear what I said in the video.
Okay, how about this? From your observations, Jeffrey was on good terms with Donovan Thomas.
I don't think I ever seen them two. I can't remember being around both of them at one time.
You never saw them dap each other up?
I'm saying I don't think I've been around with. I don't think I've been around like if I never seen them. I don't think I've been around with both of them in the same place. If that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
I don't remember. I can't remember seeing both of them in the same place.
Okay. I want to talk with you about what you told the detectives. It's June 10th, 2015. And this is when you're telling the detectives you're at the McDonald's and D gets into your car. I want to talk to you about this. This is JW or Jeffrey Williams 240M as in Magic, States Exhibit number 378, YE as in Aaron, 2:45 p.m. to 2:46 p.m. And you say to the police, SHI blank, I just heard D got in the car and he was like, they just killed him. Or he like, yeah. He like, boy, they killed Nut. Detective Thorpe said, who he say killed Nut? You said, I'm telling you. Like my heart started pounding. Like who? He was like them. And then Nard got in the car. He shut up talking. So we get riding. I'm like, where the HELL, we going? But he told me that I was already trying to get the HELL away from them. So Moonton FaceTimed me. He like, boy, you know, old boy just got shot, right? They saying, boy, he just might not make it. I'm like, who? He like, Nut. I'm like, huh? Man, he trying. He like, SHI, boy, you know, they could scream out a name, right? Man, boy, I ain't got nothing to do with it. So SHI, I'm like, man, my head started hurting instantly. I got off the phone with him So we following behind them, that's when we dropped them at Thug's house. They was in the car, in the first car. So when we pulled up, I want you to listen to this and tell me if that's what we're talking about. Excuse me.
So I just heard the guy play like they killed him. Yeah, he like, but they killed Nut. When you say killed Nut, I'm gonna tell you, I'm like, my heart started pounding like who? He like damn. And then another guy in the car, he shut up. So we get around. I'm like, where they was going? But when he told me that, I was already trying to get a head away from him. So I moved to FaceTime, he like, but you know, old boy, they got shot, right? Saying, boy, his head might not make it. I'm like, who? Like that. I'm like, him. Man, he like, shit, well, you know they could scream, out of name, right? And, well, I ain't got nothing to do with it. So shit, I like, man, my head started instantly, I got off on him. So we fight behind him, we drop him. Then we pull up his own thug.
Mr. Copeland, did the district attorney's office or anybody in law enforcement, an agent with the FBI who's a cell phone expert or any of the police, did they ever go over with you where your cell phone that you told them about was traveling from the McDonald's area towards Jeffrey's home on January 10th, 2015? Did they ever ask you about that to explain it?
No.
I think they froze the screen for some reason.
Now, when you were trying to, or you put out some of your music, I want to talk to you about that if I can, okay?
Sure.
Now, do you remember putting out a song and a music video entitled Homicide?
Yeah.
And Jeffrey had nothing to do with that song or music video. Is that true?
I started doing music with somebody else.
Okay. And one of the people that you started to do music with, and he's shown in your video to Homicide, is a gentleman named Mr. Turner, or you referred to him as Threat. Is that true?
Yeah.
And in the music video Homicide that you put out, would you recognize that music video if it was shown to you?
To my video?
Yeah, of course.
It's mine.
Okay. I'd like to show you, and Your Honor, move into evidence, Jeffery Williams, number 243B, as in Barry, and it's a music video by Mr. Copeland. I want to ask you a couple of questions about that, okay, Mr. Copeland? I'd like to show it first and then ask you some questions, okay?
All right.
First, I think he needs to show it to the witness. And
She got to do
I think
something.
there's a
Why don't
proper
you just
foundation.
show a tiny
Okay.
little clip and see if he recognizes it.
Mr. Kokomo, with the court's permission, is approaching.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Copeland, just do me a favor. When Mr. Kokomo comes to you, just watch this for as long as you need.
Just to see whether you recognize it as the music video that is Homicide.
And wait, you have to show it to the state first.
Show it to the state.
They have it, but just show it.
Is this all on the
4 minutes.
drive or whatever that you provided already?
Yes.
So then they've,
And Your Honor, I misspoke. It's JW243C, as in Colette, is not B.
okay.
They scrambling and scraping.
Yeah, in my video.
Mr. Copeland, I heard what you said. I'm going to repeat it. If it's not what you said, just correct me. That is, you recognize it as your video.
Yeah, I shot that video.
Okay. Your Honor, I move into evidence. I'd like to play Jeffery Williams 243C as in Colette.
Relevant, Your Honor.
What's the relevance?
I believe that there is an indication of an image of that appears to be like Mr. Donovan Thomas, and threat is in the video as well as Mr. Copeland.
All right, can we just maybe zoom to those parts and do those little parts instead of the entirety of it?
Yeah.
Unless the entirety of it's relevant.
No.
Okay,
We can
thank you.
absolutely do it. I move for the admission of everything, but for purposes of
Sure.
expedition.
All right,
Okay.
it's admitted.
And I would just need Mr. Kokomo, Your Honor, to announce what time he's
Okay.
playing, if that's okay. Or you could tell.
Now they passing those from behind too?
Your Honor, Mr. Kokomo said starting at 41 seconds. May I just look and see what he's playing?
Sure.
Thank you. I might have to mute it for copyright. Thank you so much. We've been doing really well with copyright lately, but I do probably need to. Somebody else, did somebody say Aruba, Jamaica, girl on? I was thinking of that song. Every time he says Kokomo, I'm like, really? Yeah, this is very disingenuous for her to say, we need to cut this short. Love and Hilton are having a rough time. Well, I get a copyright ding. I got a copyright ding for 12 seconds of a song last week. Can't wait. So, yes, I'm gonna just go ahead and hit the little mute button for a hot second. I don't know how long it's gonna be, but trust me, literally 12 seconds. I'll send you the video. I'll send you the email. I live in Kokomo. Really? Hey, we'll get there fast and then we'll take it slow. Hilton played 500 hours of video. Now she's got something to say about the time of a video. The hypocrisy is staggering. I've seen this video. There's a guy that looks like Nut. Oh, hold on. Wait. Yeah, there's a guy that looks like Nut. Okay, really? Really? Okay, wow.
Yes.
We would like to play, with, of course, permission. I know it's in evidence, but 40:34
Right.
through 40:50 first, and then it's going to be stopped, and then 3:56:02 to the end.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, let's see.
But matter of fact, he's calling right now.
Say, twin. We got that fuck nigga y'all been looking for.
Where y'all at? Where you at?
We at the spot.
Man, we on the way right now.
Alright. They on the way now, bro.
And if you can go back, Mr. Kokomo, just for the jurors, Mr. Copeland, I'd just like to explain some things. The person right there in the black, in the black shirt with the red-looking bow tie and the red vest on the cell phone, you see that person? Can you tell the jurors who that is?
Threat.
And I heard you, but your hands are over your mouth. Do you mind just
I
telling
said that threat.
Okay. And then if you go back a little bit, Mr. Kokomo, and Mr. Kokomo, what time is that we just announced? 53:58, Your Honor, is what we were just talking about. And if you just go back a little bit more. Keep coming back just a little bit more. Right up, go just ahead right there. And Mr. Copeland at 40:94, is it fair to say that's you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to go to 56:02. That's wrong. 3 minutes, 56 seconds, 02 to the end.
Oh man. Oh man. They cooked.
Mr. Copeland, do you remember telling District Attorney Hilton before June 7, 2024, that's the first time the jurors ever saw you come into the courtroom? Judge Glanville was the judge at that time, and you invoked the Fifth Amendment. That's the day I'm talking about. So before that day.
Here it comes.
Am I losing you? 'Cause I'm not
That's in
trying
the
to-
chat.
I lost you?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're finished with the exhibit. Can you take it down?
Yeah,
She got upset.
I'm sorry.
you finished with it.
For now, I'm going to go
Okay.
back to before the first time the jurors saw you testify on a Friday, June 7, 2024. Before that, do you remember telling District Attorney Hilton that you made a video admitting to killing Donovan Thomas? Do you remember saying that?
Huh?
Do you remember saying on social media or otherwise that you made a video or a statement that you admitted to killing Donovan Thomas? Do you remember saying that?
Objection, mischaracterization of evidence. Not even mischaracterization.
That's not mischaracterization.
I don't know how to rule on that. I
Okay.
mean, I don't have anything in
It's not
front
a
of me.
mischaracterization. That's why.
Can I have 1 second?
Yeah, it's not an evidentiary objection, by the way.
Right. You just clamor. You scraping and scrambling. Oh my gosh, this is terrible. Yes, you did send me this video. Yes, you did. And I saw it and I did not put the pieces together that you're the one that I saw it because yes, I'm sorry. Prince, shout out to Prince. Prince emailed me this video
Another
last
question.
week and I didn't realize
On what we
all the
just saw
pieces.
on Jeffrey Williams 243C, that man who had money on his head and then was shot in the video. Remember that on the homicide video? Did that have anything in your mind to do with Donovan Thomas?
I don't get what you're asking me.
When you did that video, did that have anything in your mind to do with the killing of Donovan Thomas?
No.
Okay. It's just a video, a music video?
Yeah, just a video.
Now, when part of your what you try to give out to the public is that you are a real gangster. Is that true?
Huh?
Do you remember giving an interview on the porch interview? Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, on the
Out the
porch.
porch.
Off the porch, yes, sir. Do you remember doing that interview?
I remember doing it, but I don't remember what I said.
Okay. Do you remember saying that you are a real gangster, but other people are just musicians? They're just play gangsters. Do you remember saying something like that?
You got to show me.
All right.
Oh man,
Mr.
come on.
Kokomo, this is Your Honor, Jeffrey Williams, 246. It's April 29, 2020, off the porch interview with Mr. Copeland. And the relevant times are going to be 5 minutes, 4 seconds, 5 minutes, 12 seconds, 8 minutes, 59 seconds to 9 minutes, 7 seconds.
Hilton looks guilty. Oh my gosh. Oh, you don't remember? Allow me to show you. Hilton knew it. She didn't even have to look at it.
I remember. I said I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh, you're going to hear it in a second. Bro, still dropping like artillery on them. Like, the chat is the real gangsters. Absolutely.
Sorry, Mr. Copeland. Do you remember that video, excuse me, the off the porch interview?
I remember, but I don't remember what was said.
Okay. Was that you in that video that was shown to you?
In that picture he showed me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you need to hear what was said? Did Mr. Kokomo play that for you?
No, he just showed me a picture and walked off.
Mr. Kokomo, would you just show Mr. Copeland the relevant portions, 504, and you can listen to any of it, 504 and 512 and 859 to 907. Mr. Copeland, just listen to this yourself, please. They have it.
Yeah, he dropping bombs on them. I mean, the funny thing is, Steele is kind of jumping around a little bit too. He's going from Crucial to McDonald's to record labels to relationships, but it doesn't seem disjointed and insane. Unlike when Hilton was doing it, it just seemed like it was crazy. So yeah, this is going to be a mess.
I think this is what he needs, though. He kind of needs.
Say again?
That's you during your interview or part of it?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Jeffery Williams 246, specifically, and I don't care if the whole interview's in, but specifically the times I announced, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we're objecting based on improper character, and we can approach for some other matters, Your Honor.
All right.
She got to give him.
Instead of approaching, because I haven't seen this before, so I'm gonna need to see it as well. I'm gonna excuse y'all to the jury room.
Wow.
I step out too?
Yes, for now, but stay
You're right,
close. And I may end up just sending you to lunch, but not yet. If I'm going to do that, I'll send word. Okay, so just step to the jury room for now.
All right, let's see. Let's watch Love and Hilton's body language. Look, okay, we're going to try to stall to get to this lunch break. And when we get to lunch, I'm going to run to the car. You run out and jump in, and we are out of here. We'll be at Lennox. We'll be at Lennox in a hot second. That's my plan. What do you think about that? Girl, that's stupid. That's dumb. We got to work. Look, I can be working at Macy's. I can be a designer at Macy's. Like, I'm done with this.
They're dressed nice today in case they have to update that resume.
Right. Brian's still been cooking her like all day. Like they do look
much fun
nervous.
today. He's having too much fun today.
Yeah. It's too early. I mean, I agree. It's too early. Look.
He's like, I got a
Right,
good
I know
15
there was
minutes.
an improper character objection. Whose character?
At this point, it seems like Mr. Steele is implying for the witness about him being a gangster. It sounds like he's going down a line of a some other dude did it defense, especially speaking about threats and the homicide video, and then this video, this on the porch video of Mr. Copeland speaking about being a gangster. We think that this is more prejudicial than probative, substantially more prejudicial than probative. And so those are the basis for our objections.
And so whose character are you alleging it's improperly impugning?
Mr. Copeland.
Okay, let me see what you're planning to play.
It's like, hit it.
Yeah, but the thing is, Woody actually says it. Okay, let's go. I've seen this video.
So at the end of the day, I got a story to tell.
Yeah.
You want to listen to it? Or you keep listening to these niggas that ain't did nothing gangster, nothing tough a day in their life. So.
Look at this right here.
Right. You're concerned about the guy you threatened, right? I like how Steele is being with him.
There's so many people like it, just build my confidence. I mean, because I had a pride thing, like, I don't want to be labeled as nothing but a gangster. So you look at me anything other than that, you got a problem. I'm going to slap the shit out of you. But whenever.
I overrule those objections.
I'll be very short, Your Honor.
Okay.
You're muted.
I'm going to have the jury back. Ms. Persfield, apparently one of the jurors, she was not hospitalized, but she had to visit the hospital last night. And she has indicated through an email that she may need an early break today. Her doctor's excuse had cleared her for going back to work as of tomorrow, but she didn't want to throw us all off in the morning, so she came today, but we may have to break early, and Ms. Persfield's just kind of finding out a little bit more detail. So I'm going to let her come back and let me know what's going on, and then we'll determine kind of where to go from here. So we'll just
You're muted.
That's in place.
Not the seal. You're muted, Jason.
This has got to be the wildest. So really, she breaks at the absolute wrong time. But now a juror is going to have to go back to work, and they're going to have to break early today.
They recess for the whole day. Oh,
That's what it sounds like to me. Right.
I'm going to cry.
Right when Brian is cooking. So that's going to drag it out. You know that they don't have court on Thursday and Friday.
No. Oh, please.
There's no way you can blame this on the defense. That's the thing. Like, I keep saying they should have did a better job of polling that jury. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Wow.
Some great comments. Excellent comments. Wow. Please drop an emoji for how you feeling right now. Hopefully, I got a few minutes. Hopefully they'll hang in there. But it's starting to sound like, what do you think, Mandy? What are you thinking?
I love how Steele is being with Woody. If Woody gets upset at a question, he's like, you know what, that was my fault. Let me backtrack, ask it a different way. He's being real kid gloves with Woody. I like that. I thought he was kind of going to go in hot, but he's not. He's being real cool and collected with him. I like that. He's getting further. He's getting answers with it.
Right. Yeah, I agree 100%. Now all of a sudden she's talking about time limits.
Yeah.
Like, how long is this video going to be? Like, we literally watched 15-minute interrogation videos.
Where were time limits when Steele wanted time limits?
Yeah. Here
All
you
right,
go.
so we're going to have the jury back out, wrap up. I guess you're saying, Mr. Steele, that we can wrap up this topic fairly quickly, and then we'll break for lunch. And it sounds like she's just feeling okay now, but will sort of keep us posted. So
Okay, good.
okay, and Mr. Copeland as well.
It's unequivocal, in my opinion, this tells you why you should try to get moving early in the trial rather than dragging it out, because now you're going to have a war of attrition. You're going to start losing jurors.
Yeah.
I mean, school year done started.
We're breaking.
Well, if this will be a clean kind of place for us to stop, sure.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
Any way you say, we'll be fine.
Victoria, I'll drop the link.
Know what they're doing.
It may just be easier. Let him go for lunch. I think they're all doing their bathroom break now. So.
Hot mic.
That's Judge Whitaker's talking about possibly sending him to lunch.
Yeah.
Like, dude, why do you keep slowing up his progress?
It would be easier just to let him go to lunch.
Yeah. Hey, since I'm kicking your butt like this, I'm gonna go ahead and let them go to lunch. We can finish flambeing you when we get back after lunch.
You're already looking a little pink.
What is that? A big scorecard?
91-0.
Yeah, and okay, if y'all look on the table in front of Adrian Love, there's a green little bag, a little gray bag right there at her hip with a green circle on it. That's the bag they put your cell phone in when you come into court. I don't know why she has it, because she can have her phone, but that's the bag like they put my phone in, and you're not able to access it until you use some little magic key to open it up and get your phone out. But it's just funny that it's sitting there because like she doesn't need it.
He's like, I don't know, we're losing anyway.
Say again?
She threw her hand up like, I don't know, we losing anyway.
Yeah, we catching these L's. Yeah, the fact that they keep interjecting, or I'm sorry, Judge Whitaker keeps slowing the momentum is just preposterous. Oh, here we go. I'm sorry. Okay, so what I'm really thinking about doing is I can become a Delta flight attendant. It's a good fit for me. I have a good personality. I can work there, and that's what I could do. I could work for Delta. Girl, are you for real?
She said, I can work for Belk.
Hey, the dude said I should work as a classroom teacher. That's crazy. That dude said that. Yeah, you're right. That was stupid.
She looks like a flight attendant, so that's hilarious.
Mr. Steele, just, stop wherever you want. I mean, if you've got 15 more minutes or 20 more minutes or whatever before the next natural break, that's fine.
Okay.
John Alger is our president of county.
All right, thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish to the jury Jeffery Williams or JW 246, specifically the time frame 5:04 through 5:12. And Mr. Copeland, if you could listen to it, and I just want to ask you some questions, okay? All right, you might need your earplugs if you want to use them.
At the end of the day, I got a story to tell.
Yeah.
You want to listen to it? Or you keep listening to these niggas that ain't did nothing gangster, nothing tough a day in their life. So.
Were the people around you?
Mr. Copeland, are we able to hear what you said during that interview?
Yeah, I heard it.
And you don't need me to explain. Tell the jurors what you were saying to the interviewer.
What you mean?
What was I getting at? Yeah, can you tell the jurors, please?
Well, I did an interview and well, I got here's a question that he asked me.
Okay, let me ask you this. Some jurors may not know what off the porch is. Can you tell them what that is?
It's they interview rappers, upcoming rappers, and ask questions about the music and your background and stuff like that. That's what you asked?
Yeah, yeah. And this was done approximately April 29, 2020. Do you remember that?
It was done, I don't know when.
Do you remember it was done during COVID, if that matters at all?
Before I went back to jail.
Okay. And in that segment, that the jurors heard it, but you're explaining that you're a real gangster, not these other people who are pretending. That I'm not saying that's a quote, but something like that. That's what you were discussing, or you said. Is that true?
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to, and you discussed Jeffery Williams in this. If you remember, I could play it for you, but if you remember off the porch interview, is that true?
All right.
You said he was like a role model. He blew up, or whatever the right word is. True?
Well, he showed us that it was real.
I'd like to show you, or play for you, if you don't mind. You might need your earpiece again. This is 8:59 to 9:07. I'm going to ask you the same type of questions. Just what did you say? What did you mean? I'm going to ask you the same type of questions. What did you say and what did you mean? All right? Same thing.
Because I had a pride thing. Like, I don't want to be labeled as nothing but a gangster. So you look at me anything other than that, you got a problem. I'm going to slap the shit out of you. But when everybody...
Did you hear that? You hear what you said?
I think we all heard.
Yeah. And what you're expressing is that's what you want people to look at you as. That you're tough.
Nah, I just wanted people to know. Not to look at me. I wanted them to know.
That you're tough.
I ain't tough. I just ain't scared.
All right. Now, you also put on your social media, I think the state showed it to you, but let me get the exhibit number.
You better play some?
Well, let me show you something before. Is that okay? Just give me 1 second.
I was just trying to see. I didn't hear you.
Let's go back to that interview for just 1 second. Do you remember at the first part of the interview saying that these other people are not real gangsters? That's what you said, right? I think I asked it actually. So
no, that's what I said.
Okay. All right. On your social media, give me 1 second, okay? You're on there. Just go back.
Yeah.
It's funny to me that Judge Whitaker seemed so irritated with Brian Steele, when she had no problem with when the state did this.
236B, as in Barry, and with the court's permission, can Mr. Kokomo just show it to Mr. Copeland?
I'm sorry, is this the same one? The off the porch? This is a different one. Did you say 236B this time? Okay, sorry, I didn't know if you said 246, so
46 was the last one.
that's what I thought, so wasn't sure whether we were talking about the same one or a different one. All
Here we
right.
go.
Yeah, he may. 236B, is that what you said? Mr. Steele B.
36B is correct.
Okay.
Did you see that, Mr. Copeland? Do you recognize that as your social media account at one time?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, and it's 236B as in Barrett.
It's admitted,
Can Mr. Kokomo please display, Your Honor?
yes.
Mr. Copeland, I apologize. I want to go through this with you just for a minute, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And when I say this, I'm talking about JW, Jeffery Williams, Exhibit 236B is in Barry. That's a picture of you on the left-hand side. Do you remember where you were in that picture?
In the back of a Rolls Royce.
And do you remember whose Rolls Royce that would be?
It was a rental.
One more time.
A renter.
Okay, do you know who rented it?
No.
Okay. And then it says 725 underscore WODY, and then it has Georgia most wanted with 2 emoji green snakes. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And it says that you're an artist, or it says artist, the word artist, right? True? Is that right?
Yeah.
And then underneath it says, I came from nothing with a period. You see that?
Yeah, I see it.
And I came from nothing. Do you know that to be a series of Jeffrey's music?
What you mean?
Do you know whether Jeffery Williams ever put out music? I came from nothing.
Yeah.
1, 2. Okay. And is that where that comes from? And if not, that's fine. I'm just asking you, were you inspired by
That's where it came from.
Okay. And when it says Georgia's most wanted, you're aware that you were deemed by the federal authorities as 12 most dangerous people in Atlanta. Is that true?
I was?
Yeah.
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking you.
Well, I mean, it's not speculation, but he's answered that he didn't seem to know.
Let me show you. Tell me whether this refreshes your memory.
Objection, Your Honor. This is
What's the number? Is it a number?
She's objecting. He hadn't even asked the question yet.
What's the objection?
Right. And that's
this is nothing that he can authenticate.
Okay, there's an authentication objection.
Well,
Is that the only objection?
Irrelevance.
She
And
really
you can
don't want
approach
this
him
in.
to show the exhibit.
You may.
yeah.
Let's go ahead and send the jury to lunch then. And we'll deal with this while y'all go to lunch. Let's be back at 1:15, please.
You said 115?
1:15.
115. All right, Miss Mandy, thank you so very much for running the stream for me.
Sure.
I'm running over to Studio Kitties.
I really have to know what this is because she really doesn't want this in.
It should be okay.
Is this the most wanted poster?
Say again?
Is this the most wanted poster?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, okay. I've seen this.
So 115.
I thought this was already dealt with and was deemed. Yeah, we did it. Maybe I was wrong.
Okay. Is your intent to show that entire thing with the, whatever that heading is?
I was going to, Your Honor, if Mr. Copeland can recognize it, I was going to admit it into evidence, and it is from, we received in discovery from the state, and it's Operation Phoenix, and it's the authorities announced on October 29th, 2020, charges for the 12 most violent offenders in Operation Phoenix. And I was going to show that to him.
All right, and
then he has that on his Instagram, or I shouldn't say Instagram. It's a social media account. I think
and when's that social media post from?
That is, it's in his, oh, I'm being told the answer. It's in his biography or bio.
I can't hear what he's saying, but
He's saying it's in the social media biography of Mr. or bio of Mr. Copeland. I don't know the date personally, Your Honor.
okay. And how is any of whomever authority this was might have thought in October of 2020 relevant to the issues that we're talking about right now with Mr. Copeland?
I believe it's relevant because the state is saying that Jeffery Williams governs this person. That's their whole theory. Tells them go out. They're using one lyric from one song. Jeffery Williams, as the court may not know, has thousands of songs that Woody's going to pop you in the noggin. That is the quote. And I want to show that they hardly knew each other. They knew each other for a short period of time. Mr. Copeland did not commit crimes for Jeffery Williams. Jeffery Williams encouraged Mr. Copeland to conduct himself lawfully. That was on a jail call that we heard yesterday. In fact, included on that, Jeffery Williams, through his sisters, saying, get out of the streets. You have a child. You don't have to live that life. And I want to show that Mr. Copeland ignored all of that. And after he has no contact, he has zero contact with Jeffery Williams, he is still putting on his social media that he is a gangster, or 12, one of Georgia's most wanted. He is by the prosecution. These are federal authorities, by the way. So when I say prosecution, I'm talking about the federal authorities, deemed him one of the 12 most violent offenders in Georgia in 2020. And he has done a interview with Off the Porch in April 2020, where he's stating that he's a real gangster, the other people are not, and that if you disagree with that, he's going to, straighten you out, basically. So I think that's all important to the jurors, because it will hopefully undress this wrong impression, in my opinion, strongly wrong impression, that the state is putting up, that somehow this man is all around Jeffery Williams, knows what he says, knows what he's thinking, he overhears him on conversations, and Jeffery Williams is there when the police keep calling Kenneth Copeland. It just, in my opinion, and hopefully the cross-examination, that just wasn't their relationship. So.
Okay, well, most of what you mentioned already has already been put before the jury, and this particular exhibit does not in any way shed any light on whether Mr. Copeland is or is not close with Mr. Williams. And I just do not see the relevance of it, particularly given that he said he didn't know that that's what law enforcement thought of him.
Okay.
So I'm going to sustain that objection.
I understand. Okay. We'll
All right.
move on.
Okay, so let's all break for lunch.
Can I just give this then to, it's on the thumb drive, of course, but can I just give this to the court reporter? It's the print, unless you don't.
No, yeah, that's fine.
But I understand it's not in evidence.
Correct.
In fact, do you mind, because it's going to be a lot of, has Wright not admitted into evidence on it? Or?
That's fine. Okay. Excluded.
And you're on the full written, that was what I meant, prosecution, that's what.
Yes. What?
Just making sure they don't come back with anything else. Sometimes after sidebars, they tend to come back with something. Okay, let's not talk like that for people, please. I'm impressed how Tom still remained as well. I kind of thought he was going to come in hot, but he didn't. He questioned Woody nice. I liked the way he came up with it. It was just how Woody needed to be questioned. He took his feelings into consideration.
Y'all all know the question and the answer.
Oh, and we're zooming in on the seal. Maybe. Yep, there it is. Okay. It's fuzzy, but there it is. All right. All right. Keep it up in my background just to make sure. Yeah, they're at lunch. Okay, they're at lunch until 1:15. Wow. What's wrong with the justice system in Georgia? Jazzy, that is the age-old question right now. Oh, wow. So what is our biggest takeaway from this morning? Did Love pick that phone cover? No, I think that phone cover picked her. That is. I think that's what oh, Greg, I'm trying to. I think that's what Steele has for lunch every day is appeals. He just writes out his appeals and his motions. He has an appeal with a side of motion every day. Every day. You know, I really liked the judge at first. I did. I thought she was going to come in and try to handle things the correct way, but now I think she just got her eyes set on that Supreme Court seat. So I'm really not feeling her now. I'm really not. And that's just me being honest with you guys and giving you my honest opinion. To say she's corrupt, I think might be going a bit far. I just think she has her career in her eye. I don't think she's corrupt. Yeah, same transplanted Texan. I don't think she's corrupt. Yeah, exactly. I think she's trying to keep it from going up on appeal because that wouldn't help anybody. You can't get your video to work. Retired, try closing YouTube completely out, signing out of everything, and then signing back into it. She's something. Yeah, she is something. I'll give you that much. Oh, thank you, David. I appreciate that. Here, let me put my channel in the chat. I appreciate you subscribing. So I have a video, actually, if you guys want to watch, that somebody sent me that looks really great. It's by Law and Crime Sidebar. Wildest moments in Young Thug's case so far. And it's one we haven't watched yet, believe it or not. So let's pull this off and watch it.
Look, if she wins the motion, ultimately she wins. But you don't do it by standing there 3 feet from you in your face and lying to the court. And that's what she did. And she knew what she was doing, and it's not right.
The RICO trial against rapper Young Thug and his co-defendants is on pause yet again, off Thursday and Friday, with court resuming Monday. And when court is back in session, some major arguments from this week will come into play. We are looking at some of the most explosive moments in the Atlanta courtroom this past week. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. There have been some tense moments in the courtroom between the judge, the prosecutor, and defense counsel in the Young Thug RICO trial out of Atlanta, Georgia, and we are going to break it all down. So Young Thug, whose real name is Jeffery Williams, he was indicted on a laundry list of RICO or racketeering charges that accuse him of leading a criminal organization known as YSL or Young Slime Life. And when we talk about the main underlying charge, conspiracy to violate the RICO statute, there has to be an agreement to break the law, and there have to be overt acts or steps that are taken in furtherance of that agreement. Now, overt acts, they don't have to necessarily be crimes. They just have to be certain actions that were taken. The idea is that Williams and others had an agreement to participate in gang activities, and there are 191 overt acts taken in furtherance of the YSL gang. That is what is being alleged by the prosecution, and that is what they're hoping to prove. Kind of gives you an idea of the scope and length of this trial. Well, more than 24 other men were originally charged, but that number has dwindled down by the time we got to the start of this trial. That was for various reasons. Their cases were severed, they took plea deals, but now we have this trial. The defense is suggesting that YSL is merely a record label, that there is no gang, that there is no criminal enterprise here. And from a legal point of view, one way to defeat the RICO claim is to say that any crimes that were committed, they were done by individuals in their individual capacity, not to further the criminal enterprise. Now, putting all that to a side, the trial has been a spectacle. It has, basically from the very beginning. And it has been marked by not only the slow pace, but also the tension between all of the parties involved. For example, at the end of last week, things got pretty heated when the judge excluded some evidence that the prosecution wanted to introduce. Judge Juror Glanville had an issue of timing of the introduction of this evidence.
I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm just not. We are starting right now. It's 1:20. So
we have talked to them. We have said we don't agree.
Then file a motion and get it before me, and we'll take it up. Both of you all have equally responsibility to do that.
Information they are seeking.
Oh, it's going to be inadmissible right now.
Yeah, because goodness gracious forbid they start a little late, but it's okay to have ex parte meetings. Sorry, just couldn't help it.
You said to file a motion. There's nothing.
I'm not gonna have any more discussion about this, madam. I'm not. I don't. Well, you know what?
And I attempted to try to talk to them earlier this week.
Well, then that's why we have to.
So the court punishes the state because the defense.
I'm not punishing anybody, but but prior preparation prevents poor performance.
Be prepared, Judge. That's why I sent them what I sent them last week, a whole week and a half ago, 2 weeks.
I'm not. Well,
and I have asked. I have said I would like to discuss.
Our jury's coming in, madam. Our jury's coming in. Have a seat.
We told you before about how slow this trial has been moving. Jury selection started in January of 2023. It took almost a year just to seat the jury. It's been 5 months since opening statements, and the prosecution is only part of the way through its massive witness list. So by all accounts, this will likely go well into 2025. Now let's talk about a standoff between Judge Glanville and one of Williams' attorneys, Brian Steele. So there was an argument over whether a person testifying could be considered an expert witness. Now, typically, there's what's called a Daubert hearing. The judge hears arguments as to why this person would qualify as an expert. The defense, though, Brian Steele, he was not too happy with how one witness, former Atlanta investigator Lakeia Gaither, was qualified in front of the jury, qualified as a gang expert. Steele seemed to be especially not happy about how the judge referred to Gaither in front of the jury.
So my point is, there was absolute candor always with the court. I did take as a fait accompli because I don't know why.
No, but that's not true, sir. And that's a misstatement and a mischaracterization. You're telling me that I've already made up my mind at that point in time. It was all but a certain conclusion. It was not, sir. That's not the way that this court looks at its role as the gatekeeper and its role as a referee.
I understand that you're offended.
I am offended because it's not true in terms of what you were given.
Well, I'm going to tell you I'm offended
because no other time in this trial have you given a instruction to the jury before you found somebody expert to say this person's going to give expert and lay testimony. So as a listener, it was already a fait accompli because you already instructed the jury that that witness was going to provide expert and lay testimony.
Did you object at that point in time?
Your Honor, I believe.
Did you object at that point in time?
I believe you already.
Did you object at that point in time, sir? I'm asking you a question. Did you object to at that point in time saying, Judge, she hasn't been qualified as an expert as of yet? I don't think you should read that instruction as of yet.
It would have been frivolous to say.
But you didn't object, though, did you?
Listen, I'm not playing.
I know I'm not. I'm asking you. Look.
And Steele is trying to answer the question, but Glanville won't be quiet. He keeps interrupting him. Look.
You should read that instruction as of yet.
It would have been frivolous to say.
But you didn't object, though, did you?
Listen, I'm not playing.
I know I'm not. I'm asking you. Look.
I'm just saying. To me, there's nothing but candor in my motion, always with the court. I love this court. I'm not attacking you. I'm telling you how it appeared to a reasonable person.
Well, Gaither did end up testifying over several days, and she spoke about how the investigation into Walter D.K. Murphy, the alleged co-founder of YSL, and a man named D'Angelo White. White was allegedly the victim of an attempted murder back in 2015. He spoke previously on the stand saying he's not a victim. He wasn't hurt, didn't want to testify. Another man, Dexter Montgomery, was shot in the head, so his memory was really not the best. So what does this have to do with Mr. Williams or any of the other defendants in the room? Well, they're not being accused of committing this crime per se, but prosecutors are saying that this is an overt act, saying it was ordered or was done in furtherance for YSL. So the jury heard taped interviews between Atlanta police detectives and D'Angelo White during Gaither's testimony. Williams was mentioned a few times, but the voices were kind of hard to make out on the tape, so who knows if the jury was really able to take anything away from it. But let's go to Wednesday, because Wednesday was punctuated by nearly constant sidebars and bench conferences. The attorneys were called up to the bench multiple times to discuss motions or objections with the judge. This was out of earshot of the jurors. And one of those sidebars was to discuss a video that had been posted to social media back in 2015.
Sergeant Gaither, I'm going to ask you a few more questions about State's Exhibit 112, Bravo, Bravo. Did you recognize the person who was depicted in the video visually?
Yes.
All right. And did you recognize the voice of the person depicted in the video?
Yes.
Was the video obtained from a public social media site that was accessible to anyone who is looking at that site?
Yes.
Okay. We will come back to that.
This hours-long argument involved a 15-second video posted to an Instagram page back in 2015 that shows Williams looking right into the camera. The gist of it is that Williams allegedly has a message from YSL: if you snitch, you'll be killed. In the video, you can hear multiple people in the background seemingly making comments in agreement with what Williams is saying. While the prosecution says the video points to gang and criminal activity, the defense was saying that there's really no way to authenticate when it happened, what it was in reference to, or who was there with Williams at the time. So this is actually a good sampling of the whole theme in this trial.
What gang was it that you were charging them with committing crimes in furtherance of?
YSL.
Basis, sir. I'm going to overrule the objection.
You may answer.
YSL.
Thank you. And Your Honor, with the exception of the video that we are redacting with the court's ruling, I don't have any further questions at this time. With the court's permission to play that video after it's properly redacted and defense has had an opportunity to look at it.
Councilors, can I see you for a second, please? Just.
Hey, everybody. So I want to thank Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this episode of Sidebar. Always love talking about them. Now, here is the incredible thing about this reason. Points. And you can smartphone. All right.
Jesse was getting clips
as a figurehead. He's saying that's for me and my gang, me and YSL. Y'all need to be killed. Those words are wholly inconsistent with this notion that we just produce rap music for the good of everybody. And so, Judge, given that the speaker of the snitching comment is doing nothing but co-signing the main message that Mr. Williams is speaking, the first contention that identification of all speakers is necessary before tapes are admitted refers to one of 7 requirements often enunciated by courts for the admission of tape recordings. But the primary aim of these requirements is to give the assurance that the tapes are accurate. The goal of accuracy is sufficiently satisfied even when all the speakers are not identified, as long as relevant speakers are. In the challenge recordings in Bagley, the court found that the more relevant party was the caller, who in each case was an identified member of the conspiracy. And insofar as the conversations may be deciphered to involve the heroin scheme, the names of the recipients of the calls were not critical to the tape's accuracy or their relevance. Therefore, the trial court properly admitted them despite the failure to identify every party. So for our purposes, as we've alleged and stated from the beginning, the person that we identified in the overt act listed in the indictment was Mr. Williams. His words were the overt act that we alleged in the indictment in Act 26. Mr. Williams is the relevant speaker. His words are the relevant words, and the persons who are behind him talking are simply co-signing.
Okay, you said that twice now. Okay.
I won't say it again.
All right, so let me hear from your colleagues across the table, please.
It's a repost. What you're being shown is a repost. Are they the same statement? People change things all the time. Like the state was going to redact here. In the background, we started out with the state saying you only hear yeah by other identified persons. You clearly hear the person saying, I'm going to lie on God. Snitching, I'm not going to say it, but BIT blank ACHES. F and then the N blank GGA. That's as far as I can blank you. So help you God. It's 17 seconds and there are multiple speakers. It's not just 2 speakers, there's multiple speakers that right now the state may be able to get it in. It's just like you told me. I'm not saying this may not be evidence that's important to the case. What I'm saying is there has to be the same foundation that the state lays that you're making me lay, and that's what the case law supports. Now, if you let it in, an appellate court, they may say it was error, harmless error, it wasn't an abuse of discretion, it was an abuse of discretion. We understand that, but we're here now. The state cannot lay the foundation. They need a different witness.
Okay, the court's had an opportunity to kind of consider the issue presented to it as to the exhibit. That being states 112 Bravo Bravo, the digital media of the incident involving the posting of January 26th of 2015. I'm going to sustain the objection as to foundation at this time. However, much like many of the rulings I've made, they're subject to reconsideration. In this particular circumstance, I believe that it is the opinion of the court that the original video as presented would at least the source would have to be at least identified for the purposes to make sure that there were no alterations of that particular video. I don't know whether or not they are, but I think that'd be part of the foundation in this case. So, for example, when we haven't had testimony of this quite yet, if it can be shown that this particular video came from Mr. Williams' Instagram page or some other social media site, and it's public and posted, and then it was re-grabbed and reposted, then that would finish the foundation for in the court's opinion. And the other issues that the court would take up at that point in time as to what it would play and for what purpose.
By the way, during all of this, the jury's not present. They're in the back waiting to be called in. And they have been waiting for hours during the course of this trial while the attorneys and the judge work out issues like this. It's like, it's not easy sitting on a jury in any case, but this one especially feels particularly difficult. And Judge Glanville is not happy about that. He is not happy about how slow things are going, how the jurors are kept to be waiting, and he just wants things to move along. But the arguments weren't over. Keith Adams, another of Williams' attorneys, told the judge that he needed to say something on the record. And what was that? Well, he ended up calling out prosecutor Adrian Love for allegedly not being honest to the judge's face.
I've got to say this because I've been sitting there after our conversations. Let me just preface it by saying, in any of our objections, whatever, you make a ruling. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose, we move on. That's fine. If after your ruling, I've got a case that I want to bring to your attention, I say, Judge, reconsider your ruling based on this case, and you consider it, that's fine. If you don't want to consider it, that's fine too. But what I found objectionable, and I want the court to address with the state, is what happened at the bench earlier. There was an objection to the video, you made a ruling, we moved on. The state came back up and made representations to you. And they weren't representations based upon some new case law that they had found. There were representations, misrepresentations that were made directly to you, all of us standing there right there at the bench. She said something very, very fact specific in an attempt to get you to readdress the issue again. Madam Prosecutor said, I want you to listen to the 17-second video, because what you had based your ruling on was that the parties in the background couldn't be identified, all right? And Madam Prosecutor said to you, and was not accurate, and I'm gonna be charitable and say that she was disingenuous. What she said was, these people in the background, the only thing that you hear.
I'm sorry. That was a nice way of saying she was lying. Disingenuous. Very nice way of saying.
People saying, yeah, yeah. That's it. When Mr. Steele corrected her and said that's not true, she said, Mrs. Steele is not accurate. What Mrs. Steele just told you is not true. The only thing you can hear in the background is yeah, yeah. And actually, when she stepped up there, it was in an attempt to act as though she didn't know what your ruling previously was, because their attempt was to go ahead and play the video at that time, despite your previous ruling. My point is this. After you decided to reconsider, you want to hear the video yourself, you had a chance to hear it. You had a chance to hear what we had already heard, what we knew it said, what they knew it said. And there are at least 5 or 6 different things on that video audio that were in contradiction of what Madam Prosecutor said. On God, snitching, I'ma tell a lie on God. That's what I'm talking about. No back and forth with you, bro. I'm not just saying that for emphasis. I'm saying that because what she said to you was inaccurate. At some point, At some point, Your Honor, I'm asking you to, we've had this conversation about candor with the court over the course of the past number of weeks.
3.3.
Yeah, we've had that conversation about it. And when we step up to you and we make a representation, it ought to be candid and it ought to be truthful. And what she said, and look, if she wins the motion, ultimately she wins. But you don't do it by standing there 3 feet from you in your face and lying to the court. And that's what she did. And she knew what she was doing, and it's not right.
I would not have asked the court to listen to the 17-second video.
But what you did tell me, Ms. Love, wasn't the entirety of what was purportedly on states 112 Bravo Bravo. It did have other statements on it. It's different if you'd have told me, Judge, there are statements on there. Probably need to listen for yourself. Not just yeah.
Your Honor, my recollection.
So let me get this straight. She was caught in a lie? She was caught in a lie. Was she sanctioned? I'm guessing not, or we would have heard about that. That would have been all over social media. So she was not sanctioned in any kind of way. She was just allowed to get away with it. Why? Because y'all work together? Because she's part of the state as well? Because y'all park near each other? Or y'all go to the same barbecues at Christmas or what? I mean, that's not right. That's not right at all.
And I'm going to speak candidly because it's been.
Oh, now you're going to speak.
There'd be nothing less than candor.
And Your Honor, that's what I've been pushing for all along.
Now
there have been
she's not gonna
times,
lie.
as the court is aware, that we have been at the bench and misrepresentations, bald misrepresentations have been made, and the court has seen my reaction to them. I am the one that's constantly saying I have a duty of candor to the court.
All of you do. All of you do.
We do. And when Mr. Adams just read those series of things that he read, those half of what he said, I didn't catch. The part that I did catch and remember is the part I kept repeating just now, snitching, and I didn't even recall that part was there.
Zealous advocacy is one thing, but it should never be confused for misstatements or for anything else that's not less than candid to the court. I think both sides, you all are fighting very diligently and valiantly about your respective sides. And as I said a couple of days ago, what the public sees is, there's friction between the state, the defense, and the court. That is natural, and it is good for the system because it shows that we are not in collusion with one another. Justice is what it will be, and whatever this jury will decide. But what I am going to just advise everyone to kind of relook is what you tell each other, what you tell me, because there have been times where I have not received, I would consider what is accurate information. Let me just put it that way.
Oh boy. Testimony resumes on Monday. We'll see if these administrative days and the weekend have given everybody some time to cool off a bit. That's all we have for you here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. As always.
So sorry. Oh, sorry. My mic was on the wrong channel. Sorry. So Jason is at an appointment at his studio. Sorry about that. He'll be in and out of the chat. So he straight up said it, that he knew that there were times where they weren't being completely honest. So again, I'm going to say, why wasn't she sanctioned? Why wasn't something done? that drives me absolutely crazy. Oh, I'm not going to harp on it too much because it'll get me in my feels. So someone asked something about Trump's RICO. What was his RICO about? So I pulled up the information I had from another broadcast that I did. So I have this pulled up if you guys want to see it. Mandy muting us like the judge. No, and Tug. So let's pull this up here. So here's Trump's Georgia RICO. Ooh, let me zoom into that. That's small. So here's his some of his. So here are Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, who launched the investigation, said Mr. Trump and the other 18 defendants have until noon on the 25th of August to voluntarily surrender, which we know he didn't. Here are some of the charges Donald Trump is facing in the Peach State: violating Georgia's Racketeering Act, solicitation of violation of oath by public officer, conspiracy to impersonate a public officer, conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree, false statements and writings, and filing false documents. That's just some of them. There are, my understanding, are many, many more. So. Unmute. I am unmuted. It was a 98-page indictment issued on the 14th of August, claims that Mr. Trump unlawfully conspired to change the election outcome while participating in a criminal enterprise. Other charges include false claims of election fraud, which I'm not so sure that was false. I used to think that he was crazy for saying that. Now I'm not so sure. False claim of election fraud and solicitation of a violation of oath. He denies all charges against him. Mr. Trump said the indictment, which contains 18 additional defendants, including his former lawyer Rudy Giuliani, is politically motivated and a massive fraud. It is his fourth criminal case brought against him in many months. So there you go. I don't remember who asked about that. I think it was Grandma, but I'm not positive. But that's his RICO, and it's mainly people that served with him. Okay. So they're on lunch for another 30 minutes. Let's see what else. Does anybody have any video that they want to see? Somebody said the one where Fani was on the stand. Not Fani. Was it Fani? Screenshot of it. Yeah, Fani. Y'all want to see that one? Let's see. Okay. Y'all want to see her on the stand at YSL? On Indiana because like you. Okay. Oh, this looks good. Here we go. Oh, that's the Trump one. No, I wanted YSL. Has she not testified in YSL? Got her on stand in the Trump trial, but I don't think she's been on stand in YSL. I've got her on stand in the Trump trial, which it looks really good. Do we want to watch that? Let's watch that. She already looks mad. Look at that face.
Wait, October 2019 at the judges conference.
We haven't gotten to the point where Ms. Willis should be treated hostile in this situation.
I think we have.
I very much want to be here, so I'm not a hostile witness. I very much want to be
Not
here.
so much that you're hostile, Ms. Willis, it'd be an adverse witness. Your interests are opposed to Ms. Merchant's.
Ms. Merchant's interests are contrary to democracy, Your Honor, not to mine.
A Fulton County District Attorney in charge of criminally prosecuting.
She's being questioned by Ashley Merchant. Oh yeah, we watching this. She's being questioned by Ashley Merchant. I love Ashley Merchant. She is phenomenal. I wouldn't want to make Ashley Merchant mad. I love Ashley Merchant. Yes, bring this on. Bring this on.
Prosecuting former President Donald Trump for interference in the 2020
Give me
election,
the tea
shockingly
and the
took the stand
popcorn.
during a hearing in the case. Fani Willis had sought to avoid testifying about the allegation she was in a romantic relationship with the special prosecutor she assigned to the Trump case. But in an about face, she stormed into the courtroom and she insisted that she testify.
Please give me the time period. that we're
Mr.
talking.
Wade visited you at the place you laid your head.
When?
Has he ever visited you at the place you laid your head?
So let's be clear, because you lied in this. Let me tell you which one you lied in. Right here. I think you lied right here. No. This is the truth, Judge. And it is a lie. It is a lie.
Ms. Willis?
You see.
Mr. Sena, thank you. We're going to take 5 minutes.
The Fulton County District Attorney made headlines when she brought RICO charges against the former president and more than a dozen of his campaign staff. In an extraordinary moment, Willis marched into the Atlanta courtroom while attorneys were arguing over whether she should be forced to testify. As she approached the prosecutor's table in court, she looked before the judge, and as the entire gallery watched, she uttered 4 simple words: "I'm ready to go."
So I'm asking chat because I didn't watch this. She actually was not there. She was just at home watching it on the YouTube screens and just busted in there like the police and just said, put me on the stand. Is that what happened? Is that what happened? Yeah, it was during the Trump RICO case. Oh my gosh. Oh my goat.
I would ask, I need 3 documents in front of me, and they're the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant. 3 filings?
I'm here for this. She looks so mad. Walking in her office, sure she was on her phone, like, no, she didn't.
Does anyone have the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant? Does the court have the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant?
When you say the filings, you mean like the pleadings?
The pleadings, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I think we could locate
Yeah, she was. Ashley!
those for you in the supplemental.
I want the one filed on January the 8th, the one filed immediately after we filed ours.
We have to do
and the final one.
1.25 so we can get it in.
If you want to take a break to get them, I can make a copy. I think we have one.
You know, the only copy I have is going to have my notes on it. So if we don't have a clean copy,
Have a 5-minute break,
Let's take that. All right.
I'll sit here and work on.
Defense attorneys asked Willis to clear up the timeline of when she hired Wade, as they argue Willis hired him after the two were involved in a romantic relationship.
Let's start back in 2019.
Yep.
So you and Mr. Wade met in October 2019 at a conference?
That is correct. And I think in one of your motions, you tried to implicate I slept with him at that conference, which I find to be extremely offensive. I stayed at that conference. Mr. Wade was my teacher. I did not meet him when he taught.
You're a
the class.
teacher.
I was standing outside talking to Lisa Reed, who is
That's not
the
how it's
judge.
done.
Me and her were just having a conversation. Mr. Wade walks up think they hug each other. They have some brief conversation. She introduces us.
But Robin Yeardy, Willis's old college friend, told the court earlier the romantic relationship began in October of 2019. Willis previously lived in Yeardy's condo prior to their.
So you got called out on your lie, Fani, if that's really how you pronounce it.
Fallout, and the defense hammered her on
We don't
whether
have time
Wade
about it.
visited the condo prior to the election interference
We'll have
case.
to-
But Willis
in order
fired
to
back,
get it
asserting
all
the
in,
defense
we'll have
accusations
to-
were all lies.
How often
We'll
did
finish
Mr.
it
Wade visit
at
you
break.
at a place where you were living
It's only
between
1.25.
2019 and 2021?
So you want to start with the lie that he lived with me in South Fulton in 2019, a home he's never been to? That's one lie you told in your document. No,
Judge, I didn't ask her about that.
Ms. Merchant, I want you to ask a very precise question. I think she's saying and answering that he did not live with her. So why don't we break that up into smaller
Ever.
parts?
And I didn't ask about living.
But you put in your, while we're talking about professionalism, while we're talking about professionalism, she put in 3 different documents
Well,
he
she'll
lived
have
with me.
full opportunity to respond.
In
To file that with the court.
In
Professional.
2019,
I'm so happy.
He's never been to South Fulton. In 2019, I lived in South Fulton. He has never been to my residence in 2000.
Wait a minute. Now, I saw this somewhere. Didn't they prove on GPS on their phones that he had been to South Fulton, right? Didn't I'm living for this, y'all. I'm living for this.
19, ever, not once.
in 2019, he's never been to your residence, any place.
I lived in my home in South Fulton before I started getting the threats that were here, a house I paid for with my own sweat and tears. I'm no longer able to live there. But in 2019, I did. And in the 2 months of 2019 that I knew Mr. Wade, 3 months, the beginning of October, all of November, and all of December, Mr. Wade never came to my house in South Fulton. Let me help you out. I lived there in 2020. He never came to my house in 2020, let alone live with me, as you put falsely in these documents. In the first 3 months of 2021, when I could still enjoy my home, Mr. Wade never came to South Fulton, and it is certainly a lie that he lived with me.
Then it came time to question Willis about the vacations the two took together and who paid for the trips.
Talk about, you said that sometimes you paid Ms. Yeardy cash. When you went on vacation with Mr. Wade, let's just go one by one.
I love Ashley.
Let's start with the first one. What's the first time you went on vacation with Mr. Wade?
Before she
I think the
told
first
you
time
they
I
were
went on
together.
vacation was around April of 22, and it's a vacation is a stretch, but I'm trying to be comprehensive. I recall April of 22. His birthday is March the 18th.
Celebrate.
So that would have been his 49th birthday. I took him to like Tennessee for the day. I think we went to a museum. I think we might have stayed the night. I'm not sure, but I mean, Tennessee's kind of hard to call a vacation, but I just am trying to be.
Why is Tennessee hard to call a vacation? That's where I almost always go on vacation. Tennessee is beautiful. The Smoky Mountains is gorgeous, and you can definitely go to Tennessee on a vacation. Hard to call a vacation. What? You just offended a lot of people.
Like I said, I don't think, I know it wasn't more than a day.
You didn't spend the night.
I think that we did. That's what I'm telling you. I think that there's a possibility that we stayed that night in April of 22.
Who paid for the hotel?
You know if you
It was
stayed
his
the
birthday.
night.
When did you start dating?
When I started dating Mr.
I'm sorry. Who paid for it?
He did. That's what I'm telling you. I think that there's a possibility that we stayed that night in April of 22.
Who paid for the hotel?
I think I did. It was his birthday.
When did you start dating?
Yeah.
When I started dating Mr. Wade.
Taxpayers.
It was right around then.
April 2020?
22. Yes, it was around then. I don't know, like, it's not like when you're in grade school and you send a little letter and it says, will you be my girlfriend, and you check it. I don't know the day that we started seeing each other, but it was early 22.
Why not? Most adults do. Most adults know the day they start seeing each other. Who in this chat can put the day they started seeing their spouse? Most adults can. There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't make you a little kid.
Is my recollection.
Okay, early 22. And you all went to Florida on vacation?
Put the date in the chat.
I
The
don't
day you
recall
started
going
seeing
to
your
Florida
spouse.
on vacation with him.
You never went to Florida with Mr. Wade?
When we went to get on the cruise ship, we went to Miami.
Okay, that's the only time that you went to Florida with him?
I think we went to Miami and spent the night. That's my recollection.
Okay.
I think we spent one night so that we wouldn't miss the ship. That's my recollection of
The ship. Oh, y'all went on a cruise.
in Miami. I don't remember that.
And how'd you get to Miami?
We would have flown. And we've done that, so that I'm clear. We've done that twice. I think one time we stayed, and I honestly can't tell you, did we stay when the ship left or did we stay when the ship came back? I also can't tell you, so there's 2 cruises out of Miami. There's one that's in that October time period that was with his mom. And then there was another that was a New Year's Eve trip. I know I paid for the New Year's Eve.
With his mom. Oh, you already met mom. Okay. All right, fine.
Each trip, because the tickets were $697 each. And I thought, this is ridiculous that the tickets are $700 to go to Miami, but when you travel during New Year's Eve, they get you.
So let's just back up and talk about the first time that you went to Florida with Mr. Wade. That was the time that you said you stayed in Miami
She
at
said
the
the
hotel
first
the first
time.
night.
Ashley
That's the time I told you, I am not sure. So I'm not sure of two things. So I want to make sure that my testimony is clear. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the October trip. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the December trip. I just can't remember that. And I also don't remember, so that the record is clear, I don't remember if the necessity was as we got on the ship or we got off the ship. But I do remember there was a night spent in Miami because either whatever, I don't remember. But I think that there was a night spent in Miami.
That cruise is the one that you took in October, right?
Ma'am, if you have something to refresh my recollection, I'm intentionally trying to not be difficult with you, but I don't want to make
No,
up
you're
something.
not.
I know that on one of those two trips, we stayed in Miami. I am not sure right now. You're asking me about.
Oh, I'm sorry, you misunderstood. I was not asking you which night you stayed in Miami. I'm asking if you took a cruise in October 2022 with Mr. Wade.
Yes, and his mom.
And his mother. That's what I was asking.
Yes.
Is that the first
It
time
was
you
a
met him?
family
Yes.
ordeal.
It was on that cruise. And that was Royal Caribbean, I believe?
I honestly don't remember what
Yes,
ship. I know
you do.
taking two cruises.
Stop.
I don't know what the ships were.
But he paid for the flight and the cruise on Royal Caribbean that time.
So yes, he paid. He is the original one that does it. He has something called Mr. Wade is a world traveler. I'm not as versed as him. He's been to 6 of the 7 continents. And so he has both a personal travel agent and he also has a cruise travel agent. I don't know anything about either of those kind of travel agents. So he is the one that would book the travel. But we need to be clear when we're talking about just because he booked it doesn't mean, like, I don't consider him having taken me anyplace. Let me just be honest. The only one that's ever taken somebody someplace is for his 50th birthday. I consider that I took him to Belize. And I took him to Belize because, I don't want to discuss his personal business, but I'm happy Mr. Wade is still here with us. And I did 50 big, very big.
When it came to how Willis reimbursed Wade for the trips together, she responded, she always kept cash on her, thanks to a tip she pointed out that she got from her father.
And then after that cruise, you all flew to Aruba and spent a couple days in a hotel there, correct?
Right. And his mother was not happy.
He
that we left her
initially paid
behind.
for that. He initially paid for that.
For Aruba, yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about both of those. I know he initially paid for it. Did you pay him back?
For the cruise and for Aruba, yeah, I gave him his money before we ever went on that trip.
You gave him cash before you ever went on the trip?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when you got cash to pay him back on these trips, would you go to the ATM?
Right, because she didn't want there to be a credit card trip. She did not want there to be a credit card trail. And Petty makes a great point. She don't remember 2022, but they want little Woody to remember 2015. Good point.
No, lady.
You would not go to the ATM?
No.
Okay. So
Did she just call her
Cook County
baby?
pays you. You gave him cash before you ever went on the trip?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when you got cash to pay him back on these trips, would you go to the ATM?
No, lady.
You would
No,
not.
lady? What kind of candor and professionalism is calling her lady? No, lady. What?
No.
Okay. So Fulton County pays you direct deposit, I assume?
Yes, Fulton County and the state of Georgia both pay me direct deposits.
Okay. So the cash that you would pay him, you wouldn't get it out of the
It's
bank.
not childish.
I have money in my house.
You have money in your house. So it was just money that was there.
Oh, why don't you just tell everybody so they can rob
When
you?
you meet my father, he's going to tell you as a woman, you should always have, which I don't have, so let's don't tell him that. You should have at least 6 months in cash at your house at all times. Now,
Why?
I don't know why this old black man feels like that, but he does. When we were growing up, my daddy had 3 safes in the house. So
Now,
my,
I will say this. A woman should have cash on them at all times. And this is just what my dad used to say. Not a whole lot, but you should have at least $100 cash on you at all times. And this is for your safety if you get robbed. Because if you get robbed, just hear me out. If you get robbed and you have nothing, they're more likely to hurt you. But if they get something, they're just going to take it and leave. Anyway.
father's bought me a lockbox, and I always keep cash in the house. Now, I don't do it to the degree that my father would do it, so he would probably be ashamed with me, but I always have cash at the house. That has been, I don't know, all my life. If you're a woman and you go on a date with a man, you better have $200 in your pocket. So if that man acts up, you can go where you want to go. So I keep cash in my house, and I don't keep cash as good in my purse like I used to, because I don't go on many dates. But when you go on a date, you should have cash in your pocket.
You've never given Mr. Wade money through Cash App?
No.
The only money you've ever given him outside of a contract is cash.
I didn't give him money in a contract, so that was cute, but I didn't give him money outside in a contract. What happened is, no, we're going to answer it since you said it. He worked more hours than he was paid, and the county paid him for the work that he did. So don't be cute with me and then think that you're not going to get an answer.
And I will ask you about the contract in a minute. I asked you about cash. Did you ever pay him anything? And I'm trying to qualify my questions. I'm not talking about the contract with Fulton County that was paid. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about outside of that. Did you ever pay him anything other than cash?
I've only given cash a few times in the course of what we're talking about. So if we would go to dinner,
Let her finish her answer.
if we would go to dinner, I wouldn't give him cash because he paid for dinner or I paid for dinner. I've given him cash only a few times in life, probably 4. Probably the most money I've ever handed him is $2,500. The least amount of money I've handed him, probably between $500 and $1,000.
Throughout her testimony, Willis maintained she was not the one on trial.
So your office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken with Mr. Wade.
Well, no. Look, I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
So my question was, do you have any problem?
I object to getting any personal records of mine.
We're not
Classify her as a hostile witness. Wow.
dealing with privilege through a witness.
And I'm not, no, I'm not dealing with privilege. What we had offered to put them in camera for the court to review. And I just want to know if she has any
That's not
problem.
something you deal with a witness.
Willis said she and Wade's relationship ended, but the two remain friends and professional colleagues.
When did your
I'm so
relationship,
glad
your
we're friends,
personal relationship
TT.
with Mr. Wade end?
Our personal relationship ended in this year. So let's be very clear so that we don't mix words. I don't want to mix words in here. Mr. Wade is my friend right now. Mr. Wade, I would say, has been my friend since 2020. I think he started out as like a mentor and a professional colleague. He became my friend and somebody that I really respected. I feel very indebted to Mr. Wade.
And then we were going to Tennessee together every night.
For taking on the task of this job. And he is certainly my friend and one of the people that I respect the most. So if you ask about a personal relationship, I consider myself to have a personal relationship right now, Mr. Wade. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Anna Cross. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Mr. Abadi. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Andrew Evans.
Okay, let me just clarify that
I
before we
have
go.
a personal relationship with him as we speak right now.
A romantic
I don't think that's what you're asking. I think that's what
romantic
you're asking.
relationship. When did your romantic relationship with Mr. Wade end?
My-
Did it end?
Me and Mr. Wade, we are good friends.
That's not her question.
My respect for him has grown over these 7 weeks of attacks. We are very good friends. I think, but for these attacks, it would have been a friendship that, as life goes, he would have stopped having. I think that you have cemented that we'll be friends till the day we die.
Let's.
We just have an answer to the question.
I can handle this. Say that. Let's have
She
it.
asked about a personal relationship.
She asked when the romantic relationship ended. That's the question.
It's sometime in, I'd say late summer of 2023. So I don't believe in, this is what you're really asking about. This is the salaciousness of all of this, right?
No, I'm just asking about your romantic relationship. When you stopped dating?
I think that me and Mr. Wade.
I don't know how you can get through life like that.
So he's a man. He probably would say June or July. I would say we had a tough conversation in August. So that men in relationships at the end of physical intimacy, women in relationships when that tough conversation takes place.
Willis testified she never disclosed her relationship with the Fulton County Board of Commissioners or anyone within Fulton County. She spent hours on the stand and throughout maintained that she did nothing wrong. The stakes are high for the Fulton County District Attorney. If she's disqualified from the Trump election interference case, they would have to find a new attorney to take over the charges against the former president and 14 others, or drop the case altogether. Reporting for Law and Crime, I'm Elizabeth Milner.
Oh, that was worth watching. I enjoyed that maybe a little bit too much. Yeah, it doesn't feel too good when the shoe's on the other foot. I've seen somebody saying, yeah, Gordon, right? What's wrong, Fani? Fani and VP Harris was meeting at the White House. I have questions. Yeah, I have were they? Oh, that's right. I did see something about that. Apparently several times they were meeting at the White House. Many times even. Many times even. That was awesome to watch. I just love Ashley Merchant. She gets in them little subtle digs. And she's president of GLADCL, which is the Georgia, I can never get that right. It's the head of the Boss Daddy Georgia State Bar Association. Okay, yeah, let's not go there, please. She's fighting her own legal battles. Yeah, that's true. Okay, they should be back from lunch in about 5 minutes. So I'm gonna take like 2 minutes and run and grab a drink. I will be right back. I'm gonna put on some background music just for about 2 minutes or so. Okay, I'll be back in just like 2 minutes. See what you guys are talking about. Has a contempt charge been dropped? Whose contempt charge? I think my chair is like sinking. Sorry. I am tall. I am 5'9", so my chair has to be all the way up. Watching time in Georgia, live in California, my meal times are jacked. One of my best friends lives in California, so I understand. She's like, why are you calling me? Do you know how early it is? What did I think of the Fani Willis being on stand? She acted up. She acted up. She did not act. She did not act like a professional. I laughed until I had tears coming out the side of my face, y'all. Look, I start thinking about it again and laughing. I had tears. I had to go in there and powder, like for real. I'm surprised I didn't have mascara going. It was funny. She acted up. It was great. I needed that in my life. No, they're not back yet. I'm going to go ahead and unmute it, though. Oh, wait, he's got it pulled up on his end. Let me pull it up on mine. Well, just in time.
In that Dropbox link, an exhibit that I assume he may intend to use with Mr. Copeland, and it's going to be exhibit 236A.
One in the chat if you can hear it.
It's a Instagram posting. I believe the posting may have been on June 27th of this year, in which Mr. Copeland appears post. He is an innocent man in real life. The demons that has been on me at certain times in my life have full control.
Now, like the video.
And he goes on. I think I know who he is the innocent man that he might be referencing, Your Honor. I'm not sure how this is going to come out during Mr. Copeland's cross-examination. However, the state's concern would be the initial part of he is an innocent man, and that's invading on the province of the jury, depending on what he is innocent of, or determining from this post what he may or may not be innocent of. I'll cite the courts of Fordham v. State, which is 352 Georgia Appeals 520.
From what year?
2019, Your Honor.
Okay.
And essentially that Georgia law generally precludes a witness from testifying.
Slow down.
Sorry.
Georgia law what?
Generally precludes a witness from testifying as to his or her opinion regarding an ultimate issue in the case, because to do so would invade the province of the jury. And so if you're trying to say he's an innocent man, that could be perceived that you're trying to invade what the jury ultimately has to decide about Mr. William or any of the defendants' guilt or innocence. And so I'm just bringing to the court's attention. I don't know how it's going to come in, but that is the state's concern regarding this posting.
Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, I could get a case, but lay people, by the way, can comment on an essential element if it's their observation, A, but B, it's for impeachment. I believe that Mr. Copeland, and I don't know what he's going to say. I have not spoken with him, but I believe that he has targeted Mr. Williams in that posting on June 27, 2024, saying that my conscience caught up with me if and he's an innocent person, I believe that can go to the jury the way it was said. I don't see any problem with that. It's a prior inconsistent statement because he's telling the jurors through 2015 video, audio, that Mr. Williams is the reason that the person's dead. Mr. Williams gave the order to kill Mr. Copeland, that all these people work for Mr. Williams. So I believe that it's critical, his state of mind. And the jurors obviously go to weight. I understand there's a 9-year difference, but it goes to weight.
Okay, so how is this a prior inconsistent statement? This was made subsequent to everything that I may just not be following you.
I understand. Prior inconsistent statement is anything prior to the trial of the case, but I could get you that case.
Okay, well, this is in the midst of the trial of the case.
Prior to testimony.
Not prior to all of his testimony either.
I don't think it matters. You know, if he said to someone on the way in here, hey, what I said on the 2015 about being at the green store is not true, that comes in for impeachment. I asked him about it, then I could put up the person who he said it to. It does not matter. It's a prior statement that is inconsistent with what he said. So I feel very comfortable that that is the law. I tell him
it's not a prior statement. It can't possibly be a prior inconsistent statement if it's not a prior statement. This is not a statement he made prior to any of his 2015 statements to law enforcement.
Let me get you the case, but it does not have to be prior to the statement that you're impeaching. It's a prior statement of that witness. He made a prior statement on June 27, 2024 that is inconsistent with his previous statements, but I can get you those cases.
Okay, I don't know that it's inconsistent with his trial testimony, though. He's testified at trial. Everything I said to the police, I just said it because I wanted to get out of there, and none of it was true. So this is not inconsistent with that either.
Well, it is for two reasons. I believe it's admissible. One, he's saying that what he said was about an innocent person, which is different than I just wanted to get out. So I was saying some truth and some non-truth. And second, it impeaches his 2015 statements.
It may do that.
And that's admissible. But let me get you a case instead of just me saying it's prior inconsistent statement.
Okay.
Let me just get you a case.
All right. Was there an objection other than?
Yes, Your Honor, because I don't believe it's a prior inconsistent statement based upon his testimony in trial. He made this post the beginning of his testimony. So he made this post, if it's on June 27th, he started testifying initially on June 6th, June 7th, before and he testified all the way up until June 17th prior to.
Yes, I'm muting it. Guys, let's not be critical of people, okay? Let's just try to only criticize the law and what's going on in the case, okay?
To, that testimony not being included. And this is after that on the 24th, which this is consistent with what he said on the stand repeatedly to this jury over and over and over again, that I lied on Thug hasn't done anything.
I was just asking you, did you have an objection beyond or in addition to that? I didn't know if that was everything you were saying or.
Definitely, yes, Your Honor.
All right. And then, Mr. Sharp, did you have something?
Your Honor, it is my belief that Mr. Steele plans to play a phone call that Mr. Copeland is on with his sister. I believe it's marked Jeffery Williams 250B. My concern is from 1605 to 1629. There is a comment made by who I believe to be Mr. Copeland's sister, stating that she has heard that Shannon got shot at because he killed Nutt. Is close to the quote. It's based on speculation and hearsay. It's obviously very prejudicial to my client. So I would ask that if Mr. Williams or if Mr. Steele, on behalf of Mr. Williams, is to publish JW 250B, that the times between 1605 and 1629 be redacted to take that segment out.
All right, any response, Mr. Steele? Any objection to that part coming out? Okay, thank you. All right, anything else?
But I'll do that.
All right. Any other matters?
I'm finding you that case, but I can do it on the court.
Okay. All right, then let's get Mr. Copeland and the jury in.
What was that?
All right, Ms. Juror.
Thank you. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Steele.
Mr. Copeland, do you remember saying on when being asked questions by Ms. Hilton that Mr. Turner or Threat asked you to go with him and you and Mr. Turner fired ammunition of bullets into the barbershop of Rich Homiequan's father? You remember that?
Can you ask me again?
Yes, sir. Do you remember telling the jury that you and Mr. Turner, Threat, went to the barbershop of Rich Homiequan's father and fired bullets into that barbershop?
What about it?
One more time.
What about it?
Do you remember saying that?
Out of frustration?
Yes.
Yes.
And when you did that, do you know whether there were people inside that barbershop at that time?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling District Attorney Hilton before you started to testify on Friday, June 7, 2024? I asked you this before, but I'm going to ask you again, okay? Before, when you first came into the jury to testify, before June 7, 2024, so before that date, do you remember telling District Attorney Hilton that there was a video of you and others saying, "We killed Nut" may exist? Do you remember saying that?
I don't recall.
Did you tell District Attorney Hilton that?
That's how it.
That there's a video with you and others admitting that you killed Donovan, not but Donovan Thomas.
I can't remember if I told her.
All right, let me go into this. I want to ask you about Jeffery Williams or JW. $240P as in perfect, and that's State's Exhibit number 378YE. So, Mr. Copeland, that's going to be the June 10th, 2015 interrogation or interview with the police. And it's at 248:22 through 248:57. And this goes into you stating that when you pulled up, you told Deshawn is your child's mother, right? That's her name. Okay. But I was like, she got in the car. She was at her friend's house. This is on January 10th, 2015. You're recounting. She got in the car. You said, man, these ends just killed Nut, bro. She like, who? I told her it's Thug in them. She like, huh? What happened? Like SHI, I don't know. D just got in the car and like, SHI, boy, they just, you know what I mean? They just told me that. So she like, what you gonna do? What the F you mean what I'm going to do? I ain't got nothing to do with this SHI. She like, yeah, you know, like we all know they was gonna say my name. So I was like, I don't know. So we got in the car and we rode home. Okay? I'd like you to listen to make sure I said that right, if you don't mind listening.
Y'all ain't got Deshaun. So my foot told what Deshaun was like. She got in the car. She was at her friend's house. She got in the car. And he needed to kill the play, bro. She like, who? I told her. She throw it in. She like, huh, what happened? I said, I don't know. DJ got in the car like shit. But it, you know what I mean? They told me like it. So she like, what you gonna do? What the fuck you mean what I'm gonna do? I ain't had nothing to do with this shit. She's like, yeah, you know that. Like, we all been gonna say my name. So I'm like, I don't know. So we got in the car. We go home.
Did you hear that? Did I say it accurately?
Sound like it.
Okay. And do you remember telling the police that, and then they spoke with Ms. Quarterman or Deshawn? You're aware of that, you said earlier, right?
They did?
Yeah, you're aware that she would call them for you, text message them.
Oh, yeah.
Collect calls. Never corroborated or never asked about that, right? As far as you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. All right. You know, I may have 1 second.
Sure.
I apologize.
Woody looks comfortable. Do we like comfortable Woody or suit Woody?
Sorry about that. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. The next one, we discussed already, I believe. No one ever, you told the police that on June 10, 2015, that from the McDonald's, me and him get on the expressway, boom, and they are following y'all in the Nitro. Asked the detective, you said, yeah, no. They told us to follow them. So you're following them, the detective said, and you said, yeah. But when D told me this, O-H-E-L-L, no, I ain't fixing to follow them. But D didn't get out of the car with me, but I'm trying to trick D so I can see what the H-E-L-L is going on. Boom, so we followed them to Thug's house. They stayed downtown at the Sky House. I'm going to play for you, make sure that's right. Jeffery Williams of JW240Q, State's Exhibit number 378YE. It's the June 10th, 2015 interview. It's from 9:58:12 to 9:58:39.
So we will get on Spiller. Where are they following y'all? Yeah, they told us follow them. Okay, so y'all follow them. Yeah, but when you told me, hell no, I ain't gonna follow them. But I had to even get out the cover. I'm trying to keep these I see what the hell going on. So we followed them to the door. They stayed downtown on the Sky House.
What I said, was that fairly accurate?
He said, I told you, I heard it, but man, I have to tell the police anything.
And the truth is, you didn't follow Jeffery Williams to Sky House.
I don't remember that night. So much going on. I don't know what happened that night.
When I say follow to Jeffery Williams Sky House from the McDonald's.
What I'm saying is so much what happened that night. I can't say I was all over the place. I don't remember exactly what happened that night.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever drive by at any time, the scene where the barbershop is, where Donovan Thomas was shot and killed on January 10th, 2015?
What you mean?
Did you, at any time, I understand there was a lot going on, but did you drive by the scene? You know where Donovan Thomas was shot? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
One more time?
I said, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Did you, on January 10, 2015, drive by that street where he was shot?
I can't recall.
Okay. Let's do this. Did the police, detectives, federal, anybody, district attorney's office ever come to you and inquire of you whether or not your phone records show from the McDonald's area, cell phone tower, to the Sky House? Did they ever ask you about your phone records to see if it tracks what you told the police?
They never told me nothing about my phone at all.
Okay. All right. I want to talk with you about the meeting with Detective Thorpe. So it's about 7-8 hours after the shooting of Donovan Thomas, January 11th, 2015. Your Honor, this is Jeffery Williams, or JW241D, as in David. And this is State's Exhibit number 378YA, as in Elisa. It's 3:18:50 a.m. to 3:20:42 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, if you could just listen for this, and if I said it wrong, just tell the jurors I got it wrong. You're in with Detective Thorpe. January 11, 2015, and Detective Thorpe is asking you, who is Walter Lee Maddox? And you said, who? Walter Lee Maddox, the detective said. You said, I don't know. Nickname? Detective said, did you all ever rent or own an Infiniti? You said an Infiniti. Detective Thorpe said, did you all ever rent or own one of those cars before? You say no. You deny it. Detective Thorpe said, have you been stopped in an Infiniti before? You said, have I? No. Detective Thorpe said, have you been stopped in an accident in an Infiniti? You said no. Detective Thorpe said something, I don't know, you could tell us if you can recognize it. You said, have I ever had a car break-in? No, let me think. You talking about this year? Detective Thorpe said, anytime. You said, I had a car break in a Pontiac. That was a couple of years ago. Detective Thorpe asked you, what kind of car does your brother drive? You said a white Dodge Charger. That's the truck he gave me. You said, Detective Thorpe rather said, does your brother got two cars? You says, nah, his girl got a car, and that the car he got, the Dodge Charger, and she got the ugly little Malibu, like 19 something. Detective Thorpe said a 2014 Dodge Charger. You said yes. Detective Thorpe said white. You said yes. Who drives a Nissan? Detective Thorpe asked. You said a Nissan, what color? Detective Thorpe said it is gray. You said, I don't drive no Nissan. Detective Thorpe said, okay, y'all ever have an Infiniti gray Q45 before? You said a truck. Detective Thorpe said no. You said a car, not that I know of. I want you to listen to this. If you don't mind, tell me if I did that wrong.
Who's Walter Lee Maddox? Who? Who's Walter Maddox? Huh? No, y'all. Did y'all ever rent or own an Infiniti? Fani. Y'all ever rent one of those cars before? Have you ever been stopped in an Infiniti before? Have I? Yeah. An accident in an Infiniti? No. The maximum? Have I ever had a car again? Mm-hmm. No. Let me think. So did you? Anytime. I had a car wreck in the Pontiac. That was a couple years ago. I ain't had no car wreck. I ain't had no wreck, so I ain't have none of it. What kind of car your brother drive? Who was that in there? A white Dodge Charger. This car he gave me. Your brother got two cars? Nah, his Juror got a car, and the car he got the Dodge Charger. Okay. Then she got this little ugly little Malibu, like a 19 something. 2014 Dodge Charger? Yeah. One. Yeah. Who drives a Nissan? A Nissan? What color? What color is it? Gray. I like that on Nissan. Okay. Y'all ever had a Infiniti gray? A gray Infiniti Q45 before? A truck? No. A car? Yeah. Not I know of.
Were you able to hear that, sir?
I think we all heard.
Okay, similar to what I said?
Huh?
Similar to what I said?
I guess.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, you referred to Detective Thorpe as a squirrel brain. Do you remember that earlier in the testimony? Do you remember saying something like that?
Yeah.
And by approximately 3 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, January 11, 2015, so within 8 hours approximately of Mr. Donovan Thomas being shot, Detective Thorpe is asking you specific pointed questions about you in a rental gray Infiniti sedan. Do you realize that?
You said, do I realize it?
Yeah.
What you mean?
That's what he was doing. You understand that he was asking you about a rental Infiniti within 8 hours of the shooting of Donovan Thomas.
Right.
And you denied any dealing with an Infiniti vehicle rental, right?
Right.
And that's not true, right?
What you mean?
You were dealing with a rental Infinity vehicle.
I was?
Yeah, weren't you?
I don't recall.
The car that you were driving that Jeffery Williams rented for you was, do you know that type of car that was? Or he testified to?
What about him renting the car for him?
Sustained.
Okay. The car you were driving that you announced that you gave to Threat or Mr. Turner, do you know what type of car, rental car that was?
Nope.
Okay. Did the police ever come back to you and ask you about Walter Lee Harvey again? To your knowledge?
I still don't know who that is.
Okay. Did the police ever come back to you and talk with you about wrecking that 2015 Infinity vehicle besides this?
No.
Now, you have used other people's, like when other people rent cars, you know, Miss Quarterman's mother rented cars, allowed you and Miss Quarterman to use, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Just do me a courtesy, I apologize, but for the court.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And that would be in Miss Quarterman's mother's name, the rental car. You're aware of that, right?
Right.
And I want you to listen to, if you don't mind, JW Jeffery Williams 240R as in righteous, states exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. It's also June 10th, 2015. Meeting or interrogation by the police, 11:33:17 a.m. to 11:34:10 a.m. And I'm just going to tell you and just make sure this is what it says. You said that I didn't break in these cars. I wasn't even with them. I just gave them the car. Detective said, but you said, but for what reason though? Because they was going to do some stupid SHI blank to get some money. Detective Dennis said something, I don't know what it is, so you can help us if you don't mind. You said, I knew they were fixing to go. Detective Gaither said, you knew they were going to do a job. You ain't what exact job it was. And then there's overlapping, meaning everyone's talking at one time. Detective Gaither said, but you know what an effing job is. You said, I just. Detective Gaither says, you know they ain't going to church. You said, I was just looking at like SHI. I ain't doing it. I ain't getting in trouble behind it. That's how I was really looking at it. Detective Gaither says, but you're still effing up Deshaun. Because if something else would have happened in that effing car, that truck is in her mama's name. Detective Dennis said, what if they did a robbery? You said, like I told them. Detective Gaither said, and it's the first report. Detective Dennis said, right. Detective Gaither said, we found. Detective Dennis said, we ain't even check. And you said, what I'm saying, no. What I'm saying, I already told them. I said, look, y'all, this car is Deshaun Mama name. You feel what I'm saying? I just said it like that. I said, it's in her mama name. She's gonna tell the police if y'all do anything. I did it. And I'm saying, y'all, I ain't going down for nobody else. I told her just like that. Just listen to it and make sure that what I said was fairly accurate.
That ain't my fault that you did that. No, I didn't bring any car. I wasn't even with them. I just had the car. But for what reason though? Because you knew they were going to do some stupid shit to get some money. I knew they were going to go. You knew they were going to go to jail. You didn't know how they back jail was, but you know what fucking jail is. You know they ain't going to church. I know I won't get jail. I just looked at it like shit. I ain't going to get in trouble behind. That's how I just looked at it. But you can still fucking up their shots or something else would happen to that fucking car. That truck is in her mama's name.
What if they did a robbery?
Like I told you. And this is the first report run we found.
They didn't check on
what I'm saying. I told him. I said, look, the car that your home name. You know what I'm saying? I said, yeah, that is your home name. She don't tell the police if y'all do anything, I did. And I'm letting y'all know I'm going after nobody else. I told him just like that.
Is it fair what I said? That's what you all are talking about?
That's what it sounds like.
So even though it was, and Deshaun and you have a special relationship. I mean, you share child or children, right?
Yes, a child.
Okay. And you're aware that her mother is renting a car in her mother's name, letting you use it, and Deshaun, or excuse me, Miss Courtroom, and it's used for criminal conduct by stealing people's cell phones, laptops, breaking into cars. You're aware of that, right?
No.
You're aware on June 10, 2015, when the police came to arrest you, they searched that rental car in Deshaun Quarterman's mother's name and found other people's cellular telephones, laptops, identifications. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah, after they locked me up.
Okay. And you were involved in breaking into those cars and stealing, using her mother, Deshaun Quarterman's mother's rental car, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Assume effect's not in evidence.
Asking him a question.
I think he just answered it.
Right?
They charged me.
Okay. Why, I just ask you, why would you be entrusted by somebody? They were doing you a favor with a rental car in their name. Why would you go out and commit a crime while using someone else's rental car?
I don't get what you're asking me.
Did you ever think?
That's not in evidence.
Did you ever think about the lives that you were affecting by committing crime in a rental car in someone else's name?
Objection, Your Honor. Assume effect's not in evidence. Rule 611, Rule 24-6-611.
How about relevance?
And relevance.
Did it ever occur to you that you can get other people in trouble?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
All right. I'd like to talk with you about Jeffery Williams exhibit number 240S, as in Samantha. This is at State's exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron. It's June 10, 2015 interrogation. It's at 10:0031 a.m. to 10:0046 a.m. And please listen and make sure that what I'm announcing is accurate. You're talking about, if you remember and you'll listen to it, O.G. Bentley. Do you know the name Kelvin Treadwell? Do you know O.G. Bentley by a government name? Do you know who that person is?
I don't even know who O.G. Bentley is.
Okay. All right. Where you said, you feel what I'm saying? This is what D's saying. Bentley's supposed to went and hid the car and the guns. Detective said, where? You said, I ain't never heard it. Like, they just cut me off. They seen all the police just kept coming at me, talking to me. I want you to listen to this if that's what you said, okay?
You know what I'm saying? This what he said. Bentley supposed to went to hit the car and the guns. Where I ain't never heard. Like they just cut me out. Like they seen our police just kept coming at me and talking to me.
Did the police or the prosecution ever come to you and say, hey, we would like to talk to you about corroborating or supporting or verifying what you told us here? Did that ever happen?
Can you say it again?
Yeah. When you're telling the police that O.G. Bentley supposedly hit a car and guns, did the police ever come to you or the district attorney's office and say, we want to talk to you about that statement and see if we could verify it? Did they ever do that?
Then I said to the police, they came back to me and asked me verify whatever word you using. They never, I said what I said to them, that was it. I didn't hear nothing else from them until I was back in handcuffs.
Okay. Yesterday, you were shown State's Exhibit number 22CC. Could you help me out if you don't mind? Thank you. It should be the. Yes. This is already in evidence, Your Honor.
Right.
Ms. Person. Perfect. Thank you. If you could just blow up the actual image. Mr. Copeland, if you were shown this yesterday. This should be State's Exhibit number 22CC is in Colette. And the state asked you about the vehicle, which should be on the left of your screen. And they identified it as a white Nitro, I believe. You remember this from yesterday by any chance?
Yeah, I seen it. Yeah.
Now, I just want to make sure the jurors know, and if you could make it small. This is not the Texaco gas station that you were shown pictures of with the Infiniti and the Pontiac and the gentleman walking into the convenience store. This is a totally different gas station. Do you recognize that?
I don't know what is it.
I just want to make sure that there was clarity. Do you know where this gas station is by any chance, just from looking around? Just from looking at 22CC?
You said, do I know the area?
Yeah, do you recognize that at all?
Yeah, I know the area.
Okay. Is that in the same area, vicinity as the Texaco gas station that's next to the barbershop where Mr. Donovan Thomas was killed?
No.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure the jurors weren't confused, or that we didn't confuse the jurors. Okay, thank you, Mr. Knight. Now, the state also showed you yesterday a photograph. It's 10CC, as in Colette. I'd like to show that again, and it is in evidence already, Your Honor. And if you could blow it up if you don't mind. Do you remember seeing this yesterday by any chance, Mr. Copeland? Do you remember being shown?
I don't see that.
Oh, it's not on your screen? It might be, it's behind you.
Yeah, I see it now.
Okay. And the gentleman in the white shirt, kind of in the center but left of the screen, do you know that person?
No, I don't know that person.
Okay.
Talking with the white shirt or the black shirt? I don't know neither one of those.
Okay. That doesn't, being shown that yesterday by the district attorney?
Let me be clear.
Yes, sir.
I see him around, but I don't know him.
Okay, thank you. But that doesn't verify any of your statements to the police, does it?
Huh?
Objection, improper question, Your Honor.
I'm not sure he can answer that question.
Do you believe that by seeing that picture of that person, whoever it is, the person you see around sometimes, did that in any way verify what you
Mr.
told the
Steele,
police?
I mean, that's basically just, you put a do you believe in front of it, but what he believes about it isn't relevant.
Did the police ever do anything to show you, or the district attorney, to corroborate your statement to the police? I understand what you're saying, that it was made up.
but did they ever do anything to try to tie it to that person? Did the police ever do that to you? Or the district attorney's office?
I don't even remember. I don't know. I don't hear nothing about him.
Okay. All right. I want to talk with you about your statements to the police that Jeffrey, that you were with Jeffrey when you were getting calls from the police, okay? There was some discussion like that. And it's, Your Honor, is JW Jeffery Williams 240T as in terrific. States exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. It's again June 10, 2015. This is at 9:50:35 a.m. to 9:51:48 a.m. I'm sorry. Of course. 9:50:35 a.m. 9:51:48 a.m. And if you hear this, Mr. Copeland, if I'm, just make sure that after you listen to it, I'm correct. You said, I'm like, don't worry about it, N. But anyway, long story short, the detective was calling my phone. You know what I mean? And he was right there. Detective said, Thug was right there. You said, yeah. You said, so I answered the phone and he looking at me like this, but I don't know what's going on. Detective says, why is he looking at you like that? You said, because he see me answering the phone for them. Detective said, but at what point does Thug have anything to say, nuts murder, to be looking at you in any kind of way? Like, don't worry about that, like this and that. And you said, I'm fixing to give it to you. Detective said, please, we've been waiting for months. You said, no, I ain't. Guess what? I heard he was trying to kill me, but I ain't. This is what happened. I answered the phone. Hello? Yeah, this. I knew it was a detective calling. Detective said, the one that's handling the murder case? You said, no, different detective. Detective said, okay. You said, I thought one of them was you. My sister said that she described, you know what I mean? But she was just like a man. Detective said, right. So you said, so I just thought she was talking about you. Detective said, okay. You said, so she was like, detective's called. All right. So I answered the phone and he's right there. So I was like, yeah, indiscernible. So I don't know what that means. I couldn't understand it. This and that, man, they just talking to me. And he was just looking at me, but I ain't think, because I ain't did nothing. So I'm like, SHI blank. I'd like you to just listen to this if you don't mind and tell me if this is what you're saying, and I'd like to ask you some questions.
All right. Don't worry about it, nigga. But anyway, long story short, the terrorist was calling my phone. You know what I mean? And he was right there. So, yeah. So I answered the phone. And he looked at me like this. So, well, I don't know what's going on. Why are you looking at you like that? Because he seen me answer the phone for him. But at what point does Thug have anything to say about nuts murder and be looking at it any kind of way, like, don't worry about that. Like, I'll get please, we've been waiting months. No, and guess what? Well, I heard you try to, but I ain't. This way, I answered the phone. Hello? Yeah, this, I knew it was the detective call. The one that's handling the murder case? Nah, it was different detectives. I went on too. My sister said that she described it. You know what I mean? But she was just like a man. I thought she was my too. So she was like, detective call. So I answered the phone, and he right there. So I'm like, yeah, this kind of close, what's this and that. And they just talking to me. And he just looking at me, but I didn't think, cause I didn't need that. So I'm like, shit, nigga, yeah.
Mr. Copeland, what I said, was that substantially right, according to what you just heard?
That's what it sounded like.
Did the police ever come to you, or the district attorney's office ever come to you and discuss with you whether or not anything about you were around Jeffrey when police are calling and his impression of it or reaction to it? They ever do anything to verify that, to your knowledge?
No.
It's made up, right?
But they said that their own mouth. You heard them in the investigation. You ain't giving us nothing. You bushing us. I mean, like they knew what I was doing. My stomach hurt bad, Judge. I feel like I got cramps.
Uh-oh. Is Woody okay? Somebody check on him. Everybody's just staring.
Can I ask you a question? This is JW 241E as in Aaron, State's Exhibit number.
Oh, he's got his head down.
378YA as in Elisa. This is January 11th.
Something might be medically wrong.
This is 4:13:31 a.m.
Can y'all stop for a minute?
9 a.m. And specifically, this is you telling Detective Thorpe.
Are we
that
serious?
Jeffrey, that you wanted to retaliate after the shooting of Donovan Thomas. People were shooting your families.
This is a human
You
being.
wanted to retaliate, and Jeffrey telling you, don't do that, let 12 handle. Okay, just listen, okay?
Basically, like, she said, I had went down to her house and like see what's going on. Like when these folks can't shot this young mom house. Like, for real. Yeah, like, oh, what I supposed to do, bro? Like man, get out of the way, bro. Let 12 handle that. 12 deal with that. That's all he kept saying. Like, man, bro, you come out and let police handle that and deal with that, bro. These folks kill my family. He's like, man, folks, he know them better than that. I mean, them folks, man. I don't.
Were you able to hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Yeah, I heard.
And is it fair to say that you told Detective Thorpe about 7-8 hours after the shooting of Donovan Thomas that Jeffrey's reaction to all this is let 12 handle?
Say it again.
Okay. Jeffrey's reaction when you were saying that people are shooting at your family's homes, God forbid, Jeffrey told you let 12 handle. That's what you told the police, right?
Now I tell the police anything to try to get them out my face.
Okay. And tell the jurors, if you don't mind, who is 12?
Who?
Who is 12?
Who is 12?
Yeah.
Shit, they know the police.
I want to talk with you about your statements to law enforcement. This is JW 240U as in unbelievable. It states exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. This is 10:58:11 a.m. to 10:58:46 a.m. This is again June 10th, 2015. And Mr. Copeland, just to orient you, this is where you're talking to the police about Jeffrey supposedly wanted to have you killed, okay?
Have who killed?
Remember that?
Have who killed?
You.
Me?
Yeah, that's what you told the police. I'm going to read it and then you tell me, well, I'm going to say what I think it said, but you correct us. You said, it ain't none of that. It ain't. This is what only thing when the police called, bruh, he seen me talking to them and he just feel as I ain't supposed to say nothing. You know what I mean? He just want me to just let y'all put one on me for murder. You know what I mean? That's what he want. Detective said, and Sam called and not saying nothing. And you said, that's what he wanted. That's what I feel like deep inside my heart. Like I ain't even told my brother. I ain't tell nobody that this N is trying to have me killed. I ain't tell my baby mama, you know what I mean? Detective said, right. You said, it was a feeling like when Nut first died and everybody was coming, screaming my name, seeing how nervous and scared I was. If you could listen to it, if you don't mind.
It ain't none of it. It ain't just what all I'm saying, he just, when the police called, bro, he seen me talking to him. And he just feel, and then I ain't supposed to say nothing. You know what I mean? He just want me to just try to put one of me for murder. I mean, that's what he wants. And stand tall and not say nothing. That's what he wants. That's what I feel like deep inside my heart. Like,
then I'd like to play for you Jeffery Williams 240W. As in wonderful, it's State's Exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. It's at 10:58:50 a.m. to 10:59:09 a.m. So it's right after where we stopped. So it's really a continuation. And I'd like you to listen to this and focus on your statement that, you know what I mean? It was, I got scared to be around him, be told, the truth be told, I got scared. I told my baby mama, like, you can call her now, man, we gotta go, man. I think that thug, like, that night they shot at us. When I was telling you all that story, in my heart, I was like, darn, but says another word, that thug trying to get me killed, you know what I mean?
Right. I mean, I got scared to be around. Be told, truth be told. I got scared. I told baby mom, are you calling him? Man, we gotta go, man. I think we do. Like when that night they shot at it. When I tell you how the story was it, in my heart, I just like, man, thug trying to get me killed. You know what I mean?
Did you hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Yeah, I heard it.
So in those two back-to-back recordings that we heard, the JW240U and the JW240W, on the first one, you said to the police that you ain't tell nobody that this end's trying to have me killed. I ain't tell my baby mama. And then in the second one, the JW240W, you said, truth be told, I got scared. I told my baby mama. Did the police ever ask you about that and push back and say, how do you say that?
How do you say what?
Yeah, that you didn't tell your child's mother, and you did tell your child's mother. Did they ever do anything like that?
I think they just try to make me feel comfortable. Like they talk to me to try to make me feel comfortable to open up to them. So that's what I was thinking. I don't know. I'm not telling people anything. I didn't care about getting caught up in a lie. But I was trying to be as convincing as possible.
Okay. I'd like to go into JW240V, as in Victory. It's State's Exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron. It's June 10th, 2015. Mr. Copeland's 10:20:39 a.m. to 10:21 even, or 10:21:00 a.m. And this, I'd like you to focus on what you're talking about with Valerie told you that Jeffrey wanted to set you up. And you said that, yeah, but see, Valerie got in the car. She was like, hey, bro, I'm going to tell you something. Don't say nothing. You know what I mean? Like, what's up? She like, thug, this and that and that. And I'm like, detective said, no. And then you said, now I'm like, what you mean? And she like, don't trust this end, bruh. You know what I mean? He trying to set you up, talking about every time I go out, I got out of jail, something got shot up. Detective says, uh-huh. Can you listen to that for me?
All right.
Thank you.
But if you Valerie got in cut, you just like, hey bro, I'm gonna tell you something, I'm saying that. You know what I mean? I'm like, wait up. She's like, dog, this and this. I'm like, no, what is it? Nah, what you mean? She like, I didn't don't trust this nigga, bro. You know what I mean? They really trying to set you up. So like, every time I got in jail, son got shot up.
So you're saying every time you got out of jail, something got shot up. That's what you're telling the police, right?
That's what I told the police.
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like.
And that Valerie told you don't trust Jeffrey. Remember that?
That's what I said.
Yeah. And did the police ever come to you, or did you get any information from Valerie or someone else at the police or the prosecution ever tried to verify that that conversation occurred with Valerie?
I did this interview right here. I went to the feds probably like 2-3 weeks later. I haven't heard anything about this interview all the way up until they brought me in this trial.
Okay.
I haven't heard anything about no investigation all the way up until this trial.
Okay. to your knowledge, did the police or the prosecution ever just simply go to Valerie and say, did this happen?
Yeah, it's I don't know.
I'd like to show you what the prosecution showed you yesterday. It states exhibit number 60W, as in wonderful, A as in Elisa. It's timestamp 208. Ms. Knight, do you mind helping me? Thank you. Do you remember seeing this yesterday, Mr. Copeland, this photograph that Ms. Hilton showed you?
Yeah.
And she said, and you verified that that's Valerie, remember that?
I think it's so.
How does, if from your understanding, how does showing you states exhibit number 60WA verify that Valerie had a conversation with you in a car that don't trust Jeffrey?
Objection, Your Honor. Improper question, speculation.
I'm not asking to
Vague.
speculate.
Vague.
Okay. Can you tell the jury how showing you states exhibit 60WA verified anything that you said to the police on June 10th, 2015?
Objection, vague, and it's the same question. Just reframe.
Sustained.
Besides that being a photograph or an image of a video, what does that picture mean to you that you were shown yesterday?
That she was dirty as hell back in the day.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'd like to go into JW24X as an X-ray that states exhibit number 378YE as an errand, June 10, 2015, from 4:13:34 p.m. to 4:14:46 p.m. Specifically, Detective Dennis asked you, what does Birdman have to do with all of this? And you answered, Birdman's quiet. Detective Dennis said, he don't tell them to calm down. You said, Birdman, he don't talk in front of us. Detective Dennis said, he don't, y'all like that? And you said, but he like, yeah, he right there. He talked to me a lot, but it don't be about nothing. Detective Dennis said, small talk. You said, yeah. What the H, this N talking about? Detective Dennis then I can't understand what he's saying. And then you say, it sound like it. Detective Dennis said, you think so? You said, I don't think he did it. I don't know. Detective Dennis said, so with all this stuff with Nut, what was his reaction to it? Meaning Birdman. You said, from me to you, he was trying to pay them to keep quiet. Detective Dennis asked you, pay who to keep quiet? You said them. Detective Dennis said, who is them? You said, Nuts folks. Detective Dennis said, oh, just go about their business? You said, yep. Detective Dennis, here, take this, shut the HELL up, leave it alone. You said, I think it was 200,000. Detective Dennis said, a payoff. You said, I heard that right my own ears. Detective Dennis said, who he supposedly paid to? And you said, Fly. Detective Dennis said, who's Fly? You said, the man who owned the TIG. It's kind of a way y'all can just man, if you don't mind listening to this.
What does Birdman have to do with all this?
Birdman quiet.
He don't tell him to calm down?
Man, Birdman, nah, he don't talk for him.
He don't know y'all like that.
He gonna be right there. He talk to me a lot, but it don't be about that. It's just
Small talk.
yeah, what the hell this nigga talking about?
Do he get it?
It sounds like
You think so?
I don't think he is. I don't know.
So with all the stuff with that, what was his reaction to it?
For me, I'm trying to pay them to keep quiet.
Pay who to keep quiet?
Them.
Who is it?
Black folks.
Oh, let's go about that business.
Yeah.
Here, take this, shut the hell up, leave it alone.
I think it was 200,000.
Pay off.
It's a lot of money.
Who is supposed to pay to?
Flash.
Who's fly?
The man who owned the elected, TIG.
Copeland, what I said, was that fairly accurate to what you told the Detective Dennis?
I tell the police anything.
Sure. Did the police ever come to you, the district attorney's office, and ever discuss with you anything to, let's corroborate this?
All the way up to this point, even today, they never sat down and asked me nothing about nothing I said in the interviews.
I'm the first one to do this?
Yeah, you the only one that did this to me.
Did you bring up Birdman, or did Detective Dennis bring up Birdman?
I think he did.
And then you just started talking about him, like you.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Like you've been telling the jurors.
He bring up your name. I'm gonna have something for you.
I want to talk with you about Jeffery Williams 240Y, as in yesterday, State's Exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron. It's June 10, 2015 again. Interrogation, it's from 10:23 a.m. to 10:51 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, if you can listen to this and tell us if this is you talking about Jeffrey was going to buy the gun that was found at the Dunbar Recreational Center for $1,000, if this is what you're talking about with the police, okay?
So when I got the gun, I got it from Greenville. So I went up to the pub to go play baseball, but I waiting on him to come get it. So waiting on who to come get it? Ladina. So his brother pulled up. I mean, you talking about the BK on over there? Let me clean. Okay. His brother pulled up and get it. I mean, they like, Thug gonna give me a time for it. I mean, so I was just looking at the gun. But I don't know,
It's going to be my same question. Anything besides what you told the police to verify that Jeffrey was going to buy a gun for $1,000 at the Dunbar Recreational Center gun?
They didn't even believe me.
Miss Hilton asked you yesterday, towards the end of your testimony with her, she said, but all you were talking about were people, the only people committed crimes was Jeffrey and other people maybe here, like Little D and Nard, etc. Do you remember that type of question that she asked you?
I don't even understand what you're saying.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Rich Homie Quan took out, put $25,000 to kill Tay? Remember telling him that?
See, I told the police that. Told you, I wanted them to believe I knew information and that they can rely on me. That's my whole motive when they were questioning me. If they go for it and they let me walk away, you got to catch me on the back end.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Rich Homie Quan would buy guns for YFN Lucy and his people and store them?
I can't tell the police nothing that's going on in some with people that I'm not around. So it's self-explanatory that I made it up.
Did the police ever come to you or the prosecution, meaning the district attorney's office, and say, hey, we want to go over what you said to see if we could verify it?
No, I haven't heard anything until this trial. Only person come talk to me is Ms. Hills. But I can't, like, she asked me, have I heard some calls? She let me hear the calls. Like, I don't recall her asking me specific questions.
Okay. I'd like to play for you Jeffery Williams 244A as in Lisa. It's a January 28th, 2015. Interview at 7:23:53 through 7:24:16. And it's on those, it's on the issue about Rich Homie Quan putting $25,000 to kill Tay. Okay.
All right.
Rich on McCorn supposed to pay him 50,000 to meet a new plug. Like Rich on McCorn told me this ain't mouth. Yeah. Then Rich on McCorn like you got 25,000 have take killed. It's like from the picture you just showed me. Nah, tell you who just got shot the other night. Oh, in the car over there. Okay. He had 25,000 have take killed. Who did? Just Rich on McCorn shit. Cause he was telling me. So I'm telling Rich on McCorn like, but.
And then Jeffery Williams, 244B. It's about Rich Homie buying guns and storing them for YFN Lucy and his people. This is January 28, 2015. It's 9:07:17 p.m. to 9:07:26 p.m.
Now that Rich Homie buying the guns for the
Is that it? Okay. And Mr. Copeland, this is just the same thing you've been saying the whole time, right? You're just going to talk about me. If the police bring me up or want to know, you're just going to be a fountain of information, so they let you go.
Man, this is crazy, man. Like, throughout my whole life with interacting with the police, they never believed nothing I said. I don't have a clue why they even got me in here. You know what I mean? Yeah, man.
I'd like to talk with you about Jeffery Williams.
You're doing good, Woody. Keep on.
40Z, as in zebra, States Exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron, June 10, 2015. It's 1:16:56 p.m. to 1:17:36 p.m. You said, you know what I mean? This N, you know what he did to me? He gave me $300,000 to hold, and he left and came back. Detective Dennis said, and you ain't get none of that? And you said, I don't care about money. I don't. Detective Gaither said, you care about some money. And Detective Dennis said, you kind of dissing yourself, man. And you said, listen, the N would give me money.
What is N?
N-I-G-G.
Oh, nigga.
You feel what I'm saying? I didn't need nothing.
Oh, he said it.
Detective Gaither said, how much? You said, but when I went to jail, he didn't help me. Detective Gaither said, you just said the most amount of money Thug Dunn gave you. Detective Dennis said $300,000. And you said, but he left with you 300. This is Detective Dennis, and I guess came back and gave you 1,000 and you were good. I just want you to hear that and make sure that's what it said.
I mean, he did me. Yeah, $300,000. The whole. He left, came back.
And you know it.
I don't care about money. I don't even care about money.
You be contradicting yourself, man.
The nigga was giving me money. You know what I'm saying? I didn't need that. I did it. But when I went to jail and he didn't help me, you just said the most amount of money girl they gave me.
But he left you with 300, and I guess he came back and gave you 1,000 again. You were good.
You hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Mm-hmm.
And the police are telling you, you're not making any sense, right? It's saying that to you, right?
Right.
They know, you believe they know this is all just try to give them something they need to let you go, right?
Objection, speculation.
That's what you're doing. Don't speculate about anyone else. That's what you're doing, right?
They know that. Dennis know it. Gaither know it.
And there's no picture of you with $300,000. You're not saying that's true. You just said that to the police, right?
If I had $300,000, you know, it would have been pictures, videos, and everything. The whole world would have seen it.
Okay. I'd like to go through with you Jeffery Williams, or JW 241F is in Fox, States Exhibit number 378YA is in Elisa. This is January 11th, 2015. So this is, 7-8 hours after Mr.
Thomas was, God forbid, shot. It's 3:14:24 a.m. to 3:14:29 a.m. And I want you to hear and listen for whether you said this. I never had a problem with Nut. Me and Nut ain't never had two words with each other. Me and Nut was always okay. You know what I'm saying? The only person I ever had a problem with was Cal. Just tell me if that's what is being said.
I never had a problem with nothing. Me and nothing ain't never had two words to each other. Me and nothing was always okay. You know what I'm saying?
Now, Mr. Copeland, what I said, that was fairly accurate?
What you say?
What I said when I asked you to listen for it, that was accurate? That was,
Oh, we heard it.
okay. And actually, a little time before January 6, 2015, I'm using that date for when you got into that fight at Club Crucial. You know what I'm talking about? When Shell Cal and other people jumped on you with your eye. You know what I'm talking about?
You know, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. So before that date, before January 6, 2015, you stole from Mr. Donovan Thomas's Tahoe vehicle his cellular telephone, his identification, his chain, his nut chain, and his wallet. Is that true?
I gave it back to him.
Okay. I'm going to get there, I promise you. And what happened was Mr. Donovan Thomas called his own cell phone and you answered it and made arrangements to give him back his property. Fair to say?
Sound like that.
And when he came to get his property, he came with other people in other cars, right?
Sound like that.
And they had guns.
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Well, he's asking the question of whether Mr. Copeland knows, so I'll overrule that.
What's going on?
Did they have guns that you saw?
Yeah.
And shortly after that, you learned that Donovan Thomas and others were going to hurt you. True?
Objection, improper character of the victim.
Sustained.
You knew that Donovan Thomas and others made statements that you heard that they were going to hurt you.
Objection, Your Honor, assuming facts not in evidence and improper character evidence.
Sustained.
Did you ever listen to Donovan Thomas have a meeting with others where they discussed you?
Yeah, I was told.
And you were actually listening, and there was a person named Maurice or Mo who was in prison on the call as well, right?
I don't know. I don't know who somebody came back and told me.
Okay. And you understood that Donovan Thomas and others were going to hurt you. Is that true?
Objection, assuming facts not into evidence.
Sustained.
Did you believe, come around January 10th, 2015, that Donovan Thomas and others were going to hurt you? Did you believe that?
Same objection and relevance of what his beliefs were.
I think it goes to his state of mind on the day that Mr. Thomas was killed.
Overrule.
What you asked?
Did you believe that on the date that Donovan Thomas was killed, that he and others, his friends, were going to, had a plan to hurt you physically?
I was told it.
Okay.
So when you told the police on January 11, 2015, that you and Nut never had any words, never had a problem, your only problem was with Kel, you just didn't want to tell the police about that, right?
Say that again?
You did not share with the police what you believed to be a problem that Donovan Thomas was and his friends were trying to hurt you. You didn't share that with Detective Thorpe, did you?
I don't know.
You told Detective Thorpe that you never had a problem with Mr. Thomas, right? We just heard that.
That's what I told him.
I want to go into what you have been told by law enforcement. I'm going to do it all from January 10th of 2015. And I want you to listen to these.
Can you guys hear? Put a 1 in chat if you can hear, please.
I want you to listen. This is JW 240AA, Elisa. States Exhibit number 378YE. It's June 10th, 2015. It's 1:15 p.m. to 1:51 p.m. and tell the jury if this is accurate. You said, it is though, I sat right here. You know what I mean? I promised I wouldn't back out for nothing. You know what I mean? Detective says, I'ma find out. You said, like I said, man, if that was to keep me out of jail and y'all can help me, I promise you, want Birdman, Kente, any of them, I will go right there and do what I have to do, right? I am good with anybody. You know, even though all this SHI blank going on, you know, and detective says, you mean, right? And you said, I put it on my mama's soul. I mean it. I want you to listen to this, okay?
I promise I'm gonna back out next. I mean, I'm fine now. Like I said, man, if they was to keep me out of jail and if y'all can help me, man, I promise you, you gonna throw up Birdman, can't say and one of them. I'm gonna go right there and do what I have to do. Like, I'm good with anybody. Now, you know all this shit going on. I mean, it was 2015, 1:16 p.m. You mean that, right? Put it on my own soul, I mean.
Now, did you hear Detective Gaither say June 10, 2015, 1:16 p.m.? You mean that, right? And you said, I put it on my mama's soul. She's saying that what you said, that you're going to help them. You'll do anything to get out of jail, right?
Right.
Okay. I want to go back in time, same day, but this is going to be 9:45 a.m. So about 4 hours before, 3 hours before. This is JW 240B as in Barry, B as in Barry, States Exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. This is 9:45, 19 a.m. to 9:48, 39 a.m. And it's Detective Cunning, not detective, Special Agent with the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, Explosive, Cunningham. She's a female, and she says, and I want you to make sure that it's accurate. She says, okay, I need you to listen. You know you're a felon. You know that you got a gun today, so you can't even dispute that. I don't even want you to try because you're just going to be wasting my time and yours too. And let me finish. You said no, and there's overlapping conversation, meaning multiple people speaking. The ATF agent Cunningham says, me and investigator Gaither, but the gun today, the one we found today in the apartment, meaning when you were arrested from your apartment on June 10, 2015. You said, ATF agent Cunningham said, now, when it comes to the federal system, it's not you go, when you go, do your time, there's no parole. There is no what it is. I mean,
And then Detective Gaither says, early release. And then Agent Cunningham says, no early release. You may get good behavior, but that's only like you get nothing. And they typically don't let you stay in Atlanta. They might ship you off somewhere clear across the country. So whatever you do, and then you say, darn, but you said a different word, my head hurt. Agent Cunningham said, I'll go back and tell the United States attorney that's assigned to this case, this is what he did to help himself out. It pans out. Or I can go back and tell her, this is what he said. We found out it was a lie. He's continuing to play games. The judge do what they want to do. So before we can even get started, especially while I'm sitting here, everything is on you because I've never talked to you before. So with me, you almost get a clean slate to help yourself. If you do lies, I don't, because I got too much other stuff to do and would hate to have to go back and tell the U.S. attorney, but he's lying, he's full of crap. It's up to you. You said, before I lie, then there's a lot of people talking. Agent Cunningham said, it's up to you, Mr. Copeland. You said, before I lie, Agent Cunningham said, let me finish. I think it's a 3 or 4 time convicted felon you are. How many felonies do you have? Detective Gaither said, about 3, don't you? Agent Cunningham said, you got 3. Detective Gaither said, about 3 or 4. You said, talking about what? Agent Cunningham said, how many felonies do you have? You said, what am I on probation for? Agent Cunningham said, how many convictions are felonies? Detective Gaither said, it's around 3. You said, I don't know. Agent Cunningham said, let's just assume it's 3, okay? I'm fixing to tell you right now, you have heard of the armed career criminal. You said, you're not going to worry about me lying. Agent Cunningham said, you have heard of armed career criminal with 3 while you're sitting here now. And how old are you? You said 23. Agent Cunningham said 23. You got 15 years off the top. And that's before you even get into the time for whatever your charge is. And possession by a convicted felon is 5 years twice. That's 10. So we're talking about 15 plus 10 on top of that. You're looking at what, 48 years old? That's what you're looking at. This is serious. You said, I told you it's getting Detective Gaither said, I told you it's getting real. Detective Gaither said, nobody has time for the bull crap. You said, I told you it's getting real. I knew it. I tried. Agent Cunningham said, that's not including whatever conspiracies you're involved in. Mr. Copeland, if I really wanted to be a bad ASS and treat you bad, I'd probably throw the book at you and wouldn't think twice about it. You got a baby girl, a beautiful baby girl. I want you to listen to it. And this is all at the early in the morning, 9:45 a.m., okay?
Okay, I need you to listen. You know you're a felon. You know you got that gun today. So you can't even dispute that. So I don't even want you to try because you're just gonna be wasting my time and yours too. And let me finish. With the gun today, the one we found today in the apartment. Now, when it comes to the federal system, it's not no, you go do your time and there's no parole. There is no, what is it? I mean, no early release. You may get good behavior, but that's only like, you get nothing. And they typically don't let you stay in Atlanta. They might ship you off somewhere clear across the country. So whatever you do, I go back and tell the U.S. attorney that's assigned to your case, this is what he did to help himself out. It pans out. Or I can go back and tell her, this is what he said. We found out it was lies. He continued to play games. The judge do what they want to do. So what I'm trying to tell you before we even get started, especially while I'm sitting here, everything is on you because I never talked to you before. So with me, you almost get a clean slate to help yourself. I don't do lies. I just don't because I got too much other stuff tell any U.S. attorney, you know what, he just lying and he full of crap. It's up to you, Mr. Copeland. You are I think, is it a 3 or 4 time convicted felon? How many felons do you have?
About 3, huh?
You have 3?
About 3 or 4. Right.
How many felonies?
I'm saying, like, is it what I'm on probation for?
How many convictions that are felonies do you have? Is it 3 or 4?
It's around there, yeah. I don't know.
Okay, let's just assume it's 3, okay?
You don't
I'm
know.
gonna tell you right now. With 3, have you ever heard of armed career criminal?
No, I read about me lying.
Have you ever heard of armed career criminal? With 3, where you sitting at now, and you how old? 23. You get 15 years off the top. Off the top. That's before you even get into the time for whatever your charge is, and possession by convicted felon is 5 years, twice as 10. So we talking about 15 plus 10 on top of that. You looking at, what, 48 years old? That's what you're looking at. This is serious.
I told you.
Nobody has time for the bull crap.
I told you it's getting real. Did I not? I knew it. I knew it. I tried to.
That's not including whatever conspiracies you involved in. Mr. Copeland, if I really wanted to be a badass and treat you bad, I would probably throw the book at you and wouldn't think twice about it. You got a baby girl, beautiful baby girl.
Mr. Copeland, what I said, was that fair, what they were telling you? They being the federal Agent Cunningham and Detective Gaither, gang Detective Gaither?
What happened?
Is that pretty much what they're telling you? 48 years of age, you got federal charges, 25 years off the top?
Yeah, she was lying too.
But that's what you believed at the time, right?
Yes.
And that motivated you to tell the police anything they wanted to hear to get you home, right?
I was always gonna do that, but it just like, it scared me more.
I want to go into Jeffery Williams 240, JW 240CC is Colette. It states exhibit number 378. YE is in Aaron. It's again June 10th. Same interview, 2015. This is a little later. This is 12:08, 22 to 12:10, 50. And on this one, you said, man, so what can I do? I don't know why. I'll do whatever, man. I'll wear a camera. Detective said, listen to me. I'll do whatever, man. I'm glad you mentioned that, said Detective Gaither. I'll do whatever, man. I promise to God, man. Detective said, I'm glad you mentioned that because last Thursday, Miss Kim Dammers is a United States attorney, like the head person for the federal prison system. And I basically broke down to her everything we had so far in your case, all of them, shootings, all of this, all right? She said, you guys have great cases, but we need somebody with direct knowledge that can take down the main culprits. To us, I don't think you're a main target because you are the target for them. What we want, the top guys that's calling the shots. I know you heard the term, we want the big fish. And sometimes to get the big fish, you got to dangle small fish in front of them for them to come, for the fish to come. So is that something you want to do? Because our case is sealed with you. Like it's not, of course, we would like to, solve some of these retaliatory shootings and all that stuff. But as far as your fate at this point, Detective Dennis said, you're done. Detective Gaither said, you're cooked. The only thing that may possibly help you is helping yourself by speaking what you know. You said, I just. Then Detective Gaither said, right. And then, but that's Shannon. And Detective Dennis said, he's on the same level as you. Detective Gaither said, basically, I don't consider Shannon a big fish. Detective Dennis said, he's a small fish.
you said, I know what y'all want to throw. Detective Gates said, like, he's a gopher. You understand? And that's why he's less. In my opinion, he's less than you with your status, in my opinion. And you said, so what do I need to do? And Detective Gaither said, I want to know what the FUC blank thug doing. I want to know what I want to know. I want to know what the F thug doing. Oh, I want to know what the F goddamn, excuse my language. Where is his money from? If they got to get Birdman, we want to talk about the darn, or it says damn Wayne bus. I want to play that for you. Tell me if this is what you were told.
So what can I do to make the strange up? I will, man. I do whatever, man. I do whatever, man. I'm glad you mentioned that. I do whatever, man. I promise you, man. I'm glad you mentioned that. Because last Thursday, Ms. Kim Dammers, the U.S. Attorney, like the head person for the federal system. And I basically broke down to her everything that we had as far as your case, all the retaliatory shootings, all this, all that, right? She said, you guys have great cases, but we need somebody with direct knowledge that can take down the main culprits. To us, I don't want to say you're not a main target because you are the target for them, but we want top guys that's calling shots. I know you heard the term, we want the big fish. And sometimes to get to the big fish, you got to dang the small fish in front of them. For them to come, for the fish to come. So, if that's something that you want to do, because our case is sealed with you. Like it's not, of course we would like to, solve some of these retaliatory shootings and all that stuff. But as far as your faith, at this point, you could. And the only thing that may possibly help you is you helping yourself by speaking what you know. Right.
That's just messed up.
But you know what? That's not Shannon.
He on the same level as you.
Basically, I don't consider Shannon a big fish. Like you said, he a gopher. You understand? And that's the way he's less. In my opinion, he's less than what your status is. Right. I want to know what the fuck Thug doing. I want to know what the fuck goddamn where his money is from. If they got to get to Birdman, we will talk about damn Wayne Bus.
Fair what I said, Mr. Copeland?
This what it sound like.
You knew before going in that law enforcement, they made it clear to you. This happens to be recorded, but they made it clear to you that they wanted Jeffery Williams, you to give information on Jeffery Williams, right?
Yeah.
And the only way that you were going to avoid, in your opinion, what you were told, pretty much the rest of your life in prison, is that how you understood it? Was to give information on Jeffery Williams and others. True?
Really, just him.
And it was a lie, wasn't it?
What you mean?
Jeffery Williams didn't do these things that you're telling the police.
But I told y'all that.
All right, let's take a break.
Need voiceovers, Donna. Voiceovers for what? Okay, so they're on break. They didn't say how long. I've still got that volume turned
All
on.
right, I asked Ms. Burstfield to check on how the juror is doing as well, so I'll let y'all know what we hear back. Anything before we take our recess?
I will get you those cases.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, so we don't know how long. All right. Okay, so we're on break. Question: why are they taking a break right when Woody's about to say Thug had nothing to do with it? Because he's not about to say but Thug had nothing to do with it. He has said many times that Thug. He's not about to say that. Sorry. He's going to say that John, Paul, George, and Ringo had something to do with it to get him out of trouble, including the. Who are you talking to? Lives in a trailer park. He's not going to me, no, I don't. And what would it matter if I did live in a trailer park surrounded by 500 trailers? I live in a home, and I'm thankful to God for it. State is cooked. Yes, yes. They're feeling the flames under the feet. Well, please don't ask anybody that. Thank you. Sounds dismissive. I appreciate it. Wrong screen? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Shankita, exactly. Still asked him, did Thug have anything to do with it? And he said, I done told y'all that. Yeah. He said that a couple times, actually. I live in trailer park. Okay. So there you go. I have before. Yeah, Steele is. I'm very impressed with how Steele has handled this. He is calm. And I like the way that if Woody doesn't understand a question, he goes, I'm sorry. That was my bad. Let me ask it a different way. I do like that a lot, the way he handles Woody. I've heard from a couple of different people in a couple different ways that Woody might not be the best at reading and writing. I don't know how true that is, but I have heard that. Not really sure. Was a comfort break. Yeah, but I don't know if you saw Dear Woke Christian. Woody actually said that his stomach was hurting and downright put his head down and was like holding his stomach. Yeah, don't get me hyped up on that again. That got me upset because I thought they should have took a break then. Yeah, I think they needed a break. So it was good they took one, I think. This is about the time they take one. Oh, he said himself he was illiterate. Oh, wow. Oh, how sad. He's like completely illiterate. Wow. That's sad, isn't it? Very sad. He's such a young man. He can turn that around. He's got time to turn that around. The English language is one of the hardest to learn to read and write, though. It is. I know, right? He can't read or write, but he's good at driving a Hemi. He is. He is Black Jesus. I've seen that video. Her hands are not touching Simone. And she told her to smile. She did tell her to smile. Just someone monitoring this channel. Millions of people watch this channel, literally. Okay, let's not word police. No, I'm just teasing you, Foster. Develop lip reading skills with his hearing problem. That's a very real possibility, Robin. Very real possibility. Love you, jury. Juror number 3.14. Juror number 501 are in the chat. Wouldn't be surprised if the state is in the chat as well. The state's in the chat. Hey, Love. Hey, Hilton. Hey, Fani. I see you. I see you, Fani. Let Donald Trump go. Okay, I'm sorry. Y'all had me rolling with that earlier. With that Fani barging into the courtroom, having to jump up on stand. Oh my goodness. That was crazy. In the Trump trial. But you can't actually say it. You have to just start prayers. You know he was wrong for that, though. Nathan Wade watching from a cruise that he paid cash for. Jesus said, I see a juror every day. Yeah. Y'all are a trip. Y'all make my day better. Eric, I like that. Hello, GADA team. Welcome to the DWC channel where love abides. I like it. Grace and peace. He gets a disability check, really? For his hearing? Monica, DWC says, check your email, please. Please remember this, guys. This is very important. I know we spam it in the chat sometimes, but remember, folks, not all characters in the courtroom are guilty and not all are innocent, but they all do deserve a fair and honest trial. That's so true. The next one could be yours. Jason. She be handling people when things don't go her way, he said. Wait, I wasn't supposed to say that out loud, was I? Talk about God in this channel all the time. I posted a Bible verse yesterday God laid on my heart for somebody. It was Deuteronomy something. It was, remember the plans I have for you. But yeah. In fact, wait a minute. Why don't we do this? Why the name Dear Woke Christian? So let's pull this up while we're on break. Well, before we do that, let's do this one. So have y'all ever really read this right here? Amidst the turmoil of 2020, I started this channel to challenge misconceptions within the Christian community and race. Through engaging video podcasts, I invite you to explore biblical insights on contemporary issues and encouraging thoughtful discussions that go beyond emotional reactions. Join us as we dive into deeper questions and engage meaningful conversations. Subscribe now to be a part of the journey. So Jason is very open about his belief on, Jason said, hey, I wrote that, about his belief in God, that he is a Christian first. But it all comes back to God first. That's why he keeps the chat family friendly. And let's see. Let me get to the why. Why the name Dear Woke Christian? Hold on. Here it is. I'll do that, guy. As soon as I see him come back in court, we'll go back to that. But let me watch this real quick.
Everybody, I just wanted to take a quick moment to answer a question that I have received several times, and I thought I would answer it since I have so many new subscribers. Shout out to all the new subscribers and old subscribers, day one, and if this is your first day, it doesn't matter. Shout out to you all. Many people have asked, Jason, why do you call your channel Dear Woke Christian? Well, long story short, I started out this channel and started out my journey of discussing woke ideologies, and that includes critical race theory, Black Lives Matter, social justice, and progressive Christianity. I started that discussion by writing letters or tweets and memes to people and say, hey, dear woke Christian, how do you handle this topic? Or how do you handle this? How do you present the gospel here? Or what do you do about this situation? So on and so forth. And that's how I started, by saying, hey, dear woke Christian. because a lot of people in 2020 were considering themselves and calling themselves woke Christians, and not just Christians, not just white Christians, not just black Christians, not just Southern or Northern, but woke Christians. And I said, hey, I wanted to put the thumb in the eye to that discussion. And I do realize, before you get too far ahead, I do realize that that does cause people consternation. Lots of people get in their feelings because I call them woke. A lot of people get in their feelings because I say that Black Lives Matters and social justice and critical race theory and progressive Christianity are unbiblical. And when I say that kind of stuff, and I say it so emphatically, lots of people get angry. And that is part of my whole shtick. I want you to get mad at me. I want you to be angry. I want you to be upset. And I want you to be so angry, so mad, so upset that you go to your Bible and actually prove me wrong. Sure. You can say that Jesus was a social justice warrior. Sure. No problem. Show me book, chapter, verse, and context of him doing that. Sure. You could say that Jesus would support deletion of children in the womb. Okay, sure. No problem. Show me where you get that from. Show me. You can tell me that Jesus would support the idea that a man could be a woman and a woman could be a man. Not a problem. No problem. Just show me. Book, chapter, verse in context. So I want you to go to the scriptures to prove me wrong. I want you to. Now, I do believe that I'm right and I hold the right standpoint, but hey, I'm open to being corrected. So welcome to Dear Woke Christian. I appreciate you checking this channel out. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. And until next time, everybody, grace and peace.
I hear rumbling in the court. Okay, that's a different channel. I'm sorry. Okay, here. Okay, they're wrapping up.
At least let them go for the day after that. All right. And if they're ready, I think they are. Let's get Mr. Copeland and get them back and try to make some more progress.
So I'm sorry it took me a second to add. She said they're going to go about 45 more minutes and then they're wrapping up the day. So about 4:00 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, Donna. There's a juror not feeling good, Jason. That and Woody's not feeling good. I don't think he can hear me. Somebody type that in the chat for me. I think he's just watching the chat. I don't think he can hear me. That's not what I said to type in the chat. I don't have any brats. Those are pop figures. And yeah, I had Cabbage Patch dolls too. Those are Funko Pop. You know, they're New Kids on the Block.
Break a little early, all right. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Mr. Copeland, I would like to discuss with you Jeffrey Williams, JW 240DD, David States Exhibit number 378, YE as in Aaron, that's 11:52:04 a.m. to 11:52:28 a.m. And what it specifically, I believe, says, and then you tell us if I'm wrong or correct, that you said, because right now I just need help. If y'all can promise, y'all could help me, I promise. And then there's some break. I don't understand what's being said. And then you say, I'll sit here, tell y'all everything I done heard and everything I done saw and everything I can tell y'all, stuff that y'all can go get. You know what I mean? Like, and then Detective Dennis said, are you willing to do that though? And you said, I promise. I'll do it right now. I can show y'all houses. Y'all can go bust your head right at the spot. I don't care, man. I just want y'all to protect. Detective Dennis says, what do you want out of it? You said, me, my baby girl. Excuse me. I said that wrong. Me and my baby and my girl. Can you listen to it for us?
Right now, this, I just need help. If y'all can promise y'all can help me, I promise you, bro. I'm gonna sit right here and tell y'all everything I done heard, everything I done found, and everything. I can tell y'all stuff that y'all can go get. Like,
You're willing to do that now.
I promise I'll do it right now to show y'all how I can y'all go butcher everybody's back. I don't care. I just want y'all to
What do you want out of it?
Mr. Copeland, what I said, was that fairly accurate of what you just heard?
That's what I just heard.
Okay. And then the last one I want to focus on for this series is Jeffrey Williams, number two, or JW 240EE, Aaron, that states exhibit number 378YE. It's the June 10th, 2015 meeting, interrogation with the police. And now it's a little early. It's 10:01:46 a.m. to 10:01:59 a.m. And you said something to the effect of, I hate jail, man. And I'm just saying darn, but it says another word. I let an N get me sent away for man, them N's trying to kill me and my child, bruh, I ain't. And then he talking about killing me, bruh. Listen, I'm a tell you anything. Okay, if you can just listen to this for us.
You know what they did to me?
Tell us. Tell us.
After January 10th, people started shooting at me and my family. February, I went to jail for trying to protect me and my baby and my girl at the time. They put me in Wright Street on some stuff called medical flow. It's somewhere hid in the jail. It stink. It's crazy people in there talking, yelling through the door, putting feces all on the window and on the wall. They locked me in the room. It's one door right here. It's one door right here. And it's another door back here. And it's another door back here. I'm behind this door. I don't see nobody. I don't talk to nobody. I'm by myself. I'm at the verge of losing my mind. People trying to shoot at me while they got me locked in this room. I can't talk to nobody. I can't see nobody. I'm locked in this room. They held me in that room for 3 weeks. I got out of jail. I had a court date for another county where I never even been to for some charges I never even did. I don't steal out of stores. I went down to that courthouse and tried to get it situated. Went in the wrong courtroom. Told the deputy, "Hey, my name is such and such, such. I missed court. I'm here to fix it." He said, "Oh." I gave him my name, told him what happened. He said, "Oh, you got a warrant," and he locked me up. They put me right back in jail. I stayed in jail a whole month. I had to use the money for selling my four-wheeler to pay an attorney to come represent me. I got the lawyer to come represent me. That lawyer, he got me a bond. A friend of mine gave my baby mama the money to pay my bond. She paid my bond. I got out of jail. The very next day, Atlanta police came into the gym with a whole lot of them. They got me, said that this my bag, this my gun. They took me from my neighborhood to Turnerfield. They questioned me. I told them it wasn't my gun. They let me go. They came back and get me June 10th. They questioned me. I was at the verge of losing my mind because every time I come outside, they keep locking me up. They got me. They did it. They held me in the interrogation room for a whole day, probably. I don't know. They put me right back in Rice Street, put me right back behind all these doors. They constantly kept doing it to me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, at this point, like, man, I'm tired of keep reliving this stuff. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it, man. I'm sitting right here. I got cramps, man. I got knots in my stomach, man. I haven't ate none. I tried to eat yesterday. I haven't ate today. Y'all sitting up here. I asked for a break. I asked, I'm in pain right now. I understand it might be my fault. I'm telling y'all, I made it up. I lied. Damn, man. This is crazy. I'm telling y'all, my stomach hurting, man.
Well, with the honorable court's order, we're going to be leaving in a little bit of time. Can you try to just listen to JW 240EE that I just said? If you need it, could you put in your earphone if you don't mind?
I can hear it.
Okay.
I hate jail. I hate jail, man. I be damn about that nigga recent with man, my nigga try to kill me and my child, bro. And then he come out and kill me, bro. Listen, I'm telling you, man, but you.
Mr. Copeland, with your background and your experiences in jail, is it fair to say that you would do anything not to go to jail? Mr. Copeland, can I ask you a couple of questions?
I'm listening.
Okay. For people who've never been to prison or jail, do you know the difference, by the way?
Y'all know the difference.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Whether it's a prison or jail, is it fair to say that
Rice Street is not either one. There's not prison or jail. I don't know what that place is. This is the worst place in the world.
do you remember being in custody after Friday, June 7th, 2024, after the first time you testified before the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and before you came back in the late morning of Monday, June 10th, 2024? Do you remember where you were held?
Somebody locked me up here?
Yes, sir.
What about it?
Do you remember where were you held in the Fulton County Jail, another jail? Do you remember?
So when they took me out of here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Where were you held?
They took me to Rice Street, and then the next day came, they took me from Rice Street to DeKalb County Jail. And they down there just as worse as Rice Street.
In DeKalb County Jail, describe to the ladies and gentlemen jury what it was like when you were in that jail.
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
Goes to his motivation for testifying here.
I don't know that we need to get that far afield. He's already told us that Rice Street is horrible. It's the worst place in the world, and DeKalb is even worse. So let's move on.
Mr. Copeland, after giving law enforcement officers this information that the prosecution has played for you, January 11th, 2015, recorded interview, January 28th, 2015, recorded interview, February 20th, 2015, recorded interview, February 21st, 2015, recorded interview, June 10th, 2015, 9-hour recorded interview. You got charged with murder, right? For Donovan Thomas.
Can you say it again?
Yes.
I heard the interview. You said I got charged with murder?
Yeah. Do you remember being served? No, I'm marking Jeffery Williams number 245. May I approach you?
You may.
I'm going to show you this, Mr. Copeland. If you need any assistance, let me know. Do you remember Detective Thorpe swearing out a warrant for you for the offense of murder for you knowingly and intentionally with malice aforethought on January 10, 2015 at 330 McDaniel Street, Atlanta, Fulton County, state of Georgia, did participate in the drive-by shooting?
Hang on just a second. Yes.
Reading something that's not into evidence and relevance.
Okay. Well, overruled on relevance. What was the first thing?
That he's reading something that's not in.
All right. So have him. Are you asking him whether he recognizes it? Just
Sure. Did he
ask
get
him,
charged?
do you recognize it? That's
Okay.
the way to do that.
Okay, look at Jeffery Williams number 245. It's several pages, but this is the first page at first. Do you recognize that as the warrant taken for your arrest for murder of Donovan Thomas by Detective Thorpe on October 20th, 2015? Yes?
Wait,
Do you recognize that?
it's a warrant paper.
For you? True?
I see my name on it.
Okay. And that's Detective Thorpe? Swore it out, right? Do you see that?
You gotta show me.
May I approach your honor?
You may.
May I approach you, Mr. Copeland? You see that?
Yeah.
Do you see the date on there, Mr. Copeland? October 20th, 2015?
You said who?
October 20th, it says 10/20/15, 2015. Do you,
No, I don't see it.
may I approach your honor?
You may. Are you going to ask him whether it was served on him? Because he didn't really answer whether he recognized.
Date?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And at that time, you were in federal custody at the Robert A. Dayton Detention Center. When I say that time, October 20th of 2015, you were awaiting the federal charges that eventually you were sentenced to 51 months in custody, right?
No, I was sentenced to 5 years.
Okay, apologize, 60 months in custody. Apologize. While you were held at the Robert A. Dayton Detention Center in Clayton County, do you remember that?
Lovejoy.
Yes, Lovejoy. Do you remember being served by a United States Marshal these warrants while in Lovejoy?
No, my attorney told me.
Okay. And you were charged with what crimes?
He just said murder.
All right. For Donovan Thomas, right?
That's what he said.
Okay. So after Detective Thorpe, you knew that he worked with Detective Gaither, right?
What you mean?
They were co-workers. They were working. They interviewed you together, interrogated you.
You knew that he worked with Detective Dennis, right?
Right.
You knew he worked with federal ATF agent Cunningham, right?
Right.
And he took out a warrant for you for murder of Donovan
Right.
Thomas just 4 months after you gave the last interrogation that we have, June 10th, 2015, right?
Right.
Mr. Copeland, eventually, you went to federal custody and you entered a guilty plea for a 922G count, which, forget that, for possession of firearm by a convicted felon. Is that true?
Right.
You remember going before the Honorable Judge Totenberg?
Right.
And she gave you the maximum sentence for that, 60
Right.
months. And you served 51 out of the 60 months. Is that fair to say?
Right.
Okay. I want to show you some of your prior convictions and tell me if you recognize them, okay? I'll be right back. Your Honor, may I have a second?
You may.
While they're looking for that, Mr. Copeland, Jeffery Williams wasn't charged with murder of Donovan Thomas, right?
I don't know. Not to my knowledge.
Even in this indictment, Jeffery Williams not charged with murder of Donovan Thomas. Do you realize that? And if you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper speculation.
It's the indictment on trial.
Well, it really doesn't matter whether he knows it or not. Ask your next question.
I'm just waiting on the certified copies. Mr. Copeland, I'm just going to ask you some questions while the prosecutor is looking at this, okay? While in jail, in the Fulton County Jail, as well as were you held in the Fayette County Jail? Do you ever remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Just to be fair, say yes okay. Or no. And you are aware that jail calls are recorded. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, is it true that at times people in jail, I'm not saying you, but people in jail have contraband cellular phones, like cell phones like you would use today? They have them in the jail. A person who's in custody.
You said, do people in jail have phones?
Or in prison, yeah, or both. And if you don't know, just, I don't know.
Yeah, people in jail, yeah, I guess.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked. I'm starting at 252J as in Jake. May I approach your honor?
You may.
Mr. Copeland, may I approach you?
Mm-hmm.
This is, I'm just going to show you what I've marked as Mr. Williams 252J, okay? And if you could just take a look at this for me. Do you see what it says here? United States District Court, Northern District of Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta Division, United States versus you. United States of America versus you, Mr. Copeland. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And do you see your lawyer's name, Mr. Rett?
Mm-hmm.
And that's Durrett. And do you see the Honorable Judge Totenberg's signature on there?
Mm-hmm.
And that was your judge, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And you see the date, October 24th, 2018?
Yes.
And it has an amendment to the judgment, same case number, your name, right?
Yes.
And it just has October 22, the same date, but the judge signed on October 31, and it just amended your sentence. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And this is certified. Certified means the clerk, you feel that, if you want to feel that seal?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yes.
And this shows that you pled guilty to the offense of possession of firearm under 18 United States Code 922 G1. You see that?
Yes.
And your sentence is going to be on page 2, 60 months. Is that fair to say?
And 3 years supervised release. It's not on there. Is it?
It'll be on here, yes, sir. And I will show it to you. And supervised release is like what?
Probation?
Yeah. Okay. And it's right here on page 4. You see that 3-year supervised release?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of its certified document 252J. It's a conviction of Mr. Copeland from the Northern District of Georgia. The offense date is April 28, 2015. Your Honor, the judgment date is October 24, 2018, but then it was amended. It was a correction. It's October 31, 2018. I'm just going to move this to court. Mr. Copeland, I'm showing you what's been marked as Mr. Williams number 252I as an ice cream, okay? And again, do you feel that seal on it for a certified copy? Did you feel that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And this is in the Superior Court of Fulton County, and that's state of Georgia versus you. You see your name?
Yes.
And that's indictment number. It actually says criminal action number 20 SC 176912. You see that?
Yes.
And do you see where it says that you entered a guilty plea under Alford? Do you know what Alford is? Remember?
No.
Okay. And it says 5 years to serve 3 years, balance of 2 years probated. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
On possession of a controlled substance, Schedule 1 or 2 with intent to distribute. Is that fair? That's what it says.
This what it say.
Okay. And I'm going to turn to, you were sentenced by the Honorable Judge Ingram in this courthouse. Do you remember that by any chance?
Yes.
And I'm going here to your indictment. And Judge Ingram's name used to be Judge Millender. Did you know that? And if you didn't, that's fine.
Yes, I know it.
Okay. And this indictment was returned by the grand jury on November 20th, 2020 for the offenses of participation in criminal street gang activity. But you did not plead guilty to that. You pled guilty to possession of a controlled substance, Schedule 1 or 2 with intent to distribute, count 2. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see your signature under where it says Kenneth Copeland waives a copy of the indictment, list of witnesses, formal arraignment, pleads guilty to count 2? You see your signature there?
Yes.
And then the Honorable Jonathan Melnick?
Yes.
That's your lawyer, right? Former lawyer. And you pled guilty on January 25, 2022. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this is a certified copy, and I would move for the admission of Mr. Williams number 252I.
Admitted.
Copeland, if you don't mind, if you could feel the seal, that shows certification. Again, Fulton County Superior Court, State of Georgia versus Mr. Kenneth Copeland. That indictment number, I'm just looking at it and reading it, 22 SC 182134. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this charges you And you pled guilty under Alford again to possession of firearm by a convicted felon. Do you see that?
Yes.
You were sentenced to 5 years to serve 10 months in prison, balance of 4 years, 2 months to be served on probation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And this is, again, you're represented by the Honorable Jonathan Melnick. You see that?
Yes.
And I'm going to the indictment in the same indictment number that we just said. And do you see your signature here?
Yes.
When it says you plead guilty, and it is only to the count 3. You got that?
Yes.
Is that all true, what I said? Possession of firearm by a convicted felon. You see that?
Yes.
And the grand jury, and you pled guilty to possession of firearm by a convicted felon in the county of Fulton, state of Georgia, on the 27th day of October 2021. Did knowingly and without a lawful authority possess a certain firearm, a Glock handgun, accused having been convicted of felony in 10 SC 96938, Superior Court of Fulton County, offensive aggravated. Sorry. Yes, ma'am. Having been convicted of felony on indictment number 10 SC 96938 in the Superior Court of Fulton County, Georgia, for the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon on March 7, 2011. Is that true?
What's true?
That's what it says.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the count that you pled guilty to. True?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 252, M as in magic.
Admitted.
And Mr. Copeland, that date, October 27, 2021, you saw a clip, I believe, of the investigator, detective Viverito and you in a room?
Yes.
And that was the same day, October 27, 2021. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, I'm showing you Mr. Williams, number 252G as in Goldfetter. And this again in Fulton County, State of Georgia versus you, Mr. Copeland. This indictment number is 20 SC 17 68 51. You see that?
Yes.
And this has you pleading guilty under Alford to count 2, possession of a vehicle with an altered VIN number. You know what a VIN number is?
Huh?
Do you know what a VIN number is?
No.
Vehicle identification number?
Yes.
Okay. And it says 15 years to serve 3 years in prison, balance of 12 years on probation. You see that?
Yes.
And this date is also before Judge Ingram on the 25th day of January 2022. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And here's the indictment. Same number that I announced before, State of Georgia versus you, and charging you to count 2 with possession of a vehicle with an altered VIN number, and you pled guilty to that count and count 3.
Yes.
Willful obstruction of law enforcement. See that?
Yes.
And that's your signature, or the judge?
Can you try turning that backup mic off? I don't know if that'll make any difference or not. Okay, I don't know why that's started happening. Go ahead.
And you pled guilty to Jonathan Melnick's your lawyer, 25th day of January 2020. Fair to say?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, a certified copy, Your Honor, 252G is a
Admitted.
Copeland, I'm showing you what the mark is, Mr. Williams, 252F is in Fox, okay? Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Mr. Kenneth Copeland. That indictment number is 12 SC 11 3315. You see that? Yes. And this has you pleading guilty to certain counts, including terroristic threats, count 1, terroristic threats, count 2, terroristic threats, count 3, and 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. You see that? Yes. And you were sentenced to serve a total of 10 years to serve 2 years in prison, balance on probation. Is that fair to say? Yes. And this again, you feel that certification? Yes. And this was before the Honorable Todd Markle, you remember him as a judge by any chance? Yes. And this was the 12th day of August 2013, and that's your indictment, correct? Yes. And that's your signature? Yes. And that's what you pled guilty to, those crimes that I announced. Fair to say? Yes. Your Honor, move for the admission of Mr. Williams 252F as in clause.
Admitted.
Mr. Copeland, I'm showing you what's certified, and if you don't mind just feeling, just make sure that you put a same seal. Yes. Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Mr. Copeland, criminal action number 12 SC 110195. And this charges that you pled guilty to 3 counts of entering an automobile. And then I'm skipping the 2 misdemeanors. I pled guilty to, but I'm skipping them. And then actually, that's all I'm going to announce, please. There are 3 counts of entering automobile. True? Yes. And you were sentenced to 5 years, so 2 years in prison and a balance of 3 years on probation. Fair to say? This was see. And this was on August 12, 2013. Correct? Yes. Also before Judge Markham? Yes. The Honorable Judge Markham. And here's the indictment charging you that you signature you pled guilty to those counts. Correct? Yes. Your Honor, I move for the admission of 252B as in criminal.
Admitted.
Certified. Mr. Copeland, I am showing you in the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Mr. Copeland, indictment number 15 SC 136794. You have a certification on that? Don't mind. And this is Jeffery Williams, 252D as in David, okay? Go ahead. And this has you pleading guilty, sentence of 5 years to serve in prison, community time served for theft by receiving stolen property. See that? Yes. And this was also before the Honorable Judge Markle on the 13th of December 2018. See that? Yes. And this is your indictment. That's your signature, pleading guilty. Is that true? Yes. Your Honor, this is the admission of Mr. Williams 252D as the
Admitted.
Copeland, I'm showing you Mr. Williams number 252C is in collect. And it's in the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Mr. Copeland. And you entered a guilty plea to count 1, which is aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. This is indictment number 10 SC 96398. Does that all look accurate? Yes. And you were sentenced to 10 years in confinement, but upon the service of 1 year, 9 years would be served on probation. See that? Yes. And tell me that this is your signature. And here you were represented by Suzanne Palme, P-O-M-E-Y. See that? Yes. Here's your indictment, and that's your guilty plea under Alford versus North Carolina. You see your signature? Yes. You entered that plea on the 7th day of March 2011. Fair to say? Yes. Your Honor, I move for the admission is a certified copy of Mr. Williams 252C as in court.
Admitted.
And Mr. Copeland, this is Mr. Williams number 252B as in Barry.
This again is in Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Mr. Copeland. And this is a non-negotiated plea of guilty on Alfred versus North Carolina. And pleading guilty to 5 years to serve in prison, on probation. Is that what it says? Yes. And can you make sure that that's a certified copy? Yes. And what you pled guilty to? With your lawyer, Jessica Stern, S-T-E-R-N-S. You see that? Yes. And this was August 31, 2009, correct? Yes. And you pled guilty under Alfred versus North Carolina to count theft by taking an automobile. You see that? Count one? Yes. And that's your signature. I think I asked you that. Is that true? Yes. And you did that on August 31, 2009, I think. Yes. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 252B.
Admitted.
Mr. Copeland. When you were able to be around Jeffrey for that short period of time that you said, that benefited you because it made you more known. People, am I saying that right? Is that true?
Objection on vague as to what period of time?
Can you rephrase your question, please?
Sure. You testified already that you were with Jeffrey for a short period of time from the end of 2014 to 2015, and you were arrested and didn't get out of custody on June 10th, 2015. So somewhere in that period. Is that fair to say?
I didn't need
Okay. You were around Jeffery Williams at times, at the end of 2014, year 2014, and then sporadically, because you kept getting arrested, but no more after June 10th, 2015, because then you're arrested and then sent to federal prison for 51 months. True?
No.
Okay, explain.
I was on around him from 14, and then we started hanging in 15.
Say it again, I couldn't hear you.
I wasn't hanging around him in 2015.
Okay.
Only the end of 2014.
Okay. And that was beneficial to you because it boosted your notoriety, meaning people took more note of you because you were around people like Jeffery Williams and the people that he knew. Is that true?
It really was based off the experience.
Explain that to the jury.
What you mean?
Explain what you mean by it was based off the experience.
It wasn't about attention. It was just about flying on planes, going different, like just seeing more than just hanging in the neighborhood.
Before Jeffery Williams allowed you, took you, asked you, or Tick or Mr. Trantavia Stephen, whoever, how far outside of the Atlanta area had you ever been?
Only once. I've been to, no, I'm lying. Twice I've been out of town, but it was just, I went with, when I got out of jail in 2013, my baby mama, she was going to college in South Carolina. So I traveled down there with her. And then when my friend got killed, I stopped. But before that, I had went with some old friends. He took me deep sea fishing, but that was it. But
had you, in those experiences, had you ever been on an airplane?
No.
Or did you drive?
Yeah, we drove.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Steele, is this a good time to stop?
Sure.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and break for the day. I will see y'all back here at 9 in the morning. Just a reminder, wear your juror badges. Don't talk about the case with anybody. Let anybody talk about it with you, including amongst yourselves. Don't use the internet or any other kind of source to try to find out information about the case, anybody involved in it. Don't watch, read, listen to, in any way absorb any kind of media accounts about this case, including social media. And hope y'all have a pleasant evening. See you in the morning. Thank you.
All right, from Juror.
Can I leave?
Yes, we'll see you back at 9 also.
Woody's like, I'm out. My stomach hurts.
All right. Sorry we're having to break early, but anything y'all need to take up with the court? Anything we can go ahead and take care of? No problem. Hang on just a second. So time-wise tomorrow, what are we anticipating in terms of?
I will be done in my estimation, which is horrible typically, but I will be done.
Well, you're a lawyer, so we don't estimate time well.
Okay. Well, then my guess is I will be done at or before lunch. When I say at or before, your honorable court starts right on time. I should be done by 11 o'clock is my belief.
Okay, and do we anticipate cross-examination by any of the other defense attorneys?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
My cross will only be, depending on how much Mr. Steele covers that I intend to cover, but probably around 20 minutes is all I
Okay.
need. Good evening, Your Honor. Yes, it'll be a brief
Okay.
cross-examination.
All right.
Thank you. No, Kendra, Your Honor, I was anticipating a day.
A day? Okay.
But I'm going to try not to be repetitive of some of the issues that Mr. Steele is covering. So I'm going to try to shorten it.
All right, well then clearly we will not be getting, and I would assume there's then going to be redirect. The reason I ask is I'm not sure exactly when we're moving to the next witness or if the order of witnesses is still the same. And I had heard from the attorney for Mr. Sledge that he has conflict at least for part of tomorrow, but it doesn't sound like that will matter. So, and do you anticipate that he would be the next witness after Mr. Copeland?
He was, and I've just seen the same notification from Mr. Wright that you did.
Okay.
So, but I had reached the same conclusion that the court did regarding our likelihood of even reaching him.
Okay, but it may be, so given that we're off Thursday, Friday, and Monday, it would probably be Tuesday at the earliest.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe if you want to communicate that that's when we anticipate reaching him. Okay. All right, anything else? Okay.
Have a seat, Sean.
All right, y'all use the extra hour to work on the case. Or just take a break in the case. See y'all at 8:40.
Sure. Wow. The past couple of days with Steele have been wow. Wow, they cut that feed fast. I'll keep my ear on it to see if they go back, but I don't anticipate that. The past couple of days have been wild with Steele. I love the way he's been with Woody, though. Yeah, I love the way he's been with Woody. What do you guys think in the chat? Let me know. This should be an interesting movie. Honestly, extra hour to work on the case. 9 years has not been long enough. But that extra hour, Melinda, makes all the difference. It's that extra hour. See, if I just had 9 years and 1 hour, then I could have completed YSL. But no, the judge didn't give me an hour. This movie would have 12 parts. I know it would be worse than Twilight. Yeah, they've cut the feed. It's done. Steele's helping Woody. Yeah, I like that. I like that he went to him and was reading to him in parts, and they lowered the mic so he could read to him in parts. What session is this documentary? We probably don't want to know. Dear, what Christian? Docudrama. We probably don't want to know. Probably don't want to know. This is the one where Woody wakes up after drinking the vampire blood. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, no, I'm being stupid. The irony is the jury will remember this because Woody shut down on the DA's disrespectful attempts. Yeah, exactly, Mom. Yeah, and they saw Steele make it personal. Right, because he was treating him like a human. He was treating him like a human. I really expected him, and he did at first, if you remember. He did at first do the I don't recall until he saw that he was treating him, okay, that's my fault. I'm sorry. Let me go back. And he would word it differently. And then he's seen, okay, well, he's not going to be, raise his voice at me and roll his eyes at me and shake his head at me. He's going to treat me like a person. So no matter who you are, you deserve to be treated with respect. And they had 2 days of school with Steele. I'm not sure what that means. Does anyone wonder if Woody understands 90% of what's going on? I think Woody is smarter than people give him credit for. I think Woody is smarter than people give him credit for. Steele has been schooling the state. That's kind of what I think. Yeah. Steele has been schooling the state. That's why they got them big, thick notebooks. They've been taking notes. Okay, what did he do there? That is a good move. That's a good move. Okay, guys, I appreciate you guys coming in and watching. We've been on for 7 hours and 20 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up until tomorrow. Let's say 8:45 a.m. Okay, we will see you tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. I thank you so much. Grace and peace. Please hit the likes before you leave, and you guys have a blessed day. Okay, bye, everybody. It's exactly what I said. It's like we know each other or something. Bye, guys.